time. Hailing from Poland, Laser. And here we go. Game number 1, guys. Make some noise. Laser has so many units. Almost all the icons are gone. Reinforcements here. The defenders advantage for the Zerg. Laser is in a big spot of trouble right now. And Laser is siphoning units here. The Queen's are here as well. No, this is just too much Zerg. GG.
This is a straight up all-in right now from Dark. 4 Queen support having been brought off the map. He catches the reinforcements of the Hydralisk. The Lurkers now taking huge damage as the Immortals try to have them down, but they are not quite enough Immortals to do it. GG, TY, and Beyond.
Those upgraded Marines of TY are going to help push this army back. These Reapers are going to kill the rest of the Hellions. Beyond takes the lead. Now there's the Banshee inside of his base. Beyond, GG.
Our last match of the day, Zest and Stats.
It does not appear that Stats is ready. Jess getting hit in every way, now blinking underneath and denying the warp pit. The mothership core goes down. GG! Ladies and gentlemen, it's Stefano!
What a way to round out Friday at BlizzCon.
He will not understand what's happening to his life, I promise.
Storm goes down, the Bailey's United, but a huge surround right here by Stefano. He's done this for years and years and years.
We are here on the final day of the WCS Global Finals.
Dark definitely is the favorite. If there's someone who looks supremely confident at all stages of Zerg vs. Zerg, it is Dark.
Great micro for both players so far. Oh, a Laser taking a big hit to his Zergling count there. The Roaches. He cannot escape. The Bile's connecting. And the Polish Zerg is in so much trouble. Dark, he's got this huge concave of Zerg units. He's running on his own. That's it.
What a story for both of these players, Stats and Beyond. The probes are all dying. 10 workers picked up in this expansion so far. Widowmines detonate. Nothing left. 4 Liberators shelling away at this army. We see the anti-air capabilities being picked apart. Beyond will destroy this army, making his way to the grand finals of our 2016 WCS Championships.
This is the grand finals.
Pushing forward that third base, he's trying to counterattack, but it doesn't work.
And the Ultras and Lynx, the Bailings are coming in.
The Corruptors coming in from the other side, taking out the Liberators.
It's all going to come down to this one force. GG! Is this the killing blow?
It is not going to be enough. Beyond punches through, hits onto this third base.
GG! Beyond has done it!
Beyond is our 2016 WCS World Champion of StarCraft 2.
大家好，我是来自 Zero 的革命。
大家好，我是来自 X Team 的涛。
大家好，我是一四大星辰。
大家好，我是 SPD 的浅价。
我对2016年风暴英雄印象最深刻的是我们去嘉年华。今年我们去韩国，然后一路很莫名其妙的杀到决赛，
在世界杯打世界冠军 L5的那场，赢了他们1小分。
就世界杯观众在下面喊的时候，是我印象最深的，就是为中国队加油呐喊的时候。虽然最后韩国队都赢了。
当我们中国队获得优势的时候，那个全场的欢呼声，就感觉中国的风暴英雄的玩家的心都连在了一起。
2016年有很多新英雄的加入，然后有重做了很多新英雄，然后很多新皮肤、新坐骑，这是件好事。
就还是很感谢这些能一直 看比赛啊、玩风暴英雄的这些玩家。
希望玩的人越来越多吧，然后谢谢他们对我们伊斯大的支持，感谢这么久以来支持风暴英雄、支持我们，还有支持所有战队的那些粉丝，觉得他们是最辛苦的人，然后非常感谢他们。
2016年的话，我们也是经历了很多，失去了很多，但是我相信有暴雪和网易的支持，在2017年 HGC 的计划一定会给风暴英雄一剂强心针。
这个展望，我感觉我不能说，还是让他说。
希望就是比赛越来越豪华，我们战队实力越来越强，然后英雄出的越来越多，越来越好玩。好，你可以反着说一下，我觉得。
不。
2016风暴要火，2017风暴肯定火，祝大家新年快乐！
祝大家在新的一年联赛当中，每盘碰到的队友都是像瑞奇一样，每盘碰到的对手都是像四大才子一样。
新年快乐，万事如意，鸡年大吉，风暴要火！
各位星际争霸的观众朋友们，各位网易的游戏玩家们，大家好，我是小色。
大家好，我是91。
在新的一年，我也不知道网易的哪个人想出来的，让我们来祝福，就特别让我来祝福啊，这不。当然呢，没办法，我这个还是要祝福一下大家。那我就在2017年祝福大家，找不到女朋友的就找不到女朋友啊，赚不到钱的也赚不到钱。剩下的好像穷和女朋友都有了，其他也不需要什么了吧？啊，当然游戏水平可能会越来越低。
我觉得你说的东西都错的。我应该祝大家在2017年里有一个好的身体，毕竟身体才是第一位。然后祝大家在工作事业上都能够，包括学习上都能够更加上进。
最后呢，我们还是祝大家新年快乐吧！新年快乐，快乐，快乐，快乐！
我们是飞儿乐队，
来自埃及俱乐部的新苏。
大家好，我是雪兔。
大家好，我是爱陈潇。
我是嘎宇中。
我是一进一行。
是牛逼战队少帮主，在这里祝大家新年快乐！
新年快乐！
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 开开心心，快快乐乐，每天都快乐。
让大家在新的一年里
身体健康，万事如意，
心想事成。
打炉石能够天天行抽，
多打12胜，多多开橙卡。
这个拜年话都让我们说了，那之后说什么？
那我们就祝大家新年大吉！
祝你们
新年大吉！
祝大家2017年新年大吉！
祝大家新年快乐！
加基森，充满机遇的都市。
加基森，校园弥漫之间。加基森，处处都有起点。枪声响，叮当叮叮当，和爆球鼓鼓当当。加基森从来没有底线。加基森哪儿都危险。消灭对手和帮助盟友，我们穿梭在街上。
看看你的周围，坏蛋成堆，好戏就要上演了。
这就是加基森。
现在谁才是老大？
2015年7月，黑石山的火焰引燃了炉石传说的热情，10名中国和北美的顶尖炉石选手齐聚上海，炉石传说中美擂台赛正式拉开帷幕。3轮的较量，101场的对决，给我们留下了一个又一个难忘的瞬间。
好，这样的话 ，Com 也是为中国队开了一个好头，第一场是以3比0战胜了
狗哥，一场都没赢啊！
好的，那么我们恭喜 Dog 再次为美国队拿下1分，这样子美国队就已经大比分4比1中国队了。狗哥现在绝对是我们全民公敌啊！他现在已经打掉我们3个选手。
哎呀，最后神抽了一个锤子。这乌鸦片子是一路神抽。
最让我们印象深刻的，还是那个在中国队命悬一线时站出的英雄。奴隶战一波27血的精彩斩杀，不仅终结了狗哥的连胜，也让朝神一战成名。
死亡之耳砍脸，
死亡之耳砍脸，血红斩先后都一样。
死亡之耳砍脸之后，拿一个奴隶主送在这个老司机身上。
为什么？奴隶主自己啊，送掉之后可以这样子。格子多站一站，
格子多站一点，打出更高伤害，
还可以。
对的，这是
3比0狗哥。狗哥在打掉我们3个人之后，被我们朝神3比0再次封零。
随后的对决中，朝神更是上演了连越3强斩杀对手的亮眼操作，让所有的观众记忆犹新。
因为如果打脸的话，很容易一波就破了。哎呀，如果上一回合摸到是怒火中烧就赢了，你知道吗？
算一下，现在有没有可能够了？够了吗？我算一下，
够了吗
？1刀5 2，不行，缺个斩杀，我操！
不是，我想问你怎么过？你
缺个斩杀呀，少一道墙。
你2个斩杀都用光了好吗？
那够了，再见。
漂亮，
够了，确实够了。朝神败中求胜，够了。
对啊，所以说刚才那个拼命就非常非常有意义啊。
够了，这才是朝神，
这才是我们
见过的朝神。
我们聊的
神一样的奴隶战
，26的奴隶战，漂亮。
恭喜美国代表队最终赢得了中美炉石联赛最终1轮的胜利。那么感谢他们出色的表演，他们也将会获得最后1轮的奖金30万人民币。
新的一年，中美擂台赛再度开战，新赛场、新赛制、新版本、新选手。炉石传说再战中美。
欢迎来到中美对抗赛第2轮第1天的比赛。大家好，我是今天的解说 IG 的新苏。选手打起来总感觉时间不够用，一下子就造成的，还没想完的，因为这个选择比较多。
来不及了，
如果解不掉的话，下一回火车王直接就秒掉了。那么我们是恭喜Omega Zero 是比分2比1反超了。
就找个隐藏就可以了，
隐藏就赢了，
稳稳的。
隐藏
就是这个隐藏，
破费
冷血，漂亮，
这就是龙木打盗贼的教科书。那这里Omega Zero应该是能完成一个双杀呀。那么
漂亮，已经2个人了。
2比0，是的。知道对方有加之身，所以极力推荐他打。
这轮大饭输了。
啊，他完全是松啊！这给个危机祝福翻了。来，
哎呀，可惜了。再来张刀山也可以，其实。
好，
对吧？
自古。哎呀，输掉了。确实有点。
不是，他确实抽得好，你不得不承认啊。这个算得出来吧？这个跟刚刚那个不一样，这单回合不可能错的。
是9加7吧
？9加8吧。
后面没事没事，过去了，后面加油。
Feeling good, feeling great, a bit exhausted. I hope I can keep it going tomorrow.
观众朋友们，晚上好，欢迎收看由网易暴雪联合主办、VSPN 承办的中美擂台赛第2轮的比赛。
下胜官会死吗？
哎呀，这边开鱼就死了呀！
开鱼死了。因为接胜州这套牌，这局打下来没有过牌，
他其实对面的硬币到现在都没有交过，他应该能感觉得到对面那么卡手，没山岭，没目光龙。
好，那这里 all in 冲出去，然后就中，然后中血法大漩涡，防不了，防不胜防。好，血法他只有配合火蛇的时候才很强，没有火蛇，光一个哈哈，1对打2。好，25000了已经，25000了。唯一牺牲不会5杀吧？应该不会。真的吗？我们还有一个驴哥，我们还有驴哥。今天牺牲的运气感觉有点爆炸。头绪阿古斯2面墙，可能怕双闷棍。对，他那个假币特别像闷棍。好，只有10%的机会，我们就能翻。哎呀，我行，这牺牲的贼是厉害，是厉害。
这边选择了让了一回合。
蓝龙冷血，我们的 C 多鸟还是没有变，又让机会了。那这边哇。蓝龙冷血隐藏翻了，
不，他这里要
下蓝龙好一点吧？13不够吧？
那蓝龙13差7，
所以蓝龙好啊，蓝龙能多过1张牌。
下回合你没有办法赚刀。那这边的话，抽什么能赢？抽个火车王，
冷血
火车王，
冷血火车王，还是蓝龙好？蓝龙
4股也可以吧？
对，上蓝龙看一看。
蓝龙这边还有一抽，过一个冷血还有机会。
多一点可能性，
对，多1张牌吗？那就没有。
尴尬了，西神又赢了，一川不知道多少了，真是难以置信，今天的中美结束的如此的快，
西神真的实现了5杀。
可能今天打的有些问题了，回去可能跟队友再复盘或者商量一下，然后好好备战第3轮比赛。
KF 确实是不太合适队员们可能也是状态有点不太好，希望过后2天调整好。
Hello everybody, welcome to day 5 of NA versus CN. I'm Firebat and I will be bringing you the action here today as we see who's gonna win. This is the final round. Day 1, 2, 3, and 4 have all been leading up to this. Round 1, as you saw in the recap there, concluded with a China victory over NA, where they actually absolutely decimated NA. I was scared going into round 2 that we might not even make it this far. So, lucky enough for North America, they're still in it. We had the Canadian representative Cydonia destroy in round 2, getting a pentakill, defeating the entire Chinese team all by himself. Just made quick work of everyone in the last hero standing format. So North America has shown that they are strong in the last hero standing format, but they still have yet to prove themselves in the conquest format. And unfortunately for North America, we return to the conquest format for round 3 of the tournament. So this is going to be best of 7 now instead of best of 5. There's still 1 ban, and it's conquest instead of LHS, just like how round 1 was. So North America could struggle a little bit, as China was crazy strong in the conquest format to begin with. But it is best of 7, so that does change things a little bit. So who knows? We're just going to have to play it out and see if anything will be able to happen here. But yeah, it's a long time to be outside of the country, a long time to be in, anywhere away from home. These guys got there like 2 days early or so This is day 6 of the tournament, technically, because there's been 1 break day so far. So these players have been traveling for like 10 days now. They've been in China, so they got to be missing home at this point. Everyone gets homesick after about 10 days, but so much Hearthstone, it turns into kind of like a marathon by the end of it, because it's 3 tournaments all jammed into one, basically, with these, you know, separate rounds that they get put together. So just imagine a brand new Hearthstone tournament every single day. Can be quite stressful on all of these players and quite energy sapping. Here's the prize pool distribution for you. If you can't read Chinese, you can kind of surmise here that round 1, 150,000 RMB, round 2, 150,000 RMB, round 3, 300,000 RMB. So we are in the double money rounds for this tiebreaker. Who is going to take home double the prize pool? And these are the awards for win streaks. If you're able to take down more players from your opponent's lineup in a row, you're able to get bonus money. We saw Sidonia get the sweet pentakill, so that's 50,000 bonus RMB. 50,000 bonus RMB Sidonia got to take home, go party with, do whatever he wanted. Pretty impressive, man. And, you know, well rewarded for his show there on round 2. 50,000 RMB. It's a lot of dough. It's like, it's got to be like over 7,000 US dollars or something. Pretty insane. Anyway, I do know that some of the players from the North American team have been spending their earnings kind of wisely. They've been trying some of the local food, some interesting food options in China that they've been experiencing. I know Frozen was telling me they all got together day 1, went out for dinner, and they ordered something off the menu, and it turned out to be baby cobras that they were eating. Well, I guess that was a surprise. Sometimes you accidentally start eating baby cobras. Sidonia, 91% win rate? Is that what that is? Holy smokes. 91%. Not too bad. You know, that's a win rate you don't see very often. Ah, the other end of the spectrum. Sometimes you don't get lucky. So like Frozen didn't play at all in round 2, and round 1, you know, no fault to him. He got 0-3'd against Coach, and LVGE just drew the nuts against him. We got Chalky. Chalky actually performed exceptional in round 1. I was actually really impressed by his performance in round 1. He did not get the opportunity to play in round 2 as our Canadian representative took everything home. Dog's been struggling a little bit. Not looking too hot here at 2-6 with 25% win rate. Might need to figure out some new strategies to get him involved. Maybe put him on the counter pick lineup or something. Rainad. The Noodle. Noodle's been floating around there a little bit. He was the anchor on day 1. He tried to reverse sweep the entire team all by himself, basically, and wasn't able to get too far, but it got put a dent in the Chinese roster for sure. And then round 2, he came out swinging and struck out. And then there's that sweet, sweet bonus cash there for Sidonia with the pentakill. He is definitely the MVP for China. I mean, the opposite of the MVP for China. The MVP for North America. Jason Zhao. Jay-Z. 4-6. Round 1, impressed with Jay-Z's performance. He was able to take down Sidonia and stop him from getting, you know, his first pentakill. And then round 2, he was unable to do that. Omega Zero. Now here's a guy that I've been really impressed with from the Chinese roster. He's played exceptionally. You know, maybe a little bit worse on some of the decks, but his rogue play in particular has been just a blast to watch. Really impressed with this guy's rogue play. WeX Hope. He's been, he brought Freeze Mage and it got banned in round 2, but he wasn't able to pick a win up in round 2, but he's trying interesting decks for sure. He believes in the Freeze Mage, and he's brought it again in round 3. Lovely Chook, the winner of CN versus EU, the guy that defeated Colento to win the Ferrari. I don't know, maybe he's gotten content with his Ferrari. He's doing alright, but nothing special coming out of this guy yet. He's looking to turn it up in round 3. LVGE, the coach of the team. He was dominating in round 1. Round 1, this guy won it for China in round 1, basically. Just hard carried. He was their Sidonia in round 1. Round 2, not very much action out of this guy. He kept quiet in round 2, but he was the Murloc Paladin guy in round 1 that just smashed everybody. And then their MVP, Omega Zero. He's gotten a double kill. I mean, it's close to a pentakill. He's missing a 0 on it, but that's still a nice chunk of change. 750 bucks instead of 7,500. And we also have LVGE from round 1 with the double kill. So China's got like, they got firepower more spread out. We have it all kind of concentrated in China. That's where we hide our weapons. And they kind of got everything like spread out. So, yeah. I don't know. Today, it looks like, if we look on the background there, it looks like Frozen's going to be up against LVGE first round. So, Frozen and... Oh no, that was Lovely Chook. Frozen and Lovely Chook up in round 1. Gotta be some of the, like, on paper, better players for their respective regions. Looks like we're doing the draft of the players to see if we can confirm that the image in the background represents it. This is a nice, cute little part of the stream. Oh, it's Rainad, the Noodle! Unleash the Noodle, round 1! Here we go. That's what we like to see. Up against... Gotta be the MVP of Team China, Omega Zero, up against the Noodle. Alright, so Team NA, in preparation for round 1, 8 Baby Cobras. Was unable to take it. Round 2, in preparation, 8 frog legs before the match. And I guess today Frozen was telling me that they ate, they ordered something on the menu that was, like, Frozen reads Chinese, so he can help, you know, distinguish what they're gonna order. And they ordered something on the menu called Delicious Bugs. No idea what insects they were eating. They ordered delicious bugs. So if you see Rainad start grimacing and look like he really has to use the bathroom, that's probably why. And, you know, that's either a big misplay or a big step in the right direction. You know, there's gotta be a lot of protein and hidden nutrients that you can unlock from bugs, but I don't know, it's a big risk going into round 3, the final day of the tournament. You don't know how that's gonna work with your digestive system. So, really, NA must feel like they're at a disadvantage because they're taking risky plays right out of the gate, you know? Like, if you feel like you're in control of the series, you're not gonna eat bugs before the tournament. You're gonna stick with something you know. You're gonna get, like, you know, a nice steak, maybe like, I don't know, like just some chicken tenders even. Just keep it simple. Make sure it's nothing that's gonna mess with your digestive system so you can just kind of coast through with, without having to feel sick or anything. If you eat bugs, that's showing, you know, you feel like you need some extra juice in the tank, and you're gonna have to take a risk on it. So already confidence gotta be feeling low for Team NA, and they're taking a risky strategy. So it'd be interesting to hear, you know, if we could get an interview with them or something, how the bugs are affecting their system and how they think that's gonna play out. Rainad here with the Jade Druid, a deck we've been seeing more and more of. It is the #1, well, I guess #2 performing deck in the Trinity series, which just started a few days ago with the 9-deck format. So this deck's slowly been kind of creeping on people's radar. It kind of fell off for a while, and everyone was like, ah, Jade Druid's so bad, whatever. But in banned formats, Jade Druid's getting surprisingly better because most players bring 2 Reno decks, if not 3 Reno decks, and you know, 2 Patches decks. So it really shines against the non-Patches decks, and it may fall into trouble here, as this is not a non-Patches deck. This is the original Patches deck, the Pirate Face Warrior from Omega Zero. So I do have the deck lists available. Let me try and pull them up here so we can get a closer look when they go talk to the Chinese casters. So, Omega Zero, let's see if it can even load. Alright, there we go. We got Omega Zero rocking the Pirate Face Warrior. It looks pretty standard. We have, you know, all of the normal stuff. 1 South Sea Deckhand for the double South Sea Captain. There's no, like, bashes or anything like that. It's just the strict all face with South Sea Captain instead of that kind of tech slot. Normally you'd have 2 deckhands, and then like there's 1 South Sea Captain / bash / something going on 3. But Omega Zero's cut the one of the South Sea deckhands just to make sure there's 2 captains. And Captain's a really powerful card against things you need board control of, because you can get the 1-drop guy, which pulls the patches, and then you coin a South Sea Captain, buffing both of them, allowing you to take sick value trades in the early game. So that's where that card's really going to pay off, and it makes a lot of sense in Conquest where you can't really control the Q order as much. You just want a deck that's pretty good against basically everything. And now we pull up the deck for the Noodle. Reynad's deck here. He is playing his Jade Druid. And typically the way this matchup's going to go, who's going to be favored, it's going to be slightly in favor of the Pirate Warrior. You'd think it'd be like super in favor of the Pirate Warrior, but I say only slightly because Jade Druid's actually got a lot of taunts, and if they can get down an early Ancient War, it's absolutely backbreaking against the Pirate Warrior. They just have so much health in this deck. Like, 2 Feral Rages, that's 2 heals for 8. And then on top of that, they have Swipe, which is pretty good at clearing up the Pirate Warrior's minions. Reynad's even got Druid of the Claw at double Ancient War, which is super, super safe. In the like standard builds of Jade Druid that you'll see people queuing up in, you know, tournaments lately, it's because they're trying to counter the Reno decks, and a lot of times you'll see him with like 2 gadgets and Auctioneers instead of these Ancient Wars here. He has no gadgets and Auctioneers. Reynad is playing an anti-aggro Jade Druid build. So I would say actually that the Druid might even be favored against Face Pirates. That's just actually insane, right? Because normally you think of Jade Druid as only an anti-control deck, but the way he's got this positioned here, the tech choices with only, you know, he's only got 1 mulch, he's got this Druid of the Claw in here, no gadgets and Auctioneers. It's like absolutely no greed in the build for Reynad. So I like where his head's at with this deck list, because there's a lot of aggro currently in the metagame. See how it plays out for him. Love how they have 2 admins. You'd think that job could be handled by 1 guy. They got 2 guys in suits. It's just awesome. Everybody's got their own personal admin. I want my admin. Where's my Chinese guy that sits around looking at me while I cast? In a suit. Here we go. Bans, both players banned Shaman, understandable. One thing to note about Omega Zero's lineup, he does have Tempo Mage. Recently RDU has been jamming a lot of Tempo Mage, I saw him doing well with it in Open Cups. But kind of an unexplored deck, so it'll be really interesting to see how that pans out. Right off the bat, gotta be one of the better 1-drops to have here. Like, you'd think Buccaneers may be the best 1-drop, but I don't know, N'Zoth's first mate's pretty good. It's a lot of guaranteed damage. Make sure you have a weapon to activate everything. He's thinking about maybe playing Finley instead, but ends up going with N'Zoth's first mate. I like the N'Zoth's first mate better. You know, you played Finley plays around like coin hero power from your opponent, but if that's their best play, I think you're chilling. I think you're pretty happy about that. Jade count begins. Jade Idol, super important in the matchup. Being able to start the Jade clock immediately, just start making all of your cards a little better for just 1 mana is really crucial, especially since Druid, typically speaking, doesn't have a play on the 1 mana turn. So, what option's best for the matchup? You're not going to outvalue them with Priest, so Priest isn't really an option, and he's already got a Reaper in his hand, so you got to imagine, and an upgrade effect. He's going to have weapons for days. There's no way you can take Rogue, so he really only had 1 option there. And, you know, this matchup, not the most, you know, interesting as far as decision-making is going to go, but this one is a wild decision here. We got the ramp up from Reynad. He wants tempo. He wants to be able to play minion, minion, minion. So if Reynad were to have just dropped the Druid of the Claw that turn, his next turn he would be kind of just forced into Feral Raging for clear. And you really do not want to use Feral Rage for clear in this matchup. You want to use it for the guaranteed heal later on. So he's kind of taking a gamble relying off the top of his deck in the future turns by going with this Nourisher, but it sets him up to play the Druid of the Claw into the Elephant immediately after and just have a beautiful curve of big minions coming out after that. And then Fandral Feral Rage after that. Wow. He's got a nice curve now. I like the play from Reynad. But anyway, the decision making in this game is that one guy's going to go face with everything, and the other guy's just going to do everything he possibly can to not die. So, I don't know, like you take the most defensive line from the Druid, and you take the most offensive line from the Warrior every turn, and you see if it's good enough. That's like, it's not a very multi-dimensional matchup. Sometimes, the Druid, like, since they have to fight so aggressively for tempo, they get into situations where they start potentially running out of cards. And when that position starts hitting, then the Warrior, I guess, could kind of make a switch towards outvaluing them. We saw that happen once. It's kind of a rare niche scenario, but, you know, it'll happen eventually. Raynad here thinking about whether or not he wants to charge or taunt the Druid of the Claw. Benefits to charge, benefits to taunt. I'd say there's a lot more benefits to taunt. Alright, that has to be what he's thinking about. What is the charge plan? The charge plays an Immortal Strike pretty heavily. That's one of the things to consider here. But I don't think it's, like, that big of a deal. Because, right, like, if Omega Zero has Immortal Strike, he gets to Immortal Strike, swing his weapon, and then push the damage. If you charge, you get a guaranteed kill on the Pirate, and then it incentivizes Omega Zero to trade in the other Pirate, removing all Pirates from his board, lowering future Pirate synergies. So there is some argument to charge there. He's right to think about it. It's interesting. Sometimes charge. Huh. He does end up going with the taunt at the end of the day. Heroic Strike was also something to think about playing around there with that, so... Cute little situations. Because it is more important to take out the minion, but with the future taunt coming up, I think it's fine if they utilize removal on the taunt, right? If that was maybe his only taunt, you could think about charging, but the lead into the elephant, I think I like it. It's got the ability to go for Jade Spirit hero power, or the ability to just play the Jade Behemoth. You gotta imagine it's the Behemoth. You don't want to take that much damage, but Jade Spirit hero power is better value. You get to remove a 1/1. You do limit the board size for the impact of Captain. He is aware of the deck list, right? That's something I should mention. These players know the deck lists of each other. So Raynad is aware that in the build of Omega Zero, there's not only one South Sea Captain, but 2 South Sea Captains. So I think he's thinking about trying to squeeze in the hero power on that N'Zoth first mate to limit the amount of pirates available for Omega Zero for pressure. Yeah. I like where his head's at here. You know, you could use the Jade Spirit and hero power, but I feel like you're overthinking things at that point. I think you gotta keep it simple. The KISS principle. The keep it simple. Usually, that's one of the problems with known deck lists that a lot of players will have is they'll start overthinking things. And when you play around everything, you slowly begin to start playing around nothing. And that's not a good place to be at. So I think it's correct to just simply play your taunt minion. Now he's got Fandral Feral Rage. That juicy double dip value. Unfortunately for him though, Omega Zero has been... Like, Raynad had a really great hand, but Omega Zero's hand was just straight fire. The Arcanite Reaper and Dread Corsair, same turn. Absolutely disgusting. Thinking about the bump on the Finley. I dig it. You're not really killing your opponent with face damage, so the downside is I guess it allows Finley to trade into the 2/2 later on to protect whatever Omega Zero develops next. But as long as Finley's trading, you're saving a life. Decides to go against it, but does decide to innovate out the hero power. You know, he doesn't run any Gadgets and Auctioneers in the build, and he's already used one of the 2 nourishes, so you have to imagine there's not going to be too many things that he's going to need that innervate for. So I think it's most of the time worth it to just use it there for 1 life, and Omega Zero with the 2nd Core Crown Elite. Remaining burn in the deck is Leroy Jenkins, double Mortal Strike, double Heroic Strike. Still has both upgrades left. So he doesn't really want to swing this weapon, since there's more upgrade effects than there are Arcanite Reapers in the deck left, but might have to, just to be able to get the pressure of the N'Zoth's first mate out. He's thinking about going for board control, which I like. Fandral's a scary minion. Raynad's on 1 card because of the top deck innervate there, so this is what I was talking about a little bit, where I said sometimes situations arise where the warrior player can kind of start outvaluing the druid player, and that's kind of what we see happening. He's just got full board control on him, and Raynad needs something to clean that up, and that's an Ancient of War. Okay. There's only 10 power in play from Omega Zero. That's absolutely a huge draw there. And, you know, Reina plays 2 Ancient Wars in his deck, and you have to imagine it's for this matchup in particular. There's not too many great matchups for Ancient War, but this matchup is absolutely bonkers for Ancient War. Holy crap. 5 power on play for Omega Zero. Oh, Living Roots does not do a lot. It does remove the only pirate. South Sea Captain is going to be a little less threatening. The Jades are up to 3-3, so they're starting to become strong, but at this point, Reina just doesn't have any cards to play with. Yeah, you have to kill it. You have to. It's not going anywhere if you don't kill it a lot of the time. Everybody playing against Pirate Warrior kind of makes the same face when they're playing any sort of control or taunt deck. They lean forward a little bit, they kind of clench their teeth and kind of ball up one of their hands. Just that, I hope I'm not dead sort of clenching going on every turn, where you're just waiting to think you're gonna die. It's brutal. That keeps him alive. The board is now clear, frothing down. Rainhead thinking about the risk of cycling it, and I think that would be ambitious to say the least. Leroy is not quite enough damage, and that's the most damage per card. He's got 2 Mortal Strikes, though, that are 6 apiece, which could help out. Buccaneer not going to do it. They had 1 Reaper, 2 Fiery War Axes left that could have set the clock. Thinking about holding the weapon. What are the merits to it? If he holds the weapon and then draws Arcanite Reaper, he does not have lethal any longer. So that's 1 card that turns into non-lethal. But if he holds onto the weapon, then he would be able to hit for 2, 5. Mortal Strike is lethal either way. The only thing it changes, I guess, is Heroic Strike is no longer out. So Omega Zero removes both Heroic Strikes as outs to add 1 Arcanite Reaper as an out. So I believe swinging there is actually a mistake. Wait, no, Heroic Strike's not an out. There's the Reaper, though. He's gonna get there. Oh, Reina was so close! So close. So wait, let me make that the counting again here. So Reina was at 9, right? So he's at 9. There's a Buccaneer in play. The weapon was there. You miss 1 damage. You miss 2. You 1 damage by not attacking. Oh, math this early. It's math at 4 a.m. and it's North American math, so you know this isn't going to be good. So, if you don't attack, gains you 2 damage in the long run, right? Because you only gained 1 extra. And is that the break point for Heroic Strike, adding 4 there? We got 4, 5, 6 without it, and 8 with it. Rainhead's at 9. He doesn't take the 1 down to 8, so 7, 8, 9. No, it doesn't set it. Yeah. Yeah, Omega's right. Omega's usually right. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, yeah, Heroic Strike was not a lethal if you don't swing or if you do swing. So, by swinging there, he makes Arcanite Reaper an out off the top and then gets rewarded by getting the Arcanite Reaper. Count those fingers, Firebat. Hey, you know me. I'm not a counter, guys. That's one of my weak suits in any sort of thing is just mental math. I can't do it in my head. If you watch me play Hearthstone, or you watch me at tournaments, or even when I'm casting, if the camera's mousing over on me, I always have a notebook out, because I always do all of my math on paper. I like being double sure. And when in tournaments where they don't allow you to use a pen and paper, I always count on my fingers. Now this deck's wacky. This is off the wall. You may have heard Brian Kibler on Twitter say that Mass Dispel was good. Well, Omega Zero heard it too. He's got Mass Dispel in the build with the Priest here. Mass Dispel, Defender of Argus, Acidic Swamp Ooze. Now, one of the things to note with Priest decks is they can very easily be over-teched. So, sometimes, if you tech too many cards and you lower the dragon count too much, and that can be extremely brutal. And Reynad going with the aggro face Pirate Warrior. So let's take a closer look at these decks while the Chinese commentators do as well. So we're going to look at Reynad's deck first here. He's won with the Druid, or no, he's lost with the Druid, so he doesn't need to play it again later on. And Omega Zero does not need to play the Pirates at all. So here we are. Let's see. Reynad's face Pirates Warrior. What are the differences between the builds? He's got 1 Mortal Strike and 2 Deckhand, so a little bit more board focused than Omega Zero's. Omega Zero had 2 Mortal Strikes, 1 Deckhand. Other than that, every card was the same. Standard Pirates. Doesn't get too much more basic than that. And we throw up, let's see here. Oh wait, we're getting into it already. Wow, no delays this time. They're keeping it moving, probably because it's best of 7 today. The other days, it has been some really long in-between breaks, and I've been running out of things to say, because they got like 6 guys debating deck lists, and it's just me over here just being like, that card looks pretty good. So, Pirates typically favored in this matchup. Omega Zero does have the Ooze, which could make a difference, but at the same time, he also has this Mass Dispel, which is not in here for this matchup. That is not going to help him in the slightest. Just hurts him a little bit. So, not really rewarded for that tech choice. Defender of Argus, although it provides taunt, absolutely abysmal in this matchup as well. The benefit you get out of Defender of Argus is that if you have board control, you can create additional taunts and add stats to the table. Well, you're not going to have board control against aggro pirates because of our good friend Patches here. That's just so fantastic at alleviating pressure and controlling the board. However, this looks disconcerting for Reynad here. The Pirates do not trade well into this guy. So the start from Omega Zero keeping up with him. But Reynad has the ability to just upgrade, then pass, or upgrade and then swing, and then play the Cultist on the next turn. I like this, yeah. So now what's going to happen, Omega Zero is going to take a trade here, and then heal his minion up. And then Reynad gets to buff with the Cultist next turn, creating a 3-attack weapon, cleaning off the minion. Cute little sequence there. And remains on board control. And now you can see where Defender of Argus would just be awful. Like, it just does not help for the Priest. Even though it says taunt on it, you need board control to make that taunt actually work. And very rarely can you outboard control a Patches deck. They are just so good in the early game at just taking the board away from you. They get a free 1/1 to do it. They get free weapons to do it. The board just gets taken over. They are in charge. Ooh, 1 mana 3/3. Is that the play this turn, though? With a ping off the hero power, Reynad could continue to control the board, or he could try and just play Core Crown Elite, the max pressure card, and just go all face already. I think I'd like to see controlling the board for just 1 more turn, even. I think after this turn, you can maybe go all face, but if you Finley into a ping hero power, like Druid or Mage, you can now kill the 3/4 with 0 card expense to yourself. I think that'd be really clutch. Going all face seems a little sketchy because I don't think he's got enough damage for the completion here. Let's count it up though. I was just going to trade away. Alright, so this is kind of a hybrid line here to it. It's less stats developed, but you know the Corsair gets to come out for free next turn. So that's his logic behind this, right? He has to give up a 1/1 now for the ability to get a 0 mana Corsair instead of a 1 mana Corsair later. And the Ooze played by Omega Zero going into Reynad's Arcanite Reaper turn, but he doesn't have any plays on the turn. He's kind of has to do it. That's all he had. In Reynad's position, you gotta be happy about that. You gotta be happy. You see how wide his eyes got. He didn't want to show the emotion of his happiness, but his Omega Zero would see it and it'd be kind of BM, but definitely excited. The wide eyes face of joy from Reynad. He's got some value trades available to him. The cards you gotta be worried about from the Dragon Priest arsenal at this point are Corruptor, which you don't really have any ways to play around, and then Holy Nova, which you also didn't really have too many ways to play around. So I could see not taking any trades, but taking the 1 trade does protect your minion. on board, so it kind of forces Omega Zero to have the Corruptor or have the Holy Nova at the expense of 3 life, and you set up, or 3 damage, and you set up lethal regardless of the 3 damage anyway. I think Face is slightly better, but I can understand the trade, especially with Argus in the build. You can think, how do I possibly lose here? And I guess Argus is the biggest punish. So I think that's why Reynad took the trade, was just to make sure Argus and Omega Zero does not have it. Doesn't have anything. Gonna get run over. Aggro Face Pirates taking a quick W from both sides of the field. That's a deck, man. Such an oppressive deck in Hearthstone. It has such a great win rate when everyone knows it exists and includes tech for it. Like, it's pretty insane, right? To think about it, people run Ooze, people run all the anti-aggro cards in all of their decks, and still Pirates is a top tier 1 deck. It's absolutely ridiculous. And now you imagine all of the classes that just automatically lose to Pirates, right? Like, if you expand Hearthstone into a 9-class format, the amount of free wins that Pirate Warrior gets is just absurd. Like, there's just classes that, no matter what they put in their deck, cannot beat aggro Pirates. So it gets kind of ridiculous, and it really restricts the deck choice that players can bring. Like, so many styles of decks cannot handle, or even get close to handling Pirate pressure. But there are bans in this format. Neither player thought it was worth banning. They thought Shaman was more important to ban, and you can't fault him for that either. That deck's insane. That deck's in the same boat. Omega Zero going with the Rogue. He has switched to the questing build. So all of the Chinese players earlier on in the tournament, none of them were playing questing Rogue. They were all playing standard Miracle Rogue, and all of the North American players were playing questing Rogue. Well, all of Team China copied card for card the North American questing Rogue from round 2 because of its success. They saw the North American team having success with a build, and they straight up copy-pasted it and said, you know what, if you're having success with it, maybe we'll have some success with it. So you gotta love the fact that they're willing to adapt and not being stubborn. Because a lot of times you'll see, in Hearthstone especially, players will see a deck and they'll think, nah, my version's better. I don't need to copy yours or anything like that. But they look at they saw the success from it and they're like, yeah, that's pretty good. Let's do that. So definitely adaptable, willing to admit when they're wrong about their choices. Because when you copy your opponent's rogue deck and just give up on your own, you're just basically saying, yeah, you guys beat us. You guys had the right build. Well, never too late to switch. Let's get them. So I respect that. I think that's a tough thing to do, because I've seen a lot of players before, hold their guns until the grave. Rogue versus Druid. You look at this matchup on paper, and Druid doesn't have any shot. Like it's a 70-30 matchup in favor of Rogue a lot of time, and that's with Druid being not teched towards anti-aggro. Reynad's build here, double Ancient of War. Not very powerful against that fun card called Sap. So he's going to have to be very careful with the timing of that Ancient of War, or he's going to have to kind of YOLO it and hope there's no Sap, and there's not always a Sap. So if there's no Sap coming down on it, then that can be the swing. Reynad needs to just stay in it, but if there's Sap coming down on Ancient of War, that's such a huge swing. Whew. Swing and a miss in the Swashbuckler. Not going to get a lot of use out of that card, most likely. So, anyway, there are 2 Saps in the build for Omega Zero. He's been one of the players rocking the double Sap, and he might actually get use out of this card. This is really interesting. Like, at this point, he has no hand to discard, so he's removed the drawback of, I don't even know what it's called, of discard your card in Meme Druid. So this card is going to discard all of the cards in Omega Zero's hand and put him at 10 mana. And with the YOLO Edwin already on the table, I don't think he minds discarding his hand. He could prep it out right here. He's going to discard the prep anyway next turn. Let's go. That's insane. You have to do it. There's no way you don't. What a game. Look at Reynad's face. Just like, what? Reynad needs to find his one-of mulch to be in this. And even if, now like mulch is kind of scary, right? Because Omega Zero off the mulch could get a lot of actually really good creatures. Like any big minion here obviously is insane. That's not going to take the cake. Reynad swipes the Edwin Van Cleef preemptively to set up to remove it with potentially the second swipe or Druid of the Claw. And he's going to be able to heal to try and stay in it. Still needs to find an answer, and every turn Omega Zero gets closer to finding something big, you know, like Azure Drake or even just Leroy Jenkins at this point is enough. I wouldn't mind seeing the Gadgetzin come down just for pressure, but at the same time, it's also kind of a risk at this point. We've seen the Edwin sit around at 4 health sticking, so you have to assume there's not really any great answer in Reynad's hand for 4 health minions. So I think it's a very good risk to take, but at the same time, the other side of the argument is you're so far ahead and you're 10 mana next turn, just wait for them to develop and then go off with Gadget, just in case. But I'm boggling my mind here. I can't find a scenario where he gets punished for it. But there's probably like a 0.0001% chance or something ridiculous. You know, it's Hearthstone. There's always a chance for something, so. But yeah, I like throwing the Gadget out there. Omega Zero, the Lord of Edwin Van Cleef. The only time I've seen Omega Zero lose with Rogue is when he's mulliganed away Edwin Van Cleef. And he's had it in his mulligan like 10 out of 10 games. This guy and Edwin Van Cleef are probably the same person. So every time you're playing Edwin Van Cleef on ladder, you're really just playing Omega Zero from your deck. He is the Lord of Edwin Van Cleef. And earlier on, round 1 and round 2 in the tournament, this guy had no conceals in his build. But because of the way he played Edwin Van Cleef down, every single time his opponents all had single target removal that could kill it. But it connected every single time without ever being concealed. Because of the other situations that were going on the board, like forcing his opponent to have to deal with Gadget on that turn, or forcing his opponent to have to Reno on that turn, or all sorts of stuff. So his timing with Edwin Van Cleef has been, you know, impeccable most of the times I've seen it. This time, you know, not that impeccable. He kind of just played it and won. But a lot of times, he's been doing some cute things with Edwin Van Cleef that have been quite impressive. But yeah, that's a card that still exists in Hearthstone. It's a bit silly. Edwin Van Cleef will improve your win rate whenever drawn. But it's such a powerful card, but it's very easy to misuse that power. It's very easy to play it at the wrong time and then it just gets cleaned up by single target removal. But if you play it at the right time, where your opponent's mana is already committed to something else, now that's a tempo swing. And tempo swings defeat Tempo Storm, evidently. Omega Zero tries again with the Priest. A Priest deck. Crazy Priest deck. Mass Dispel, Defender of Argus. Look at this, look at this. Just look at this Priest deck. 1 Northshire Cleric, Acidic Swamp Ooze, 1 Blackwing Technician, Defender of Argus, Mass Dispel, 1 Bookworm, 1 Dragonfire Potion. The most important thing though, even though this is teched out of its mind, he still has 9 to 11 dragons. Any dragon deck, you're going to want 9 to 11 dragons. That's important. So he's kept the consistency of the dragon count. I appreciate that. You can tech all you want as long as you got 9 to 11 dragons. It's an important number. If you don't take anything away from this, just make sure you play dragon decks with at least 9 dragons. It'll save you a lot of frustration of not having a dragon in your hand. Double questing at the opener for Reynad. And the coin. You know, this is a hand you could look at and say, if I draw Conceal, I just win. Reynad's going to look at it the other way and he's going to say, I'm a favored matchup here. All I need is an opening Pirate, maybe a Tomb Pillager, that I can just take the consistent approach and win. However, I'm kind of scared for Reynad here. This Omega Zero Dragon Priest build is teched to destroy Rogue, it looks like. You know, you look at it, you see Northshire Cleric not great against Rogue, so he's only got 1. Blackwing Technician's okay against Rogue. Defender of Argus. Now here's a card that is great at Rogue, or great against Rogue. Taunts can help you not die, which is fantastic. Being dead makes it a lot harder to win. As well as then put pressure on your opponent. Like, it's +1/+1 to 2 minions. That's a 2/2 charger, essentially, kind of distributed. It allows you to get the nice value trades, your 3/6 if you land an Argus on that, for example, or any 3-attack minion, because there are plentiful of those in Priest. Start being able to trade up with things like Azure Drake or Gadget Sand, so it gets your stat line appropriate for trading in the matchup, it puts on pressure, it allows you to have taunts so you don't die, and then if we look at his other tech card, Master Spell. Now, you ever had that situation where you're trying to play some Hearthstone, and some fun and interactive decks, you're trying to beat your opponent, casually trading, doing all that sort of stuff, and they hit you with the Gadgets and Conceal, and then you can't do anything against it, and then you just die? That's a situation where you could have Master Spelled. Not to mention, it's solid against Questing Adventure. Those annoying 14/14s that are concealed turn into 2/2s. And his good friend Edwin Van Cleef, and he's got the counterplay to it, so he probably asked Edwin, hey man, you've been winning all these games for me and for my opponents, how do I beat you? And Edwin Van Cleef hit him with the knowledge, let him know about the Master Spell. Or he follows Brian Kibler on Twitter. Brian Kibler has been just raving about Master Spell on on Twitter. And I thought it was a joke. Omega Zero took him seriously. I wonder if he is a Kibler fanboy. How great would that be, though? Omega Zero, the best player in China, or one of the best players in China at least. Biggest Kibler fanboy. I guess who's not a Kibler fanboy, right? This Tomb Pillager is a bit awkward. I really like ignoring it. So what does killing it accomplish? If you kill it, you get a decent value trade with your 2/7, but one of your 2/3 most likely has to die, which is a bummer. And you give Raynad the coin to help him react to the board, so let's not give him the coin to help him be able to utilize things easier. Just make him have to trade off that Tomb Pillager. Because either way, you're going to lose 2 pressure, you know, if you trade into it or if he trades into it. So take your 4 extra damage, deny him the coin, going face, gotta be the play. I mean, let's be honest, he loves Dragon Priest. He's brought Dragon Priest to every round, and there's only one guy that loves dragons that much, and that's Brian Kibler. So Omega Zero and Brian Kibler, they both got some knowledge here. They both know something that it seems everybody else doesn't know, and that's Dragon Priest could, I guess, go insane mode. Because look at this. This is disgusting. Dragon Priest is just going ham, and he's got the conceal for the finish. Like, he's going to be able to develop minions next turn and conceal them. That's 1 mana, deal like 10 damage. He's doing what rogues do to rogues. We didn't really get to see too much hot tech. Just a really solid Dragon Priest curve. But the important thing is the tech was there. China loves their Dragon Priest, though. They've brought it to every single round of the tournament. Round 2, every player on the entire China roster brought Dragon Priest. Round 3 and round 1, there wasn't as much Dragon Priest, but still a lot of players on the roster from China love that Dragon Priest. I think it was very consequential for them to bring it on every player in round 2. And I think that was one of the reasons why they kind of got injured in round 2, was because Cydonia was able to get that clean sweep, since everyone's deck lists were pretty similar on the Chinese roster. They had so many classes that coincided. Man, with a nice little cleanup here, trying to stay alive. Is that going to be enough to cut it, though? We can see here, there's going to be Azure Drake Conceal is currently the max damage from Omega Zero. So he gets to push 2 immediately, and then threaten 6 after that. and then has the Argus in hand to buff his 6 up to 8. So he has 8 damage next turn. Reynad's at 9 health. Rogue has no heal. He could stabilize. This Conceal does not do enough damage to win Omega Zero the game. We see him thinking about it now, whether or not he wants to pursue it. He could just go for Power Word Shield and wait on Conceal till the next turn, and I think that's... I would advise that strongly. You just saw Reynad have to blow most of his removal, most of his load just trying to clean here. Maybe he doesn't have that many great ways to clear some of this, and you can get more damage out of the Conceal later, but Omega Zero evaluates the situation, thinks his Conceal's not getting much better than this. He feels the board is slipping away from him. It's possibly the right call. There's a sap picked up by Reynad, so he would have been able to continue clearing, as well as the backstab there. Omega Zero 1 damage, off, lethal. The Corruptor's gonna do it. Oh, no dragon! The Corruptor's not gonna do it. I would have probably Whirlwind Slammed that Corruptor out of excitement and then cried in embarrassment as it doesn't kill my opponent, so... Thinking about the odds on finding a dragon here. We've seen quite a few dragons played. I think we've got to seen at least 3 or 4. Actually, the opening was double Wormrest Agent, so... I think we've seen double Whelp and then Azure Drake, and actually that's it. I mean, the big thing here, though, is Reynad's at 1 life, and there is no heal in the deck for the Rogue. He needs to find Swashbuckler, and he needs to get Greater Healing Potion, and he needs to do it very soon. So the important thing is cycling into a Swashbuckler. He has the ability to full clear here sometimes. Like, he can full clear without cycling with Gadget, but you may be able to cycle with Gadget while full clearing. And without the Swashbuckler currently in hand, you're gonna need to cycle for it. So, you gotta imagine it's a Gadget turn, yeah. He can full clear with Gadget, actually. What am I talking about? You go Gadget, and then you could Cold Blood on the Tomb Pillager, which allows you to trade into the Azure Drake. And then you can backstab for 3 on the Argus, and then trade the Drake into it, staying alive. Nah, staying alive. A little late, the rope's hitting, running out of time. He's gotten a coin too. Could have done much more with this turn. Edwin. Too late to go for it now, but he could have hit second counterfeit coin, played a massive Edwin. It would have been answered by Shadow or Death, but... Operative is drawn for Omega Zero. That's a Dragon. That's a GG. Omega Zero up 3-1 against Reynad. Dragon Priest, tech to beat Rogue. Evidently, you can tech Dragon Priest to beat Rogue, and it works. Who would have thought? Everybody always told me. Priest never beats Rogue. Well, I guess on the other side of the world, things are the opposite. Priest beats Rogue. Everything's backwards, man. So what's left? What's left for Omega Zero? He has 1 deck he needs to win with. The Shaman was banned, so this is going to be interesting, guys. This is a deck that's just out of left field. Completely new, to me at least. I haven't seen this. Well, it's new. It's an old new deck. The Tempo Mage. Like, this is a blast from the past. I've not seen Tempo Mage around too much in this meta. You can look at maybe RDU, who is playing Tempo Mage in some Open Cups recently and had some success. But other than that, there hasn't been too many players really rocking the Tempo Mage or really, researching it and looking into it any. RDU's build is quite similar to this. He is rocking Burgling Bully, though, instead of the Barnes. But other than that, it's basically the same as RDU's. RDU's got the Cult Sorcerers in there, too, instead of some of these cheaper 1-mana options. Reynad going to be queuing with his Jade Druid again up against the Tempo Mage. I like this. I like this. The stats that I've seen for Tempo Mage, although limited, I've only seen a few people playing it and only a few people recording stats on it. Jade Druid is actually a big favorite against Tempo Mage, and you have to imagine even more so a favorite with the additional Ancient Awards added in Reynad's build of the deck. Which is strange, because in the past, Druids always struggled against Tempo Mage, but I guess the Druids just have enough, you know, early game little Jade tokens that kind of slow down the Tempo Mage, that the Tempo Mage just runs out of resources before they can kill the Jade Druid. Because the Druid's also got 16 points of healing with the Feral Rages, so it's no joke. You gotta have a lot of firepower to kill it. And if you look at Omega Zero's deck list, he's got double Arcane Blast, double Arcane Missiles, double Babbling Book, double Mana Worm, double Mirror Image. All of that junk costs 1. That is a third of your deck costs 1 mana. And he doesn't have that much card draw in the build, so it's not crazy that he starts running out of value, but looking at this hand, if you had to describe it in one word, you'd have to just say value, because those are 2 Firelands portals, and that card is value. That card's everything Trump wants to be. Just pure value. Accumulating quite a large hand size. It's going to be important to draw steady for Omega Zero, get good Flame Waker turns. Nice hand there for Reynad. Double Innervate. That is a lot of tempo really quick. I like the way he's doing this too for the curve here. He gets to go 6 into 6 into 5. Just a smooth minion every turn. Real classy. Alright. Options. Omega Zero has the ability to try and fireball this. You know, hope there's not a minion developed, and then be able to develop a minion of his own on the following turn. His Barnes value gets kind of increased by that because he gets 1 mana to play with during the Barnes interaction. So if he gets Flame Waker or something, he can launch a spell. There's no Antonitis to worry about. He's going to fireball and hope Reynad doesn't have a play the following turn. It's not unreasonable for Reynad not to have a play here. Without a second Innervate or without Vandrel, he's probably not doing anything. A lot of times Druids really lack early minion development, so if you remove their minion, then they just sit there with a removal spell in their hand and pass, and you have to assume that's what Omega Zero was hoping for in that scenario. And he gets to milk a little extra Barnes value out this way. Azure Drake. Spell power for the Barnes is not bad with the Arcane Blast. Not great though, his 3/6 doesn't die to it. 3/6 kind of laughs at it. Can't take an elephant down that easily. You gotta try that. He's gonna injure it at least. Set up for what? What is he setting up for with this? He's setting up for just, I guess, non-spell power Arcane Blast? Or potentially a Flame Waker. Like, you look at his hand, he's got a lot of things he could combo with a Flame Waker. So, just putting some pressure out there, set up the onboard trade. Make Flame Waker that hot fire. Doesn't seem bad. Now, from Reynad's side, you see this and you have to immediately be kind of afraid of a Flame Waker, but one of the scary parts of trying to develop Druid of the Claw and taking a bunch of trades here is that's your last minion. So you start getting to those points where if your opponent removes your board and develops nothing, so they spend their entire turn clearing your board, you get into that scary spot where you can't do anything if they do that. So I like Reynad's approach here of holding back the minion, utilizing the removal this turn while it has targets, so he has the max amount of options going forward. So now in his hand he's got minion development and removal. So if Omega Zero develops a big minion, he can remove it. If Omega Zero clears his board or attempts to, clear his board, then he can develop a minion instead. So he's got both options for how Omega Zero reacts to it, which is important. Options are good. None of these ones, though. None of these options are good. More the better, but... I think he got a double trade. It feels bad, but at the same time, if that guy sticks and you develop Druid of the Claw... Oh, you could charge it. You could charge it, too. That's an option. There's no Flame Strikes in Omega Zero's deck. Charging it's appealing. one Fireball's been used, which is an argument for taunt. Flame Waker could still be in the arsenal. Yeah, those are the two options, right? You either charge the Druid of the Claw or you taunt double trade. You have to kill it, though. It's turn 7, your opponent runs 2 Firelance portals. Yeah, I think it's fine, either way. This is awkward. So, option 1 is maybe like Frostbolt it and develop Water Elemental. It's your highest tempo option. And option 2 is the Arcane Intellect Fireball. Omega Zero going for the tempo play, trying to keep as much pressure on board as possible. The Jade count from Reynad starting to get quite high. 5 5s come out for free for Reynad now, so Omega Zero needs to keep applying pressure. He needs to be able to close this game out rather quickly. And being at 30 life, that's a tall order. That is not going to be easy. Well, with draws like that, maybe it is. But he does have the second Nourish to keep it going. 16 points of heal in the hand for Reynad, so he can tank up out of this, potentially. Show them the Grand Tournament experience, in case they missed it in the last expansion. The option to cycle the Wrath or use it, or just hero power this turn. If you're gonna cycle it, you gotta imagine you cycle on one of the little taunts to set up for Swipe to do something, but I think I would prefer just holding it. You could Wild Growth this turn, I don't hate that. You have plenty of draw with the Nourish, I think you just want to use it for tempo at this point, potentially. Because that Wild Growth's not turning into an extra card for 2 additional turns, and you have to have enough of board lead at that point to spend 2 mana drawing a card. So I would not have hated the Wild Growth there from Reynad. It's interesting. It doesn't open up any plays in the immediate, right? But it's like, it turns it into 2 additional mana in the future, so. Doppelgangster. Not the highest of rolls in the world. Oh man. He drew the whole forest. There's no Polymorph in the deck for Omega Zero. He's gonna need some Paveling Books. Full pressure, staying consistent. I picked up the draw there. I was kind of scared. I was like, that doesn't make any sense with how he's been playing this game. If he was gonna draw, he should have Fireball Drew earlier. If you're gonna go for the tempo line, you stay with it, so I like him believing in himself and staying true to the line. Deck lists are public. Reynad knows that there are no polymorphs in the deck for Omega Zero. He knows. So the Ancient of War is relatively safe. One thing you could be afraid of is your opponent holding a bunch of burn and just killing it. So the safest possible play still has to be the safest because you have the second one. If you didn't have the second one, you could think about, well, I need to interact with my opponent's minions before developing the... Oh my gosh, it's happening. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, so anyway, what I was trying to explain, with 2 Ancient of Wars in his hand, I like developing the Ancient of War instead of trying to remove the minion, because you're okay with it getting burned down. If it gets burned down and Omega pushes 8, you just play the second one, and then he's out of burn, and you're fine, because he's not developing the board while burning it down. Whereas the other line of play, like if you only had 1 Ancient of War, you try and alleviate all of the minion pressure first, and then play Ancient of War, so that your opponent is forced to spend their burn in it and not be able to push damage on that turn, right? Because if you spend all of your mana killing Ancient of War, you get 8 free damage because that's what's stuck on the board. If there's nothing on the board, though, You don't get any free damage. And at this point, Omega Zero's hand is running pretty thin, so you can kind of expect he can run out of minions and have less of a reload than 8 power. So there's that dilemma again. Is it better to try and clear things, or is it better to just taunt and hope? And since he doesn't have that many ways to clear things, I think I like just Ancient War, mulch the 5/6. He's going for the extra card here. Looking for the swipe. He's looking to try and pave way for the big taunt to stick, and he's finding the swipe. Wow, that's a game changer. It doesn't quite answer the 5/6, but you still have to play instead of Ancient War, right? Is there any way you can die from this position? So he's seen both fireballs, so he's not expecting this Babbling Book fireball. So the max damage is, oh, he's got 15, doesn't he? Oh my, I think Raven might have overthought that one. Didn't play around the Babbling Book card. Gets burned by it, he's really upset about that. He tried to get too fancy, maybe. I don't know about that one, guys. That was a bit YOLO. Like, he did get unlucky. So let me just walk through this. He got unlucky in the fact that technically he's correct to assume there's no possible way he can die there except Babbling Book. So cards that kill him from Babbling Book are Fireball if he has Frostbolt in hand, Pyroblast, and that's it. So there's only like 2 cards that kill him in that situation off of Babbling Book. But he had Double Feral Rage and Ancient War in hand, mulch to clear minions. I think there were safer lines that could have played around the Babbling Book. So regardless of the fact that his play is super strong if he doesn't die, I think that you could have been a little bit safer and gained more percentage points to win the match. So that's going to be game 1 of round 3 going to Team China. So what's going to happen today is we are going to have the first team to 3 points is going to get kind of a win on the day, but not technically any money or anything. That's the break point. So we're going to get one team's going to get up to 3 points, and then we're going to take a break and come back tomorrow. So it should still be a ton of Hearthstone action. I imagine they're going to have lineups ready for everybody and kind of counter queues. Because in round 1 and round 2, you know, the meta started developing. People started picking out, like, these are these players' favorite decks. These are what they play well. So you build your decks to counter this guy. I'm going to build my decks to counter that guy, sort of thing going on. So it'll be interesting to see who's built their decks to counter Omega Zero. Because he's been a powerhouse in the Chinese lineup every round. So he's a guy the North American team, I imagine, has prepared a counter for. He's been very consistent with the decks he's been bringing. And always Dragon Priest, always Rogue from this guy. Those are Omega Zero's 2 favorite decks. He does have the wildcard Mage in there. I don't know. This Mage deck, guys. This Mage deck's all over the place. There's so many 1-costing spells. Like, just so much 1-mana stuff. I'm surprised it seems so, like, full-handed at times. Because he drew double Intellect, double Drake, and almost ran out of cards at the end. And that was all of his... And double Firelance Portal. So, my fear with this build and with this deck in general is all of these 1-costing spells can kind of bite him because you can very easily run out of cards. And that's one of the biggest issues with Temple Mage is they can kind of get ahead, but the deck doesn't do enough just oomph to keep up with a lot of the heavier decks in the game now that just kind of keep up on tempo with them. Then Temple Mage doesn't get that chip damage, and then the burn's just not enough at the end to finish the game anymore. There's so many more minions in Hearthstone than there has been in the past right now. Every deck feels like it's just putting stuff on the board every turn, and that is not great for Temple Mage, which is designed to play its stuff, then be able to efficiently remove your stuff and get chip damage. Well, when you're not able to efficiently remove all the stuff coming down because there's just too much things, eventually you stop being able to get that chip damage in, and it can run into trouble. So I think that's the biggest reason why Tempo Mage is off meta as of now. So why is Omega bringing it though? Let's see. I guess it probably does okay against Pirate Faced Warrior. That's got to be the reason, right? All of the 10 drops here, or all of the 1 drops, sorry, 10 drops, I don't know how that happened. So if we look at Pirate Faced Warrior, and Tempo Mage matchup versus this, you look at all of the 1 health things and all the little minions, look at all this removal. This just mops that up. And double Mirror Image, our good friend Mr. Reaper here, is not doing anything versus Mirror Image. This gets countered by Mirror Images. So I think it has a very favorable matchup against Pirate Warrior. No question there. That's got to be the sauce for this matchup. And everyone's bringing Pirate Warrior. Like, almost every player on both sides brings Pirate Warrior. So I think that is the purpose of it there. I think it can't be that bad versus Rogue. Rogue's one of the decks that Tempo Mage can still actually burn out, because Rogue's one of the only decks in Hearthstone that doesn't have any healing anymore. So many decks have great ways to heal. Or kill you too fast, like Shaman and Pirates. So, interesting to say the least. We're still waiting to try and figure out who's Team North America is going to send out. Once we figure out who they're going to send out to play against Omega Zero, I'll pull up their deck lists and we can kind of see some breakdown of what's going on with that lineup, why they've chosen it to go against Omega Zero, and what have you. Interesting note, we have, let's compare Omega Zero to the European Tempo Mage played by RDU. He won an Open Cup with it recently. Oh, oops, went too far. He's got a kind of similar setup going on. Only 1 Mirror Image. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 1-drops though. So everyone is going super heavy on the 1-drops in Tempo Mage. He's running the 2 additional Cult Sorcerers instead of the extra Mirror Image and the extra... no Barnes. What was it probably missing? Pro Commentator. Alright, he's got Reg, got Firelands Portal, Double Drake. He's got Burgly Bully over the Barnes. There's no Torch in the build. He's got a little bit less burn even, so he's gotten more minion focus in the early game, a little bit less burn for the late game. So, you have to imagine this also does well against Pirates. I think that's got to be the position and the state of Tempo Mage currently. It's a deck that beats up on Pirates. Which makes sense. A lot of people utilize the Mage slot to beat up on Pirates very often, because if you look on, you know, the Vicious Syndicate data, all of that sort of stuff, the big global ladder data pools, you'll see that one of the best performing, if not the only good performing deck. So we pull up here. Oops. Is it starting? Starting. Something's happening. We'll talk more about Pirates later. You can't talk enough about Pirates, right? Gotta love Pirates. The beautiful city that they're playing in.
目标前排，争取夺冠。碰到谁就希望打败谁哦。
Enjoy.
好，恭喜莫言获得了广州站的冠军。欢迎大家来到我们的炉石传说黄金大公开赛上海站。 我这次来是专程因为奠定之星那个卡贝来的。
这一次也是我第一次来到炉石的线下的比赛。 我是来自新疆乌鲁木齐，现场气氛我觉得挺好的，大家都很热情，
大家都是一起喜欢玩游戏的人，聚在一起感觉很开心。
其实每站黄金赛都是就是像一个炉石的聚会一样，我觉得这种感觉特别好。
爱炉石，我爱炉石，我爱炉石，打得不错。
我爱玩炉石，我爱炉石。
Wow. Gold Series number 20, that advertisement said. Gold Series is a tournament series in China. Even more watched than BlizzCon. Absolutely insane. Massive tournament circuit. The players on the Chinese team here representing China, 4 of them got top 4 in the Gold Series. They had to battle their way through that. That's their qualification to BlizzCon, by the way, is the Gold Series stuff. So they were able to actually qualify for not only this event, but also qualify their way for a good trip to the Bahamas. Go party and march at the Bahamas. Sweet little prize. You know, to play some Hearthstone as well too, but Bahamas, spring break in Bahamas. You talk about, you know, a good vacation, a good time to play some Hearthstone. Nailed it on that one. I'm looking to try and qualify for that as well. It's going to be an enjoyable experience. It's on my birthday too. This would be awesome if I qualify for that prelims. You get to hang out with Omega Zero in the Bahamas, learn how to play some Rogue, and party on spring break on my birthday. So yeah, definitely qualified representatives, but are they qualified enough to take down the AD carry of Team Canada here? Cydonia has been the strongest player for North America in round 1, the strongest player for North America in round 2, looking to try and be the strongest player in North America in round 3, looking to just rob China, basically. He is taking all the money in this event. Pentakill picking him up 50k of RMB. He's been killing it. Literally killing it. Everybody defeated. Destroyed them all. Guy's a monster. Been extremely impressed with his play. The one thing about Cydonia, though, I have to say his play has been impressive on most of his decks. The one thing that's a little shaky, I'd say, is the Rogue. The Rogue seemed like he was kind of faltering a little bit here and there, but other than that, you know, perfect play. And when you see someone play as many games as Cydonia's played, right? Because we've been watching Cydonia all day. The tournament could be called Firebat Spectates Cydonia with how much this guy's been winning, and we've just been watching him. But when you see people play enough games, eventually you start finding some way to criticize it. It's just how things work. You can't play perfect ever. So I think the Rogue's his only weakness, and that's pretty impressive when you only got one weakness. But it is Conquest. Weaknesses can be exploited. Omega Zero's lineup, I think, is looking to try and exploit Rogue. With his crazy Dragon Priest tech to beat Rogue, his pretty aggressive Tempo Mage, Aggro Shaman. Like, down the line, I think this is the purpose of Omega Zero's lineup. He's noticed, maybe, being the expert Rogue player that he is, that the area where the North American players have misplayed most is the Rogue. You know, North America has been very strong on every deck. Like Reno Lock, Reno Mage, North America, extremely solid control Reno players. Pirate Warrior, North America, killing it. Every player on North America. I mean, everybody ever. Rank 5 and up, non-legend, Pirate Warrior, you guys got it down. So does Team North America. Shaman, North America's got no problems there. Cydonia was showing great skill with Shaman, just destroying the entire Chinese lineup with Shaman. And his Rogue, though, that's the one weak spot, and I think Omega Zero's lineup's trying to counter it. I think that's his plan. So if we take a look here at the Zero lineup, he's got Rogue of his own, and he's switched to Questing variant for the Mirror. Questing variant with Conceal, the strongest variant of Rogue in the Mirror, except maybe Face Aggro Rogue, right? Then his Dragon Priest, you know, Dragon Priest typically not favored against Rogue. You start throwing in Defender of Argus, great against Rogue. Mass Dispel, fantastic against Rogue. Dragonfire Potion, great versus Rogue. 6 Wampus, not sure what that's doing there. I guess Pirates, maybe it'll help out, but not great against Rogue. You'd think it'd be, because they have weapons and all of this stuff, but the tempo of removing their weapon generally is pretty irrelevant. Sometimes it's good against a Buccaneer or something, but because it disables the buff and then can make things awkward for them, but it doesn't do a lot. It would rather be a different card to improve win rate against Rogue, but you can't only beat Rogue. So I'd say the Dragon Priest favored against Rogue. We've seen it win against Rogue once already. Pirate Warrior is gonna beat Rogue. This is not gonna have a problem with Rogue. He's even got all the burn, double Mortal Strike, everything. Rogue's gonna get juiced. Next up, you have the Aggro Shaman with an Earth Shock included. Something that beats the YOLO Edwin. Rogue's #1 way to win against Aggro Shaman is YOLO Edwin. He's got the silence in there for it. Then we look at the Tempo Mage. Forgotten Torch, Double Fireball, Rag, Firelance Portal. These are cards that kill Rogue. So you have to imagine that's why he went with this Tempo Mage. So it seems like Omega Zero's lineup is a soft counter on Face Pirates, which he must believe is going to be popular. That's why he's got Ooze and Dragon Priest to kind of soft counter that. He's got Pirates of his own to kind of soft counter Pirates. Aggro Shaman is favored against Pirates. And then this sort of Tempo Mage with the 10 early game cards has to be favored against Pirates. So that's his plan with the lineup. See if it continues paying off for him, or we'll see if Cydonia can put a stop to it. Fascinating stuff. Off-meta decks, creating wacky lineups, trying to bring down the savior of Team North America, the champion of round 2, the Pentakiller. It's an awesome nickname. I want to be known as the Pentakiller. Cydonia the Pentakiller. It's just badass. Can he stop him? Or is Cydonia just going to keep pentakilling? Cydonia leads off. Face Pirates up against the Priest from Omega Zero. Even with the Ooze tech, I would give Face Pirates at least a 5% advantage. Shaman banned from both players. Not a great hand for Cydonia, but not a bad hand. Missing the 1-drop is not that big of a deal against Priest. A lot of times they're going to have early minions that interact well with the 1-drop Pirates anyway, and they're not going to get too much work done. Obviously it's better to have them than not have them, but War X a little bit more essential anyway. He's got the ability to play War X on 2, kill whatever 1-drop Omega develops, and then utilize the War X plus the patches on turn 3 to kill any sort of Worm Rest agent or stuff like that. So there should be very limited ways for Omega Zero to get bored, which means, the Bloodsail Raider is going to stick at a 5-3, and then the Cultist is going to be able to land, and War X charges are going to keep swinging. Any weird tech cards with this Pirate Warrior for Cydonia, or is he rocking the standard one? You gotta imagine it's probably pretty close to standard. None of the players have felt, threatened with Pirate Warrior, like running the standard one. It hasn't been anything that's been really targeted as of yet this tournament. Originally, China was banning Pirate Warriors. So, when your deck's getting banned, you gotta think, must be a good deck, probably don't need to change it. And he is running the same Pirate Warrior as Reynad. Card for card, Team North American Pirate Warrior deck. They run double South Sea deckhand, and only 1 Mortal Strike with the double Captain. So it's the board-focused Face Pirates deck. No real way to get the Cultist to land here, but he doesn't really need to. In this position as Cydonia, I think you try and fight for board, try and establish the Raider, clean off the minion, just kind of give up on the Cultist on the War Axe stream, because you have these 2 Reapers, and then just get an upgrade on the Reaper later on down the road. Eventually you'll find a Pirate, and upgrading Reaper is definitely one of the ways you win this game. Yeah, I'll leave you with enough power to beat Coin Guardian on the table. So most likely you have to force your opponent to death, and then you hope you can redevelop after that. And if you aren't able to find anything to redevelop with, you can just play the cultist down, because the cultist will be threatening to stick after the Guardian. Oh, he's gonna choose to ignore it. A little cheeky. He wants to land the cultist here. I don't know if this is a little greedy, right? Because in his hand he currently has a lot of value, and he's playing pure face. Yeah, he's gonna get even more value, so rewarded for it. Look at that. What am I talking about? He gets to squeeze out a free 3/3 because of the way that he's played this. Turns out in Pirate Warrior, the best line is to go face. It makes sense. It makes sense. He's thinking, you know, if death comes down on my 2-drop here, my Bloodsail Raider, then all he can do with this whelp is take this trade that I was just giving him. So the line I was suggesting, just not only utilize the War Axe turning off the cultist for the next turn, but also removed 2 face damage. So yeah, good play there. Hey man, I admit when I'm wrong. Happens occasionally. Every turn. Alright, Omega Zero has this sweet Blackwing tech if he wants it, or he has the Twilight Guardian, or he has this guy, the Operative. And I think he chooses the Operative here because this is one of the minions that doesn't die to the weapon as easily. Because you look at Blackwing Corruptor, and Blackwing Corruptor just immediately gets answered by Sidonia's weapon, allowing him to develop minions and then remove the board and continue pressure that way. So Guardian also kind of has a similar problem, as the 3/4 can trade into it without dying, and Omega Zero doesn't have any way to answer the 3/4, so he wanted to play the only minion in his hand that doesn't just immediately die to Sidonia's weapon. So if Sidonia maybe had all minions in hand, he could kind of start trading back on the board, but bad news bears for him. Those aren't minions. Those are Reapers. And they got the ultimate charged up. Yeah, he's got the Argus. I've been saying Argus isn't great in this matchup because typically speaking, the priest doesn't have board control, and the taunt effect is too slow by the time they get board control to work. But if you can live just long enough, it might be able to be just fast enough to close it out. That's 9 damage coming in though. Sidonia is going to be on a top deck to win next turn. He's seen 1 death. There's some argument to try and protect his minions here. But I like face as well. Good on Sidonia there. You gotta go face in that situation. Well, he has the ability to utilize the Discover here to find an additional dragon to then be able to play Twilight Guardian with Taunt. You can take the 2 value trades. You're dead to Leroy Jenkins. But other than that, it's 2 card combos to kill you. None of these have Taunt. I guess Midnight Drake? I don't know, 4 mana, 1/4. Kinda sad. But you can't really imagine you have enough time to play Ysera. Who's gonna get the Argus out this turn? Save the Guardian for next turn. Okay, this is more taunts, which makes it less likely the Reaper hits him in the face. I can get behind this. If he plays Guardian, then Reaper plus Patches kills the Guardian. If he plays the Argus this turn, it's more power in the immediate, but weaker in the future, right? Because in the future, you could taunt minions that you're not currently trading with, but Omega Zero says he's not going to stabilize enough to be able to taunt 2 minions he's not trading with, so he's just going to get it off now to have a better play in the immediate to try and stabilize a little bit faster. And lines up for Guardian plus additional health next turn. Seems good. He might be able to make it there. The 6 health stabilization. The Canadian unable to draw the burn damage. Sidonia is just too nice to get face damage. You gotta be really ruthless to play some aggro warrior. You gotta... The guy that plays aggro warrior that always top decks the Mortal Strike for lethal at the end, that's the guy that's emoted 7 or 8 times during the game. And has just been in your face the whole time, just trying to tilt you out of your mind. And Sidonia's a nice guy. So this, it doesn't play to his strengths, the Pirate Warrior deck. Stabilization point. He's thinking about Mortal Striking. It's interesting. Okay. I was thinking, why is he picking up the Mortal Strike? I could not find any other play except from this one. This is extremely safe. The only question is, does this 6 damage go face? In my mind, because setting down Sidonia to 21, then you would be able to have 12, 18 next turn out of hand. So if they have to Reaper something, like Reapering the Guardian to set up to remove it, you may be able to start finding yourself with lethal potential, but I think it's fine to take the trade as well. Just be extra safe. You don't really lose from this position as long as you just take all of the trades and heal your face every turn. So you gotta imagine that's what Omega's gonna be doing from here on out. And Sidonia, look at to roll Hunter Hero Power. If he rolls Hunter Hero Power, then because of the way the deck lists are, he will always be threatening lethal with Mortal Strike every turn. Now, it is worth noting, Team North America has decided as a group to all cut 1 Mortal Strike from their Pirate Face Warriors. Life Tap's not bad, though. I guess one of the questions of last turn for Omega Zero is, was the Cabal Talon Priest worth it? Could have also decided to heal his face and start trying to get outside of the range of these sort of Finley situations. Heroic Strike picked up. That's going to take down the Guardian. Life Tap's huge. Sidonia might be able to get there. Oh my. The second Guardian picked up for Omega Zero. Still two Warm Rest agents as taunts remaining in his deck. But definitely a welcomed sight at this point. Now the question is, do you heal your face, or do you try and put pressure on your opponent? So the biggest factor in that is, can you set up lethal? So currently, 9 damage on board, but 3 has to trade this turn, so he's going to push 6. 22 minus 6 is what, like 18 life? So he's got 6 burn. He'll remain 6 on the table, or 9 on the table. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 plus 6. So he would be able to set up lethal if he had decided to, instead of the... Oh, this sets up lethal too, because now he gets to save the 3 damage. I like it. I like it. Yeah, this is by far the safest lethal setup. What am I talking about? Every way he made that turn, it almost set up lethal. So I know he's at 13 health. These are very easy situations to overthink. When you start winning as the Dragon Priest player and you start getting your taunts set up, and then you like get too caught up on setting up lethal and you forget to like heal yourself every turn, and they just cheese you out with Mortal Strike stuff. Sidonia at exactly 13, by the way, with 1 card, so if he life taps, he doesn't have the mana to play double Mortal Strike. So there's no way Omega Zero could die with this play. And he sets up 100% lethal for the next turn. Nice, clean, crisp. Guy's a finisher. Sticks it out to the end. A lot of times players aren't good at closing out games. Like, you'll see players on stage get nervous or whatever when they're playing on stage, and then they'll start getting ahead, and then they'll start not playing as optimally as possible. They'll play like, you know, okay lines of play, but they won't be thinking as hard about the game once they get ahead. Omega's the kind of player, though, at all stages of the game, he's always focused on the prize. That guy, he takes his time, he thinks through everything, regardless if he's ahead, behind, upside down, sideways, doesn't matter. He's going to play clean, he's going to be thinking about the game. You can always expect him to do, like, statistically optimal lines, Standard play. Which is a strength and a weakness, right? If you expect your opponent to be a book and just do everything the way the textbook says to do it, then you can exploit that. I've done that a lot of times myself. I like to play off-the-wall sort of things and do weird crap because, you know, the by-the-book players, they don't know what's going on. And we actually saw Sidonia do some of that on round 2 and get rewarded when he got his pentakill. Like, being able to make a read that your opponent takes Jiraxis, so then instead of going for the Kazakhs in a Priest versus Reno Lock mirror, or matchup, not a mirror, mirror with 2 different glasses. It's a weird mirror, funhouse mirror. Alright, so in the Priest versus Reno Lock matchup, the Reno Lock player, Sidonia, off Kazakhs took the 10 mana, deal 8 damage potion twice. He prioritized that option. And I was really wondering why. And it was because he had a read that the Priest player had stolen Jiraxis, and then when the Priest player was ahead on board, transformed into Jiraxis, and just, Sidonia just dunked 2 Pyroblasts in his face and killed him. It's classic. So, sometimes the statistically best play isn't always the best play, but a lot of the times it is. Picking out those moments is what makes, you know, a silly line go from a silly line to a genius line. And being able to tell can be tricky. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So, Omega Zero, queuing up the Mage, the wacky deck, up against Sidonia's Pirate Warrior. Pirate Warrior. Seems like if we continue off with these Pirate Warriors in every single game, I might be able to get out of here pretty early today. Alright. Pirate Warrior. Pirate Warrior. Again, only tech card is 1 Mortal Strike instead of 2 for the double Captain package. Captain package is something that brings up the win rate of Pirate Warrior against Shaman. It brings it up a little bit against the Reno decks. Because board control is more important than direct burn against any aggro deck and any Reno deck. And so you can understand why it's a popular tech choice to get these captains in there. Because most of the decks you play against are Reno decks and Pirate decks. So they help you get bored, and they help you keep bored. Although against Tempo Mage, not so sure if it's going to be the greatest tech in the world, but we get to see the Tempo Mage do what it's designed to do. Now I'm speculating, because I've never personally played this Tempo Mage variant, I'm speculating that the design here by Omega Zero is to have great success against Pirate Warrior and Rogue. And we'll just have to see. It looks really good right here. I don't know if you can credit the deck to this, but double Mana Worm, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Arcane Blast is... that's a hand. Ten 1-drops though for Omega Zero, so it's very often he's going to have 1-drops in his hand. With 10 1-drops in the coin, if you mulligan for double 1, you're going to hit it more than you're not going to hit it. So you should almost always be able to go 1-drop coin, either 1-drop spell or another 1-drop, as this Tempo Mage deck. So, Mana Worm coin, Mana Worm opening. That's terrifying. Okay, Warax offers some counterplay if he wants to take it. A lot of times you see Mana Worm on the table, you kind of want to kill it immediately. You could develop into it, try and get a better captain out the following turn, and get more out of your weapon charges. That guy grows though. Does not stop growing. These are probably more terrifying than the Cobras Team North America was eating on day 1. They've come back for revenge. Because they went out to dinner day 1 of the tournament, and they were posting on Twitter and stuff that they're eating baby cobras. Delicious snakes. I guess it's some sort of delicacy or something, but the revenge of the snakes. how is the best way to develop here? The most value play is ping. The most tempo play is Sorcerer's Press. I wouldn't hate either. You have a lot of kind of value in your hand and the ability to take it slow. So yeah, Omega Zero just looking to control the board, remove all of the pirates. This is effective against Cultist. And it kind of denies Cydonia a little bit of War Axe value because you don't really care if he War Axes the Mana Worm, you care a lot if the Sorcerer's Apprentice gets War Axed. And now Bloodsail Cultist can't come down from Cydonia to give him additional War Axe charges. Haveling Book. Mage Hero Power is just so good against pirates. You look at the statistics, and the only decks that are super good against pirates are Reno Mage and Tempo Mage. Pretty crazy. Pirates has a 44% win rate against Reno Mage. A Mage Hero Power just pulls so much weight against 1 health minions. Not too many matchups left around that, you know, the hero power actually contributes a lot in. Most of them, you look to like never hero power ever. We had that one expansion with the Inspire mechanic that tried to make it so you would want a hero power more often. And, you know, nobody hero powered in that meta. But the only decks that are like really described by their hero power is like Reno Lock now. And, you know, sometimes Control Warrior will see a bit of play here and there. But, Mage just bullies with its hero power, man. Such a powerful one. Can really help out against aggro. The one Mortal Strike. Gotta be a little tilting, but Burn could come in handy. He's starting to get to that point of the game. You'd prefer probably minions at this stage. Double Arcane Blast. Not a bad little book. Utilizing the Sorcerer's Apprentice here, Omega Zero has a full clear. Stabilize at 15. Coast into a Water Elemental the next turn. It's looking like a sunny day at the beach for Omega Zero. Probably thinking about that Bahamas trip he's got planned later on. I don't know. Seems better to me to clear the board than to develop Water Elemental. I guess maybe he's thinking about the double Sorcerer's Apprentice line? Saving a blast maybe for the Azure Drake on the following turn? If Cydonia has 2 minions, I guess he could get, like, outdeveloped if he tries to hold back. So he's at the risk of taking 4 additional damage here. He's trying to play around minion development from Cydonia. So he plays around minion development, but plays into Arcanite Reaper. Because if Cydonia just Reapers him in the head here, you gotta fear for Omega's life. Interesting. I mean, it's not strictly wrong. There's ups and downsides to every play, and it depends what he reads is in Cydonia's hand. The upside to this is if Cydonia develops minions, he now has the ability to Azure Drake Arcane Blast and remove bigger threats, such as another Kor'kron Elite, the South Sea Captain, and Frothing Berserker. Whereas, and he has more minions in the field to trade with him, so it's going to work out for him here. He's got the ability to clear a lot more additional minions, establish Water Elemental. He can clean up the whole board now and develop Water Elemental. Whereas if he had utilized the Arcane Blast the last turn, he may not be able to do so. So, I would say it's a greedy play, but it works out if you got some information on what's going on in the opponent's hand. If you've made reads up to this point. And he's getting rewarded for it, so well done. Weapon's a little bit too late for Cydonia. So So now, if there's no second Mortal Strike that he can find, so he's got the one Mortal Strike left. That's it, just the one in his hand. And other than that, for damage, since his face is frozen, one Core Crown Elite's been used, so he's got Leroy and the second Core Crown Elite. So Leroy is one off. So Cydonia needs to find 2 Runner cards or get Mortal Strike activated. Oh, that's the worst feeling. As soon as Water Elemental hits you, you always draw the Reaper. That's just the unspoken rule of Pirate Warrior. Whenever Water Elemental hits you in the face, you draw Arcanite Reaper. Every time. It's just a curse. It's a brutal, brutal curse. Not going to be doing too much reaping today. Firelance Portal. 7.5% chance to get a taunt last expansion. Not sure what the percentage is this expansion. I think it went down a little bit. I think it's got to be around closer to 7% now chance to get a taunt. Honestly, the card dropped in value a lot with the latest expansion. You got a lot of wacky choices in there. I would hold back on playing it because there is one way you lose this game. And that is if you get the 2/2 that deals 5 damage to you when it dies. I guess not necessarily. How does your opponent kill it? They could turn their Mortal Strike into additional damage, I guess, by killing it. And I think most of the time you don't get punished. But you also threaten lethal by developing Barnes this turn. So I think it's an unnecessary risk by Omega Zero to not play around that potential outcome of getting the Self-Bomb Lopper card. So maybe he forgot about that card. A lot of people do. It's not a card that sees any play. So he does play around the Mortal Strike though by not attacking there. Even if he attacks and sets him into Mortal Strike range, the deck lists are known. Cydonia only runs 1 Mortal Strike. He doesn't have the mana to Mortal Strike Leroy. So if you do go face there, Cydonia would need to like Korkron into your Azure Drake and then top deck Leroy. And then you would have 8. You'd be at 12, and then you would just kill him. So yeah, I mean, it all works out in the end. It was really tough for Cydonia to win from that position, and the Tempo Mage doing work. Doing work. I like the lineup. The lineup seems very well designed for what North America is playing. North America all have been playing Rogue and all have been playing Pirate Warrior. And so Omega Zero has came up with an innovative lineup to counter Rogue and Pirate Warrior. Tempo Mage picks up a win. 10 1-drops. Huge amounts of ability to answer 1-health minions and small pirates. And great amount of burn to answer Rogue. I love it when a plan comes together. And that's Omega Zero's weirdest 2 decks got wins now. His Dragon Priest has a win, which is just a crazy weird deck with like 8 tech cards in it. And then his Tempo Mage, which is an archetype that almost no one is playing right now, got a win. Now I want to... So if we even look at like the Vicious Syndicate data here on Tempo Mage. Tempo Mage is... It's on the table still, so it's been played enough to be considered on the table. You see like 500 games and such here. But, alright, so Omega Zero going out with the Pirate Warrior next to combat whatever Cydonia's queuing. So it's got like a bunch of games played, but you look at like every deck has almost a favorable matchup against Tempo Mage, which is just, this cannot be accurate. Like, you look at it, because some of these have like 28 games played, 28 games. There's just not enough data on it. So you can't reliably have information about Tempo Mage from this source anyway. So if you're going to put confidence in Tempo Mage, you kind of have to gather the stats yourself by hand. And that takes a lot of time, since these are just too inconclusive, I believe. Because some of these matchups look really wacky. So, underdeveloped deck, not a lot of people playing it. And then there's a lot of inconsistencies with decks that people perceive are bad, right? If people perceive a deck's bad, then the good players are not going to play that deck, because good players don't like playing bad decks. So if none of the like super good players are playing a deck and submitting stats for it, then the stats are going to get decreased naturally, because the only people playing it are the people that like playing clown decks that aren't very good. So it creates a lot of information biases and stuff like that. So I'm a player, though, that always loves looking at the bad decks and loves seeing, like, if a bad deck's close to being good on the global stats scale, then that means it probably is good because there's not enough good players really researching it and trying to make it work yet because it hasn't hit that radar yet. So I'm always one of those hipster guys trying to figure out, you know, what's good. So I can appreciate Omega Zero here, taking the risk on the Tempo Mage lineup here. And I love seeing it get rewarded. Anytime people take a risk and get rewarded, it's nuts. It's my favorite aspect of card games. Risk reward. Alright. You know, Patch is not the card you want to draw in the Pirate Warrior mirror. What is going on? Try and set up for the captain, I guess, the best you can. The question is, do you want to fire off this upgrade for that board control already? It can help you interact with potential 2-drops, potential 3-drops. So I know he's going to fire it off. He wants that tempo. He wants to be in charge. Yep. I think just why not, right? It's not gonna... This isn't the biggest value matchup. Sometimes it does turn kind of value-oriented. Omega Zero gonna clean up here to try and play around Cultist and Captain. Makes sense. I always rack double Cultist, double Captain, so keeping that board clean. At this point, Omega has the value advantage because he's got more cards in his hand. Like, essentially, they have the same number of cards this turn, but Omega's about to draw a card. So he's up 1 card out of the early game, down a couple points of life. Cards become a factor. It is a card game. This upgrade coin captain here can siege the tempo. It's pretty efficient on cards. It's scary developing a captain into your opponent's weapon, but I think you kind of want to start getting chip damage in. You could try and develop a smaller minion first to try and bait out charges, but I don't think the coin's getting too much value in your hand. It doesn't directly die on board. You're behind at the moment. I think it's worth taking. Second captain is not a lot of help here. Sidonia does have the ability to heroic strike this. Any minion he developed, though, dies. You could think about even double hitting this to save the heroic strike to answer the next minion. Let's try and keep up on cards. I'm not really too big of a fan of the mass development, but Sidonia's gonna go face. He's gonna try and just end the game. This works if he hits Reaper. He's not playing for the long game. He's saying, alright, Omega's up on board and he's up on cards. He's got 1 extra card on me. I have 1 advantage in this game so far, and that's the life count. And I can't win board with this weapon that he has, because that just cleanly answers all of my minions. So I'm going to try and just go all face and kill him before he can capitalize on his board advantage. So that's kind of where Sidonia's head's at right now. So most likely what's going to happen is Sidonia's going to trade his 3-2 into the South Sea Captain, and then weapon down the Buccaneer, so trading doesn't really accomplish anything. It would play around deckhand. Whew, that's a full clear. Full clear, but also a lot of damage. 13 plus 4. So let's say Sidonia Heroic Strikes goes face, that's 7, 8, 9 damage. He's got 4 to follow that up. That's 13 damage total. Omega Zero's at 14 life. It's not quite enough to just goose him all face, but do you win if you clear the board? So if Sidonia uses every card in his hand to clear the board, and all of the minions, and the weapon, he's down a minion, so he's down half a card, or down the weapon, because Omega has a weapon that's going to answer 1 of Sidonia's cards, right? So you can kind of count that as a card being down, because eventually Omega is going to kill 1 of your cards with that weapon for basically free, because you just used all of your burns, so you can't threaten lethal anymore. He's going to go for the clear. So yeah. Doesn't have enough burn to get the lethal, goes for the clear. So Omega is up 2 cards in this situation. Reaper isn't great here. It's not that great. I mean, it's one of the highest value cards, but you would definitely prefer a minion. But Reaper does threaten to either kill you or answer the next 2 things you play, which gains card advantage, or leverages lethal. One of the 2. So you can see here, Omega's starting to accumulate the board as Reaper trades half of itself for one of Sidonia's resources, extending the resource lead for Omega. Warx, pretty good pickup. Does the same thing. Anything the 2 for 1s is fantastic in these situations. And especially for Sidonia because he has the ability to turn on stopping going for value and starting to go for lethal much easier than Omega does because of how much damage he pushed in the opening. He did lose a card to push that much damage, but yeah, at what ratio is the damage to card worth it? That's a question for somebody much better at this game than I am, because that's the whole matchup, right? Is how much damage is cards worth? What is how does that transfer rate go back and forth? It's beyond me, and it looks like it's paying off for Sidonia, going for the more aggressive route in the beginning instead of the value game. He's picking up additional damage. Omega Zero is unable to establish a board against him. He's got 8 left. Omega's at 11 life. Sidonia is starting to threaten with some top decks. The Mortal's been already used. He's got 2 Korkrons, 2 Heroic Strikes, and 1 Leroy. But only the Leroy is lethal, right? Yeah, 8, 12. So he needs to find exactly Leroy for lethal, barring Omega taunts, you know? He's only got 1 taunt in the deck. So this could be the stabilization point for Omega. Although, drawing the N'Zoth's first bait doesn't even really count as drawing a card, almost. Well, gets a 1/1 out there. Still has the Mortals or the Heroic Strike to be able to utilize his weapon to trade for a minion. So, not too bad. The 1/1 threatens to push 1 damage every turn. Most definitely gonna have to Heroic Strike and clear this. Reaper only was able to go 1 for 1, which is a bit unfortunate for Omega. Gonna hold on to the Heroic Strike so that he can utilize it to trade with a bigger minion later, it looks like. I don't know if I like that. Does it set up lethal things? 6, 9, 15. It doesn't set up a lethal top deck. Is a 1/1 on the board better than a Heroic Strike in your hand? You can put Sidonia's card at either Leroy or Heroic Strike at this point. That's the card that has to be in Sidonia's hand. Because it's been sitting there since the very beginning of the game. He hasn't played it. He has opportunities to play everything else. So you know he's just got a burn card in hand, so the presence of a 1/1 is just so great. It's all about that card economy, man. Sidonia has 1 Heroic Strike, try and top deck his way out of this. He's got 2 Korkron Elites to try and top deck out of this. 3 outs for lethal. And a Reaper, too. So 4 outs for lethal for Sidonia. Unable to connect on it. He's staring down 7, 8, 9 damage, and he knows that Omega's final remaining card is either Mortal Strike or Heroic Strike. And he's rolling the dice and hoping it's Heroic Strike. It's been sitting there forever. It's got to be one of the 2. Leroy picked up for Omega. He's going to finish just in time. And although you can say, you know, both players going face the whole time, la, you can see by the end of it, the player that won was the guy that took the most damage in the beginning, didn't have board, but came out of the early game 1 card ahead. So, you know, you may sound like, Firebat, you know, you might be giving the Kappa Ross, you know, tell me more meme going on. But real talk, guys. I'm not just hyped it up. There's definite a card advantage thing that goes on in the early game of this matchup. And the player, if you track out like the card advantage, 666 means like GGG. They're BMing us. Come on, man. We didn't BM you guys when we had Cydonia going for the pentakill. We took it with style. There's no grace involved in that. But anyway, so in that matchup, the guy that wins most consistently is the guy that comes out with the most cards on the early stages of the game. So you could say it's just a draw-dependent mirror or whatever, but Cydonia had the better opening. And he went down one card. You know, you could say maybe it wasn't able to capitalize on, he didn't draw the burn when he needed, he had outs for lethal. But the card advantage in the early game is so absolutely critical in that matchup. Being able to be the one guy with a minion on the field, that guy wins that matchup way more than the other guy. It's not BM, Firebat, says Twitch chat. I don't know. When I'm trying to focus and play a game against my opponent and whatnot, and they start throwing up picket signs at me, feels a little BM. Maybe not, you know, maybe it's just the Chinese culture that's, I definitely think it's more entertaining stream-wise. Just, 666 equals LOL in Chinese? I have no idea. I thought it was GGG. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I've seen some Douyu streams in the past. They have an interesting feature. There's a little button if you go on the Douyu streams. There's like a button down here and it's like a little switch and you click it and then it makes Twitch chat just appear on the screen. It looks absolutely ridiculous. You can't see any Hearthstone. It's just masses of 666 floating around, flying everywhere. The 3-5 weapon, though, that's kind of what made Cydonia have to go all in, right? Cydonia decided to go all in because there was the 3-5 weapon that got created for Omega Zero, and he realized, I'm never winning the board against this 3-5 weapon. So that's, you know, that's the biggest influencer there, is that Omega was able to get the 3-5 weapon. So I like it, even though the all in didn't work for Cydonia, I'm pretty sure he had to go for the all-in. He set himself up for top decks for lethal, so he almost was able to get there, but just not quite at the end of it. But he wasn't winning the board from that 3-5 weapon most of the time. Warrior vs. Rogue. Cydonia's Pirate Warrior takes its best matchup now, finally. All of the bad matchups are out of the way. So, face Pirate Warrior up against Questing Rogue. Face Pirate Warrior hugely favored. Rogue has no taunts. Rogue has no heals. Rogue has no weapon removal. Rogue is a deck that is... It's kind of like a face combo deck. So what Rogue's game plan is, in most matchups, is it plays a bunch of cards that cycle, like Azure Drake and Gadgets and Auctioneer, and it plays a bunch of burn cards. And you burn them in the face, and then you run out of cards, and then you cycle, and then you burn them again and kill them. So it's like Pirate Warrior is the same thing, but instead of cycle, it's just all burn. So you can see how the guy trying to draw cards and the guy that's all of his cards already do the same thing. One deck performs its kill turn a little bit slower than the other one. So Rogue looks to try and do a bunch of damage, then draw the burn, then kill you on like turns 8, 9, or 10. And then Pirate Warrior is more direct, more organized approach to the action, where instead of worrying about draw, it's just like, I don't need to draw cards if I just run all burn, and then I'll just punch him in the face. So it's the same thing as Miracle Rogue, except you take the drawing part out of it. Both players opening with the Buccaneer, but one player's got Fiery War Axe. It's looking good for Cydonia this round. We may be able to see the reverse sweep into the pentakill. That's what we need. Cydonia, the North American hero. The guy that's been carrying Team NA all week. This guy's had a lot of weight on his shoulders. A lot of people believing him that he's going to be the guy that wins it for all North America. Had the pentakill. But now he's back against the wall. That's a real hit to North American morale as a team if their pentakiller gets taken out. So a lot more psychologically on the match than just needing the win. Wow. Omega's hand's been able to nicely remove everything Cydonia throws out there, and Cydonia's running out of stuff to throw out there. He does have the ability, if he wants to just maybe cash in this Mortal Strike. The Buccaneer most likely has to go. Alright, so if we count the burn from Cydonia's hand, he's got, with the Reaper, he'll swing with the first turn he plays it because he just needs to get enough swings in. So the first turn he swings is 5, and then he gets another 12 after that. So that's 17 there with Reaper upgrade. Now you count the Mortal Strike and the Heroic Strike, that's another 8 on top of the 17. So currently, Cydonia's 1 damage off of lethal over the next, 3 turns. So there was some argument to try and maybe ignore the Buccaneer and just swing face there, Mortal Strike face, and then Reaper face. Then upgrade the Reaper, go face, Heroic Strike, go face again, and just have that 3-turn lethal. And now if he tries to go for the 3-turn lethal, he's going to be 1 off, but he gets to save 9 life because there's not a Buccaneer slapping him in the face every turn. And so maybe he is able to buy the 4th turn in this sequence then, to have the last card for lethal. Thinking about whether he wants to backstab the Whelp or not. The backstab's an additional card with Gadget Sand. And there's not too many ways. There's not really any way that that Cydonia can really capitalize on the Whelp being on field, other than just the additional 1 point of face damage. Speaking of 1 point of face damage, though, that's all he needed. So now if he upgrades the Reaper, goes face, trades the deckhand, punches face for 1, he sets up lethal for next turn with Mortal Strike, Heroic Strike. Right? 6, 12, 16? Yeah. Although the Whelp's already hit face for 1, so yeah, he's 1 over. So clear the board, set up lethal. Seems like a good turn. Cashed in the Heroic Strike to play around Buccaneer pulling Swashbuckler pulling a taunt. I like it. Just get it in there. This is going one direction. So Omega looking to find the Swashbuckler. He's got 1 Swashbuckler in the deck. Can he hit it? He needs to not only hit it, but then he needs to prep a shield block. That's not it. A few more draws at it. Could have backstabbed his own gadget so he could guaranteed prep sap, but works out anyway. And still backstab his own gadget now. He's thinking about going for the fan before the backstab. If he preps the fan first, there's not going to be any armor game that he can prep out a Swashbuckler. Spectator mode is bugging, we're not seeing what's going on. Appears to be backstabbing his own gadget though, so I don't think he's got the Swashbuckler. I think he's just accepting... Yeah, he's just dead. I love spectator mode sometimes. When you draw too many cards too quickly off of Gadget Sand, or you play a card too quickly off the top, or pick something too fast from a Discover in Druid, one of the choose ones, it bugs out the spectator mode, and that's been like that for a few years now. No fault on the production team, they're just fighting the ever-ending battle. Production team versus Blizzard spectator client. It's not a battle you often win. It's a fight to the death. I've seen some production companies that do Hearthstone events have 4 spectating clients. So they have 2 spectators for each player. just so they have the backup one for when the spectator bugs happen. And they're just constantly switching between the two. It's intense. Hearthstone production. They make them work for it. Sometimes I've even seen, 3 clients lined up spectating just in case 2 break at the same time. And you got the third one in there. Cydonia on the board. Picks up his first point. Gonna immediately go up with the Rogue, taking on the Rogue Mirror. This is a matchup he's been able to win against Omega Zero in the past, but things have changed now. Omega Zero, instead of running the standard Miracle Rogue, which he was losing against Cydonia's Questing Rogue not once but twice, he has switched now to this Rogue build, which is the North American Rogue build. Oh, that's a priest. The North American Rogue build card for card. So exactly the same deck Cydonia's been destroying them with. All of the Chinese players have copied and switched that to their Rogue deck. So they've been like, alright, what is the North American team that's done right so far this tournament? What's been their strong points? And they're like, the variation of their Rogue just been crushing our Rogue in the mirror. Let's just admit that we were wrong about which Rogue's the best one. And switch to their Rogue build. So I think it's a good sense of adapting. Here we go. The Rogue Mirror. The mulligans flying out. The Tomb Pillager. And the Pirates start for Omega Zero. Up against Cydonia, going first with the Pirates. Going first with the Pirates is incredibly powerful. It used to be, back in the day, that going second with Rogue was always the best. Like, it was just like, the coin's so powerful, you really want to have the coin. Nowadays, though, going first with Rogue yields higher win rates in most matchups. Even though you get the bonus coin, which works so well with Gadgets and Auctioneer, Edwin Van Cleef, Questing Adventure, Buccaneer on 1, better than that. Which is insane to me. Like, how can the entire deck of Rogue works with the coin so well that you not only run 1 copy of the coin, but you run 2 copies of the coin, and getting an extra one isn't as good as going first with Buccaneer. Like, didn't that just blow your mind? Because if they start with the coin, that's literally drawing an extra card for their deck because they run 2 copies of the coin. And going first with Buccaneer is still better. Just... Buccaneer is insane, dude. It's absolutely nuts. Omega Zero has to develop here into this Buccaneer, and he has to take the trade here to prevent Cydonia from just being able to dagger up and take a value trade with his own Buccaneer. So that means Cydonia gets 6 free damage to start out the match with. Which is pretty good when your hand's Leroy Eviscerate, because he gets to trade here on Omega Zero's Buccaneer, and then the 3-1 goes face, and then Omega has to dagger up and kill the 3-1. So Omega Zero starts the game at 23 life. And that's the difference between going first and second with the Buccaneer start. One player's got 30, one player's got 23, or 29, one player's got 23. And in Rogue Mirror, with no taunts and no heals, and both players running double conceal, every bit of damage counts. That counts a real lot. Not looking sweet on the turn for Cydonia. Only option seems to be daggering the face and redaggering, but he's taking his time here, maybe thinking about future turns or trying to bluff the fact that some of his cards are playable this turn. Try and reduce Omega's potential to read the hand. Because if you take one of those turns extremely quickly, your opponent can be like, bam, none of those cost 3. And then they can write that down on their pen and paper and try and narrow down what those cards could possibly be. So taking your time is often important. 6-10, 14 damage in the hand for Cydonia. 2 pokes with a dagger and a second eviscerator or cold blood would be lethal. Oh, the conceal! Oh, what is he doing? Okay. If he conceals the Azure Drake there, is that a 2-turn lethal? If you conceal that Azure Drake, that guarantees 4 damage, and then the spell power makes it so it guarantees 5. So that would be 2 damage from the dagger, 4 damage from the Drake, 5 damage from the Eviscerate. So that's 11 plus Leroy Coldblood is another 10, and you have 3 turns to do it, so you get the dagger poke in enough times to close it out. So yeah, there was a 2-turn, or there was a lethal setup there by Sodonia. If he goes for the conceal, I guess he felt he was going to take too much damage, or maybe missed it. This has been one of Sidonia's struggles with Rogue throughout the entire tournament. The 2-turn lethal identification has been the only thing I've seen Sidonia be able to miss on Rogue. Other than that, Rogue play, fantastic, but these all-in lethals, they've presented themselves a few times, and Sidonia has yet to capitalize on them. One of the earlier games on in the series, you know, maybe he like played this turn too quickly because he had a plan with what he wanted to do and didn't adjust to the top deck. But one of the games earlier on in the series, he actually had a turn 5 guaranteed lethal in Rogue versus... It was the Rogue mirror, yeah, he had a turn 5 guaranteed lethal, and he missed it with a 2-turn guaranteed lethal setup. It would have been so disgustingly sick, but he might get a little punished here. Omega Zero's going in. Omega Zero with 4, 8, 9, 10 damage, 16, 17 with the Leroy. No one card can set up lethal for him, but he just wants to get the questing out there, get big. Put out a lot of pressure as soon as he can. When you're able to capitalize 1 mana into 10 damage, usually you do it, right? Because that's what that Conceal basically just did. 1 mana 10. Take it. Sidonia has the ability to do what here? Is there any sort of way he can set up lethal now? If he goes Leroy in for 6, then he's got 14 to follow up, potentially. If he's able to top deck another Eviscerate or another Cold Blood. So he's got a decent chance to try and get there. Omega Zero trying to look for Cold Blood for lethal. It looks like he's got 10% chance there, according to the overlay thing. Sidonia realizes, I think Omega's trying to kill me. We gotta go in for the YOLO line now, but I think it might be too late. He's on a top deck, though. No SI7s in the build, so that's not one of the potential lethal outs. There is only the second Cold Blood or the second Eviscerate for Sidonia. Or a Swashbuckler card, I guess. Could get the job done. 1 Swashbuckler for Sidonia. Meanwhile, Omega Zero, how much damage is that? The questing grows with every card. He could play potentially 2 cards this turn, so questing's max damage is 6. 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 20 damage for him. Not enough to get it done. Nothing found off Gadget. With enough preps and Cold Bloods and coins, maybe he gets there. You definitely want to Cold Blood something that's not the questing. Distribute your power. Otherwise your board gets kind of weak to sap. I would not hate on one of the 1/1s because even though it dies to Fan, if your opponent's spending 3 mana playing Fan of Knives, it's going to be real tough for him to kill the questing and the Gadget and the Drake. And if any one of these minions sticks, you have lethal. You might have lethal this turn. It's 18, 19, 20 damage. Not enough to get there. Sidonia here with 2 outs for lethal off the top. And a Swashbuckler. Not gonna get there. Yep. He had the ability with the Azure Drake prep conceal to set up a 2-turn, but Played a little too quickly, maybe, didn't see it. And the hope of North America, the hard carry, the guy that has been winning every game for North America throughout all of NA versus CN, the only Canadian, goes down to Omega Zero. If you're sitting there on Team NA, you gotta be shaking in your boots. The guy that you've believed in, the guy that has won everything for you, just got taken out. Oh man, how are they gonna... Do they have anybody that can come back? Somebody that can stop the reign of Omega Zero. Little information about Omega Zero. We've already went over his decks like 10 times, so I won't bore you with that again. We'll just talk about the guy. Omega Zero performed consistently well throughout 2016. He has reached #1 on ladder more times than anyone in Hearthstone. #1. More times. The most #1 finishes on ladder out of anyone. So the guy plays just a crazy amount of games, and we're talking #1 legend. He also finishes on the highest populated server in all of Hearthstone. So China has their own server, and it has the most amount of legend players out of any other server, and this guy has finished #1 legend on it more times than Kalento, more times than everybody, you know? Absolutely crazy. He has won multiple Gold Series Hearthstone tournaments, which are like mini BlizzCons in China. And he has been the leader in Hearthstone World Championship competitive ranking for several months in 2015 and continues to be the leader in Hearthstone World Championship points in 2016. Which I don't know how well comparable that stat is, because the World Championship points are done differently in China than they are done in the rest of the world. So that was kind of, it's impressive still, nonetheless, holy smokes, he's killing everybody, good job, but it's harder to compare that one to, North America and Europe, as we have a different system than them. He rarely makes mistakes, and in China, he is especially profound at Warlock, and apparently he is known as the Zoo Master. Except he does not play Zoo in this tournament, because Zoo is garbage this meta, for now. People try to bring it back. There's some people maybe researching it, trying to find it. You can definitely tell that this guy plays some off-the-wall decks with the Tempo Mage lineup he's created. But I'm happy seeing Omega just crushing with a Tempo Mage lineup, as not really many people are trying the Tempo Mage, and this cool anti-rogue, anti-pirate warrior Tempo Mage by Omega. So they need to send up someone on the North American roster that doesn't have Tempo Mage, that doesn't have Pirate Warrior and doesn't have Rogue, preferably, or at least only has one of those two decks. Is there anyone on the North American roster that isn't playing those decks? Let's see. So I'm just going to go through the players one by one and try and figure out who doesn't have Rogue or Pirates. If everyone has Pirates, we could see the Omega Pentakill. Oh gosh. Alright, here it goes, loads in. We have Frozen, he has Druid, Pirate Warrior, Reno Lock, Shaman, Rogue, Pirate Warrior and Rogue, And then after that there's just Dog and Chalky. We have Dog with... Sorry, the load times are atrocious. My internet's good, it's just China's far away. Dog with the Shaman, Druid, Reno Mage, Rogue, and hopefully not Pirate Warrior. Oh, Pirate Warrior. Oh, jeez. Last up is Chalky. Come on, NA. Tell me you have some more diversity than this. Not off to a good start, Pirate Warrior. Oh, right off the bat, the 1-2. Oh, jeez. Every player has Pirate Warrior and Rogue. And they're all the same Rogues and the same Pirate Warriors, all card for card. They got read like a book, man. Omega's lineup beats that exact Pirate Warrior and that exact Rogue, and it's been brought by every player on the entire North American lineup. They're gonna get pentakilled. NA. This is the mistake China made in round 2. So in round 2 of the tournament, China all brought the same exact Dragon Priest, and the same exact rogue, and they got farmed by Sidonia. Sidonia's lineup just beat their Dragon Priest and beat their rogue build, and he pentakilled. And now, it seems like NA has made the same mistake in this round. In a last player standing, you gotta try and have players to counter all the specific lineups, and creating too many similarities in the lineups causes a lot of issues with that sort of thing. But anyway, I'm gonna go to a quick break real quick, and we'll be back when the action starts. Alright, sorry about that, but we are back. Casters in China are still talking, and I'm back to talking here. So, yeah, NA, I think, is going to get super punished for the way that they've designed these lineups and how many similar decks they have between the players. Like, don't get me wrong, good decks are good, but you got 5 players, and you need to be able to be prepared for everything. I think it's a little bit, like, disrespectful to your opponents to think, you know, that they're not going to try and have players that can kind of counter different things, right? Like, you have to kind of assume that they're going to try and counter what's been most popular. And if we look at the North American lineups over the last 2 days, the most popular deck between all of the North American players has been Rogue. They have brought the same Rogue deck with all of their players almost every single round of the tournament. 4 players, I think, had Rogue in round 1, but all 5 players from the North American lineup had the same exact Rogue deck card for card in round 2. And they did it again in round 3. Like, it worked the first time, don't get me wrong, their Rogue deck was killer the first time around. When they all brought it in round 2, it performed extremely well for them, and they were able to get a lot of wins alongside it. But I think they underestimated the Chinese team a little bit by thinking, well, it worked round 2, let's just play it round 3. There's no way they can beat it. Ha ha ha. But your opponent's going to change. Your opponent's going to notice, hey, what was beating us? Oh, they all ran the same exact Rogue deck card for card and that smashed us? Let's prepare a counter to that. That seems like a good idea going forward. So, I guess NA didn't think that they would do that. And their second most popular deck in round 1 and 2 was Pirate Warrior. Almost every player brought Pirate Warrior in round 1, and almost every player brought Pirate Warrior in round 2. I think barring one guy didn't bring Pirate Warrior in those rounds. So these are decks that, if you pick apart at the North American deck lists, and the deck lists are public, that they have been running every single round. And hats off to, you know, the Chinese team here, able to pick out that, hey, they're bringing these decks every single round. Round 3 is coming up, they're probably going to bring these decks again. They seem to think that these decks are unbeatable. How can we beat them? When they racked their brains, they came up with Tempo Mage. I love seeing that. I love seeing off-the-wall deck lists that aren't supposed to be good in the meta come out and just absolutely linchpin a lineup to make it just all come together and work to get that sweet, sweet anti-Pirate Warrior, anti-Rogue lineup. It's beautiful. It's my favorite aspect of Hearthstone. It's weird decks winning. Seems we're going to a quick commercial break to learn about some Heroes of the Storm. So enjoy that one. All right, it looks like we are going to see the player. It is Dog coming up to try and take down Omega Zero. Now let's take a look here. Dog's lineup. Those are the classes. Bans going in. Shaman's banned from both players. What is Dog bringing? He definitely has Rogue and Pirate Warrior. We checked all the lineups from North America. Every single one of their players walks into the trap that Omega Zero has set. His lineup counters Rogue and it counters Pirate Warrior. We've been seeing it already. We may be continuing to see it here. Dog's Shaman's banned. You don't need to look at that. Other than that, he's got Jade Druid, much like Reynad's build. Except he has a Gadgets and Auctioneer in his, as well as the 2 Ancient of Wars. So his is a little bit greedier. He has the 1 Gadgets and Auctioneer in there. So a little more value-oriented in it, but still really defensive. You know, double Ancient Warrior is super, super anti-aggro. But instead of the Druid of the Claw, he rocks Gadgets and Auctioneer. So we'll pull that up here. So Jade Druid should perform well against the Temple Mage. In my experience, I find that matchup to be Jade Druid favored, as well as the limited amount of stats available for Temple Mage claim that it struggles against Jade Druid, which is interesting. Not a deck you would think Temple Mage would have a hard time against, but apparently it does. So at least he's got that going for him. Next, he has his Reno Mage. Oh, that's the second sheet. So the first... Okay. He's got pretty defensive, lots of draw. Draw is fantastic against aggro. It helps you get your key cards a lot faster. So there's cards that definitely are much better than other cards in Reno decks. You know, every card that says if your deck only has no duplicates left, then win the game. Those cards are extremely powerful to find, so having additional draw to try and get towards those is very good against aggro. He's got the Flame Lance in there. A little greed on top with Ragnaros. Sometimes people play Archmage Antonidas, or sometimes they play Medivh, or sometimes they just play the Tome. Tome allows you to draw defensive options, just 5 mana, draw 3 or create 3 random cards. A lot of times for me, I like to go with the 5 mana do nothing because I just usually get garbage off of it. But a lot of players like that as their late game threat because you can outvalue control decks, or you can just get defensive options against aggro. The Ragnaros, you gotta imagine, is selected as the late game threat due to Rogue. Rogue's been a popular deck in the metagame, and if there's one way to toast a Rogue, it's getting down to early Ragnaros. So, not a bad little defensive Reno Mage. Should be able to get a win. And then he's got his own Rogue. All of the players in North America are playing card for card exactly the same questing Rogue deck. And we've seen how that's worked out for them thus far, so you gotta imagine he's gonna need to pilot this very, very well and get a little lucky to be able to get a win with it against the anti-rogue lineup that he's coming up against. And then last, he's got the Pirate Warrior. And we've seen Pirate Warrior struggle from every player that's piloted it against Omega Zero's lineup. So Pirate Warrior is one of those decks where you can draw the nuts. You can get a win with Pirate Warrior against anything. It can happen. You can go first, just get Small Time Buccaneer on 1, into Fiery Warx, into Cultist, into, Corkron Elite him in the face, into Arcanite Reaper, and play 2 Dread Corsairs into Leroy kill him. Like, that can happen, and there's not a deck in Hearthstone that's going to stop that. So, with a little bit of good fortune, anything is possible. Omega still has a lot of players he's got to cut through, and there's still the question of, is this mage even good? This is an untested deck. This archetype is old but brand new at the same time. Might fail him. Maybe that's the deck that's the straw, the one that breaks. I don't know. It's up against Reno Mage first, though. You look at Omega Zero's decks, probably the only deck that's decent against the Reno Mage from Dog. Yeah, I'd have to put on the Temple Mage, so he's won the Conquest RNG selection order here, coming up for the favorable matchup for himself. You can kind of pin Dog on potentially playing with the Reno Mage. If you look at all the decks, you think, well, the best win rate deck for Dog is probably Reno Mage. Maybe he'll just start with Reno Mage. And then you play whatever's best against your opponent's best decks, the level 1 mind games. Then you could overthink it, go for the level 2 mind games, and be like, my opponent's best deck is Reno Mage, so they're going to play what counters my best counter to Reno Mage, because they're going to think that I'm going to counter their best deck. But Omega Zero keeps it simple. Goes with level 1 mind games instead of level 2. Once you start getting into level 3 and 4, it starts getting silly. Most people in Conquest, though, what they do instead of trying to mind games is they roll a die, and whatever number that gets corresponds with one of their decks, and then they play that deck. And then all of that mind games thing is irrelevant. If you believe your opponent is going to try and mind games you, you have a few options. One, the counter mind games. If you think they're going to try and deliberately pick something, you can figure out what it is, and then try and deliberately pick the thing that beats that. Other option, if you roll a die, your opponent cannot mind games you, but you don't get the advantage of potentially mind gamesing your opponent. So it's kind of like a little pre-game thing where you decide if you want to have a battle or if you want to just skip it. It's kind of cool. So most players opt to roll a die and just skip it. But if you go for the mind games and you feel like you're just better at mind games than your opponent, and they roll a die, you don't get any disadvantage in that. So if one player opts to try and mind games and the other doesn't, neither comes out with an advantage. So it's kind of like a limited risk strategy if you feel like you're better at mind games than your opponent. And since this is round 3, there is data available of your opponent's queuing tendencies. So you'll see a lot of times players will write down the order of which decks were played, or be able to go back and watch the VODs. See, you know, players naturally have patterns. People naturally have patterns, not just players. So you can kind of see what they do every time. And try and pick out, you know, if they're a random guy, or if they're a mind games guy, or if they're a mind games level 2 or level 1 guy. People don't usually change too much. You just make a mental note of that. Next time you play that guy, you're like, this guy mind games level 1. And then so he's always going to pick the best deck against what my best deck is. So I can just mind games level 2, got him, piece of cake. Or you're like, this guy's a randomness guy. I don't have to think about it, I just have to worry about the game. And then there's like the mind games level 12 guy. You go up against someone like Life Coach or Stan Sifka, and you're like, I don't even want to try and mind games. That pool of just mind gameness is too deep. At the end of that, you just don't know which way is up. That's a guy that I can never figure out what the hell he's thinking. I played against Stan Sifka maybe 8 or 9 times in tournaments, and literally have never known what is going through that guy's head when it comes to queue orders. But he always seems to figure me out, man. That guy mind games like level 1,000,000. He has like a chess grandmaster or something, and guy can figure out queue orders if you try and accept that one. I think that's the one player I would roll a dice against. Everyone else, I always try and mind games them. I think it's fun. I think it's a cool aspect of the game. But against Stan Sifka, I'm gonna roll a die. It's just, I don't want to deal with that. Dog here, looking to play defensively off the opening here. So what is the breakdown of this? Dog's going to be clearing the minions. He's the Reno Mage. If the game goes long, he wins in value every time. Yeah, they both have pretty similar cards in their decks, but Reno Mage has, you know, Ragnaros, Alexstrasza, the ability to heal to 30, Cabal Courier, Kazakis, just all of these things that just completely thrash Omega Zero's deck in value. Whereas on the other side of thing, Omega Zero has 10 cards that cost 1 mana. 10. And a 1 mana costing card is not super great for value. So the ability for Omega Zero to win in the value game is extremely limited. He needs to win by pressure. He needs to win early. Face damage is key. That Pyroblast is a good pickup. So if he's going to win this game, he needs to get enough damage in and enough pressure in that Dog has to use resources inefficiently. Like if he can force Dog to kind of panic Kazakis and get a 1 mana Kazakis potion, or he can force Dog to have to Reno super early into a large board of damage, effectively making the Reno heal for less, then he can limit the amount of value Dog's deck has, and then maybe have a chance to outvalue him. But all of the lines, value or not, start by optimizing face damage, making sure Dog gets in awkward situations where he can't play his cards efficiently because he has to react in a panic to the board. And then you go from there. And if you can identify a situation where Dog has utilized enough cards inefficiently to stay alive, then you could think about transitioning into a value game plan. But that's a long way away for Omega Zero right now, even with the Pyroblast getting picked up off the Babbling Book, which is a huge amount of value either for face damage or for trading. It trades with basically any card. You still have to imagine you have to go the aggro route and then find that transition point, if a transition point ever even makes itself an opportunity, because Reno Mage is the king of value. It's got to be the highest value deck in like all of Hearthstone. He's even got Manic Soulcaster in there, so if the cards line up in the way Dog wants them to, he's going to be able to have, you know, additional Kazakhases, which, talk about crazy. The most broken card in the game more than one time. Second Water Elemental picked up. Water Elemental's got a lot of health. It's very difficult to remove. 15 damage already threatened for next turn out of Omega Zero's hand. And a Pyro and a Firelance Portal to follow up. This is starting to get to that overwhelming pressure point where Dog's going to have to use cards inefficiently a lot quicker than I thought it would. A lot quicker than I thought it would. He's just got very limited ways to interact with these Water Elementals. He needs to pick up a Flame Strike. A good Blizzard and a Flame Strike, clean everything up, would be fantastic. Oh wow. There aren't a lot of minions that are bad to Dirty Rat out of Omega Zero's deck. There is a Ragnaros. That's something to be weary of. That could happen. You could pull the Ragnaros and just lose, but Dog feels back against the wall with these two Water Elementals punching him in the face, and seeing Omega Zero play every card off the far right of his hand, not touching all the cards on the left side, and the deck running so many spells, Dog feels like the gamble's worth it and he gets rewarded. So a little read of what's going on in the hand and some risk assessment there, realizing you're in a losing position and trying to figure out a way to get out of it. I like it. Power, Arcane Blast, Firelance Portal. Those are the two immediate options that jump out to me. I really don't like fireballing the Dirty Rat or something like that, but that's the best way to maintain your minion's health total for potentially making Blizzard and Flame Strike more awkward, which going into turn 7, Flame Strike's what's on his mind, so Omega's gonna try and stretch the power of the stickiness of his board to try and make it as good against Flame Strike and Firelance Portal as he can do. How much damage? With a Fireball gone, Dog only has to worry about double Frostbolt Fireball, so max 12 damage coming out of Omega's hand. Barring, you know, some crazy sort of Ice Lance thing off the Babbling Book. I guess technically he could go Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Frostbolt with the Babbling Book. It's possible. Well, you're not gonna play around that, obviously. But it would be hilarious. Going face with the Loot Hoarder. Interesting. The trade would kind of bluff Flame Strike a little bit. Going face gives the ping value for 2 damage. But it does force your opponent to have to ping, which lowers the odds of Ragnaros getting played. Or makes it so they have to take the trade with the Water Elemental if they want to play Ragnaros. Which is the most expected turn 8 play. Seems fine. With spell power on the board, burst damage starts getting a bit scary. Renoing into 7's not that bad, but renoing at 14 feels pretty crummy. So Dog trying to figure out a way if he can stretch this Reno out a little bit more. The issue with stretching out the Reno, though, does come into the fact that Omega can potentially play more pressure on this board, and then you have to Reno into more minions. So you gotta evaluate how much is trying to prolong this Reno worth it if you're not interacting with the board well this turn. And using Blizzard this turn is not a great way to interact with the board. Blizzard gets better the longer the game goes on, because your opponent will have more things on the board. So he's effectively, instead of Renoing this turn, he removed 4 power. So he's hoping that Omega can't develop 4 power with Or more than 4 power with 9 mana, which I find ambitious. Well, works out for him. That's only 3. So he's Renoing into less pressure by 1. At the cost of the Blizzard, though, which is an expensive card to utilize. Oh, he's not even Renoing. He picked up the Alex there for a second. Wow, he's really stretching it with the Alexes. Alright, he's reaching for that Volcanic Potion now, so this is a Volcanic Potion Reno. The Alex seems a bit greedy. With 6 damage on the board, you die to Fireball number 2 Crossbow. Water Elemental cleaned up. The Blizzard works out for Dog. He's Renoing and only 3 power from Omega Zero. I wonder why Omega Zero held back the Ragnaros that turn and went with the Firelands Portal instead. The Rag connecting to the face. It could be a nice little Rag flip here to basically decide the game. Because if Dog's Rag misses, he no longer has an answer to this. He could also go with Kazakus, look for Polymorph. The Rag odds of hitting is 50%, the odds of finding Polymorph 66%. It's higher odds to find Kazakus Polymorph, but it means you're Kazakusing for 5. I don't think it's that bad. If it backfires, you can't really go with the Rag the turn after though, which is a little sketchy. It's gonna develop card draw to also try and fish for Polymorph at the same time. Polymorph or Fireball would be great to clean this Rag up. Lands the Rag shot, that puts him in a very commanding position. Apparently there's a bug or something. Omega Zero raises his hand for the Edmund. There was a little lag when he played the Arcane Intellect. Maybe that's what it's about. Edmund walks away. Must have been resolved. I guess the game just froze for a second there. Freezing Potion doesn't accomplish much. Can't really freeze a Ragnaros. You could freeze the Acolyte, I guess. Save it for Flamewaker, most likely. He has yet to see a Flamewaker with his Tempo Mage. He's played 3 games of it. No Flamewakers to be found. Well, when your 8/8 sticks, usually another one's pretty good. Can't argue with that logic. And it's the fastest way to turn up the heat. That is an 8/8 that deals 13 face damage. Now that's value. He just Pyroblasted and developed an 8/8. Well. Yeah. There's no coming back from that Rag flip. He's gonna fight it out. Freezes the Rag, tries to, be able to connect this 3-2 maybe. What does he need to win this game? What is the game plan for Omega Zero? What card makes things come together here? The Rag's gone. He doesn't have enough burn in hand currently to make anything happen off the top. He needs an opening to play Pyroblast, so he's got very limited time to actually launch this Pyroblast. He definitely needs an Arcane Intellect in there. It's not going to be any one card that saves him. He's going to need to find Arcane Intellect, and he's going to need to do something good with it. Flamewaker missiles are not very optimistic looking with 2 8/8s on the field. That Rag connecting to the face there is going to limit Omega Zero's clock dramatically. So I like Dog there, making sure he makes sure to connect the Rag to the face. Oh, there's Arcane Intellect. He needed that to kind of bail his way out of here, but now he's not really going to have the time to ever launch this Pyro. He's got the burn. He's got 20 damage in hand. He just needs 2 turns to be able to do it, and Dog's not going to give him that time. He's going to try and fight this out with the clearing. Try to clear Reno Mage and gain board control from him once they have it is it's downright impossible. Add 2 Alexstrasza's to his deck, or add 2 Kazakuses to his deck and create all of the Kazakus potions in the world. Yeah. And if he just gets like any amount of armor gain, or even he can get burned this turn, and oh yeah, and gain 2 health, this board's safe around Babbling Book Flame Strike. I like that selection there from Dog to just remove that out for Omega Zero. Omega could have maybe Babbling Book Flame Strike cleared the board. I don't know what's going on with the faces Dog is making there, but something funny happened, I guess. Alright, now where's the North American team with their signs holding up the 666s? Come on, you gotta BM them back. The Chinese team keeps throwing up 666 songs, or 666 signs every time they win a game. Where's ours? Come on, guys, team! If Frozen's not even facing the right direction. What is this team spirit? Everyone's just staring at their phones and Frozen's in the corner, literally staring at the wall. The other team's making signs, and that's why we're losing, man. We need someone over there, like cheerleaders or spirit organizers or something. We need Twitch chat coming over there just cheering them on in real life. The Doge needs our support. The Druid! Jade Druid with double Ancient of War. The Jade Druid hits its most favorable matchup. It's gotta be the most favorable matchup. It has to be this Dragon Priest. This Dragon Priest has a few tech cards in it that are quite useless in the matchup. So Omega Zero's Dragon Priest, it's gotta be my favorite deck of today that we've seen so far. Quick little showcase of it here. 1 Northshire Cleric, 1 Acidic Swamp Ooze, 1 Blackwing Technician, a Defender of Argus, a Mass Dispel, and a Bookworm and a Dragonfire Potion. I believe this deck is favored against Rogue. Isn't that crazy? He's made in his anti-Rogue lineup is a Dragon Priest that I think is favored against Rogue. And it's been proven to be doing quite well. It's picked up both of its wins against Rogue, I believe. And it's picked up 2 wins against Rogue, yeah. Or no, 1 win against Rogue, 1 win against Pirate Warrior. So it's just, that's what his lineup seems to be designed to do, and this deck just performed in those 2 matchups. However, it's not designed to counter Jade Druid. Northshire Cleric's a great card against Jade Druid to cycle through your deck, find your synergies. Acidic Swamp Ooze is not a great card. He's only got 1 Northshire Cleric. Acidic Swamp Ooze accomplishes very little against Jade Druid. They don't typically run too many weapons. Defender of Argus isn't bad. Mass Dispel, totally useless versus Jade Druid. So that card's a bit of a liability. If you draw it, you basically have to discard 4 mana to be able to find an actual card from your deck. No Wild Growth for Dog. This is a matchup where Wild Growth is extremely important because Priest's whole game plan is playing overstated minions before you can deal with them. Well, if you're a mana ahead of them, you can just deal with those minions just fine. Your removal just suddenly starts to line up super clean. But when you're not, that's when you start running into trouble as the Druid player, is everything you do just almost kills their stuff. It's just almost good enough, but not quite enough to get the job done. So, the Priest is actually the aggressive deck in this matchup. Jade Druid is looking to try and play as many Jade cards as possible, ramp up their Jades to a point where they don't get shreked by the Priest minions. Once they hit about 4 or 5 attack on the Jade tokens, the Priest can no longer like value trade into them or farm them with small minions, and they start becoming a real threat. Prior to that point, though, the Priest is just given all of the tempo, while the Jade Druid is either ramping in mana or ramping in Jade counters. So they have to be extremely defensive and try and not let the Priest board accumulate. So we can see him here wrathing for 3 already, right out of the gate for Dog. Just realizing he's got to kill these minions. He can't let the board stack up. If the game can go long, he can win. There's a few 4-drops in the Jade Druid build. More 4-drops than normal Druid because of the Jade Spirits. So I really like Nourishing for draw here. Try and find an option for turn 4. You never need to cycle Jades into your deck in this matchup. Your Jades will get to, you know, big enough to close out the game without cycling them into your deck. You don't need additional Jade idols rather than the 2. So it's more important is to utilize them for tempo, utilize them to ramp up your Jade count so that you don't fall too far behind on board so that your other cards have a higher impact. One thing that's going to be a potential liability for Dog in this matchup is he's running double Ancient of War, which is great against the Pirate Warrior and great against some of the other decks, but against Priest, Ancient of War is a huge liability. If you play it and it gets Shadow Word Death, you just spent 7 mana and they dealt with it with only 3, which means they continue developing the board and get to push a ton of damage. And Druid does not have an easy time recovering from tempo swings like that. They don't have any AoE. There's no Kazakus in Druid. They don't have Twisting Nether. If the board stacks up, it's going to stay there for a very long time. So at some points, you can't really even risk the tempo swing of the Ancient War, and you have to just hold on to it, because if they death it, you just lose. And we can see here, Dog has an Ancient War. Omega Zero's got a death. There may be a nasty little interaction down the line. 4 mana 5/6 can be played next turn. The Crusher can't. The downside of the 4 mana 5/6 could be a bit of a liability if you imagine your board's getting swept here. You already seen one swipe. It's interesting. This card's better if you expect your opponent to innervate Ancient of War and then you utilize Death on it, but... Oh, speaking of the silence here, Mass Dispel, I said in the beginning, probably pretty useless in this matchup. It does deal 5 damage to Ancient of War. Kind of cute. Omega Zero looking for a play off the top. It's not unreasonable to expect to find something here either. 5 mana is the most populated mana slot in Dragon decks. There are so many 5-drops in Dragon decks because, you know, you gotta fit in Corruptor, Azure Drake, Operative, for Priest anyway. 6 5-drops in the deck. Unable to find one though, and getting pretty punished for not taking the 4 mana option there. If he takes the 4 mana option, no matter what 1-drop it is, except for the 2/4, he can pretty much clear it off with his minions. And have a 5/6 in play here. But he took the riskier line. He was saying, you know what, like 70, maybe less, maybe like 60% of the time, he top decks a play that costs between 3 to 5 mana and has a decent turn and doesn't get punished and then has the 6-drop to follow it up. Well, it's kind of taunting to draw double 5 immediately after. And there's, of course, there's the upside that he did have enough on board, even if he whiffs, to get a 9/9 on turn 6. Imagine how much more pressure he'd have if he had if he top decked the minion too. So he took a risk there. Didn't get really rewarded, but didn't get punished too hard neither. Lined up pretty okay. Interesting little line. Yeah, and this is the situation where it's kind of a bummer to play Ancient of War. He's got the second one though. When you play Ancient of War and it gets deathed, usually the only way Druid recovers in tempo is the second one. So there is potential Omega doesn't death here, because you can't develop while deathing. and corruptoring that 4-3 looks really juicy. You can corruptor the 4-3, double trade, heal the Crusher. We see the second Ancient War there. There's only one death target in Dog's entire deck, and that's Ancient War. So, it's very tempting to death. I think you develop less, though, so I prefer the Corruptor play. Yeah, Omega's gonna take it. This is great if there's a second Ancient War, which Dog didn't hesitate that long on his Ancient War turn, which makes you think probably has a second one, because otherwise you fear the death a lot of the times too much. He also didn't have a lot of options. He kind of had to play Ancient War, but I saw the Jade tokens become death targets eventually, but once those start becoming death targets, it's not even a tempo gain to death them. So having death for those situations isn't even good. Because they essentially get those for free, or 2 mana. Oftentimes, Jades are kind of associated on the card cost with being like 2 mana extra. You know, 4 mana is a 2/3 plus a Jade count. 6 mana is a 3/6 plus a Jade count. 2/3 is 2 mana. So then Jade counts 2 mana. So your death costs 3 mana to kill something that they played for 2 mana. And that's going to wrap it up there. The save on the death by Omega Zero gives him the ability to get the lethal here. Developing minions instead of utilizing death. Boom. Priest, looking good, takes a win. 1-1 tied series so far. Omega looking to try and get his triple kill. The signs back up for Team China. Well played. Lots of team spirit for those guys. Frozen's facing the correct direction now. For Team North America. So Priest is through. Omega still needs to win with that Mage deck. That's kind of the spot I imagine is the weak link in the lineup. That's the biggest hope for Team North America, is this Mage deck not working for Omega Zero, because alright, it looks like Omega is not playing Priest because he just won with Priest, so that was a missed screen share. And then yeah, okay, it's the Pirate Warrior from Dog up against the Rogue from Omega. This is terrific for Dog. All of Omega's lineup is pretty good against Pirate Warrior, except the Rogue. Every other deck in his lineup seems very favored against Pirate Warrior, especially his 10 1-drop Mage, which, if Dog's able to sneak this Pirate Warrior out of this Conquest Gauntlet, then it's going to make it a lot harder for Omega to get the win on the Mage. Suddenly the Mage only has one favorable matchup, so the Tempo Mage can only farm Dog's Rogue, and Rogue can beat just about anything. So this is super important for Dog to win. This will put him in a great position to take down Omega if he's able to take this series. So a little bit fortunate on the Q order for him. Maybe he's mind games in him though. Maybe they've seen the pattern. Figured it out. I don't know. It appears Omega is just rolling a dice and randoming it, so I can't imagine they've deciphered some sort of crazy pattern, but maybe. Typically speaking, if you have the favored lineup in the matchup, right, you don't want to mind games because you already have an advantage, and if you mind games and lose the mind games, you just throw away that advantage. Whereas if you just dice roll with a favored lineup, then nobody can mind games anybody and you still come out favored at the end of that. So typically speaking, that's what players do so that they can just make sure that if they have an advantage, they keep it, as far as lineups are concerned. Because that's one way to lose a lineup advantage, is if you try and predict your opponent's Q order and mess up with your lineup advantage, and then you could very well lose it. So I imagine, and from what I've been seeing so far, Omega is just rolling a dice and then randomly picking a deck to play, which is the optimal way to play Conquest. It's a fun tournament format. Going with the Finley first, and you got, this is because of the 1-3 stat line here. It interacts quite nicely against the dagger from Omega Zero, whereas 1-1s, oh, he's coining them both out, okay, sure. You get all the pressure. Get behind this too. This is good. You want to get that Nizosphorus Mate out there, start using that weapon so you can get the War X out. You also want to start getting patches out of your deck as fast as possible. That's one way to start slowly slipping behind is you happen to draw patches. Just make sure that that's not going to happen. Hooey. 4, 8, 12, 16 in the hand for Dog. He's connecting another 3 right now. He's almost at lethal. And Omega's hand does absolutely nothing. 2 saps are useless in the matchup. Gadget's useless in the matchup. Leroy's useless in the matchup. Patches is the best card in his hand for this matchup. And it's not good in this matchup, but you know, it's what he's got. Fool's Bane, great for trading. Not what you want to be doing in this matchup. Fool's Bane's a card that allows you to leverage life total for board presence. And he does not have the life total to utilize a Fool's Bane. Not even close. So can Dog start going all face yet? Does he have enough damage to seal the deal? War X upgrade 12, 16, 17. He's only got 17 damage in hand. Omega has, I think, 22? I don't know. 23. So not quite enough to get the job done. Needs any one more burn spell from his deck to close the game though. And the War X takes 3 turns to deal its damage. So I like Fiery War X upgrade, swing face. Go face with the Finley. You wanna go... I guess you could try and fight for board a little bit more. And then you won't have to rely on a top deck later on. It's fine as well. Ooh, some disconnection issues. Dog misses his ability to attack this turn. Does get to develop the South Sea Captain. It's one confused Dog. Not that consequential, but still a bit upsetting. At this current state in the game, though, I would not ask for a regame. If he's able to continue playing his next turn, you should just ride the game out. Because the way the draws have lined up is very favorable for him thus far. There's no Edwin on the field yet. It is a bit tilting, though. You can't let that affect your mental state. The referee is here now. Looks like he's going to let it ride. He's going to continue playing. And that's just because of the position of the game currently. And, you know, a regame is more risk than missing 1 damage. With Leroy picked up, I believe Dog does have enough damage to close this game. 12, 16, 17, 23. Misses 1 damage on the upgrade to develop a 5-3. 5-3s are really good, so yeah, he's hoping the 5-3 also does some damage. If Omega Zero takes 0 damage from the board, Dog still has 18 damage, so not enough for lethal out of hand, but squeezing in some Druid hero powers over 2 turns can let it happen. And the 5-3 sticks, so he's got damage for days. He's got damage for today, tomorrow, and the next day. There's only 1 Swashbuckler in the deck for Omega Zero. It has been played. He hasn't seen what card came out of it yet. If dog goes face, then shield block can still save Omega Zero. Board control still sets up lethal. So since you can't set up lethal through armor gain, the best play is to set up lethal while preserving as much board as you can. So I like Dog's decision to trade there. It's the best play against shield block. Alright. Dog misses 1 damage because he misses a turn at the end of it, but still able to get a win, capitalize on the lucky matchup queue. Get Pirate Warrior out of the way. He's up 2-0 versus Omega. The guy that has currently a double kill against the NA lineup seems to have a lineup that is well teched against every North American player. Omega's lineup is teched to destroy the rogues, and he's been crushing at it. Dog has yet to escape his rogue, but he's escaped the Pirate Warrior. Omega's mage, as well as priest, have been doing pretty good versus Pirate Warrior, so it's pretty nice to get that deck out of the way so it's not a liability going forward. So what does Dog have left to win with? What does he have to capitalize on? We know he has the rogue. Other than the rogue, though, his final remaining deck, let's take a gander at it. So Shaman was banned. Don't have to worry about that. That's gone. The Druid picked up a win. The Reno Mage picked up a win. Wait, is he up 3-0? Oh no, he's got Pirate Warrior. Or no, Pirate Warrior picked a win. What am I talking? What? Did Druid win? Am I going insane? What is the score? Is it 3-0? Is Dog up 3-0? Wow. I know Reno Mage vs Temple Mage happened, and Reno Mage picked up the W. The Pirate Warrior just won versus Rogue. And then the Druid won versus Priest, yeah.
I really like Hearthstone. I play it every day. I'm really excited to be able to like compete in it and things like that, so I always feel good when I play it. Yeah, I think Hearthstone has given my life a lot of meaning. I mean, I stream it every day. I play hundreds of hours a month. It's a lot of fun, so I'm really happy that I get to do it. So the team tournaments are just a little different in the fact that you have to get everyone kind of together. You need to make sure everyone has like the correct decks, I guess, and like your strategy like coincides with everyone else's. That's about it. Individually, you only need to worry about your own lineup, and you don't have to worry about teammates' lineups. So I think it's just important to like not put blame on anyone. It's really important that everyone has like a good attitude going in. I mean, everyone's a good player, and they're not going to get better overnight. So if they make a misplay or something, everyone's trying to win, so it doesn't really matter, right? Like they're not purposely sabotaging us, so there's no reason to get mad. We're just going to do our best and hope it's enough. Omega Zero, yeah, he played pretty well. Yeah, caught my eye a little bit, so I thought he played most of the games good. Yeah, he seems like a really good player, really strong.
Dog 的话，就是这位选手我听闻比较多，而且是上一届中美就是美方那边的 MVP 嘛。然后他第一天的表现，我觉得就是打得非常差，就是有很多我觉得能赢的对局他打输了，但他第二天的表现还是蛮好的，我觉得蛮好的。虽然他可能输了我是因为运气稍微差了一点吧。
All right, Dog currently in the lead, 2-1. I apologize, not 3-0. I was getting excited. I forgot about that Priest game and how horribly wrong that went. But Dog has remaining the Druid and the Rogue, and he has to take down, any range of Omega Zero's decks. There's so many of them remaining. Omega has only won one game, so he still has most of the decks available, and Dog has a pretty good chance at being the guy that finally stops Omega Zero, stops him from getting the triple kill. Getting a win with this Rogue deck, most important thing. That's the deck that Omega is trying to target. At worst, though, this is the one that's at worst. At worst, he plays against the Pirate Warrior first with it. That'll be a good way to crush your morale. It's just a depressing matchup to play all around as the Rogue player. Sometimes you get the Edwin, though. Sometimes you do get the Edwin and it feels good. But Dog queues up the Jade Druid first. We'll potentially be saving that matchup for later. Jade Druid, especially with 2 Ancient Wars, I think actually slightly favored against Pure Face Pirates. And Omega's running not completely Pure Face, as he does have the double South Sea Captain, but just about as close to Pure Face as you can get without being Pure Face. Because he does still have double Mortal Strike in there, double Heroic Strike, all of the standard Face Pirate cards. So I would say advantage Dog slightly in this matchup. Not a big advantage, but Druid's got double Feral Rage, they got double Ancient Award, double Jade Behemoth, so heals and taunts. And that's what you need against Pirate Warriors, heals and taunts. But it really comes down to more of draws than anything in this matchup. Sometimes you draw your heals and taunts, sometimes you don't. There's 6 cards in your deck that are good. Find them. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, sometimes Pirate Warrior has the most explosive hand ever and has all of the minions that can control the board, because that's what's so crucially important against Druid. And other times, they draw all burn and they're forced going straight face, and that's when they can start losing to heal. Alright. Buccaneer start for Pirate Warrior going first, extremely powerful, but no minion presence to follow this up, and that's kind of what I was talking about, is the minions are so important versus Druid. Because Druid can go long, they can stabilize if you don't have too many minions. You're not going to just directly burn out a Druid. They got 16 points of heal in the deck and taunts to stack on top of that, so without any sort of minion presence, the Pirate Warrior can run out damage easily enough. So one of the things that a lot of players do as Druid in this matchup is they keep swipe even, just any sort of removal. It's so easy to get rid of all of the minions for the warrior player because there's just not a lot of minions. There's a lot of damage and only a few minions. It's mainly damage in the deck. So if you can kill all of the minions and then play a taunt, you're in a great spot because they can't kill your taunt and then push damage with the minions on board. They basically spend their entire turn killing your taunt, developing nothing, not pushing any minion damage, and that taunt becomes more heal than an actual heal card a lot of the time. So swipe going down for Dog, just aggressively clearing the minions. If he were to play Fandral there, it would get removed by a burn card, effectively allowing a burn card to remove a minion and deal the face damage because the board gets to stick and push additional damage. 14 damage over 2 turns from Omega currently, out of hand. 24 damage total in the hand. That's no joke. That's some good pirating. I think it's time for the Azure Drake. Hope you hit Living Roots and then coin Living Roots play. Oh, Dog's gonna go with the mulch. The safe approach. The scariest part about mulch here is oftentimes it gives them a creature they can just play, and if they play anything, you developed nothing, so you're giving them free time. But, so it's a risk either way you do it. Dog feels that there's a higher % chance that the mulch minion is bad than he top decks Living Roots. And he's probably right. You don't get a 4/4 this way, so it depends on how bad you really think the situation is, and from the looks of things, it doesn't seem like Dog thinks it's that bad. I'm probably a bit biased because I can see the hand, and I think it's very bad position. There you go. That is perfect. Fangel Wrath. Gets to cycle a card to look for more heal and taunt. He's worried about potentially dying here. There's not much that kills him. Double Heroic Strike South Sea Deckhand kills him if he Fangel Wraths. But other than that, you know, Mortal Strike plus Heroic Strike plus the War Axe swing isn't enough. So you're stable. Dog has plenty of life to work with. He's thinking about if he needs to Feral Rage out of anything, and I don't think you play around double Heroic Strike South Sea Deckhand. There's one South Sea Deckhand in the build of Omega. You know, you can get more value out of Feral Rage later, and you get a cycle this way. I think it's nice and clean. You just don't want to be using your face to trade with anything, especially with no taunts left. So I think this is better than coining the Feral Rage. The downside is you kind of get locked into playing Feral Rage potentially next turn. If Omega is able to have a lot of face pressure added this turn, you may have to utilize 3 mana playing Feral Rage, which is a slight downside, but I think the strength of the play now is better than the potential downside later, because when you're in a bad position, it's time to prepare for the present, not the future, because the future might not happen. So I like the play. Meanwhile, Omega's dealing with the emotional struggle of losing the board, and thinking if he wants to try and clear to set up for the minion or not. So I think this is the best way to set up for the 6/6 next turn. The other way to do it was Frothing Heroic Strike, which one, uses cards much more inefficiently, but two, also develops in a way the dog can interact with. A dog can't interact with Arcanite Reaper with his current deck, so you're going to have guaranteed trading power for the next turn. So you're going to play a 6/6 and kill whatever minion dog develops, putting you a 6/6 ahead on board against Druid that has no mulch anymore, which is absolutely nuts. Whereas if you go with the Frothing, dog could potentially develop and remove the Frothing. So I think it is much stronger to develop in this way with the Reaper. And you can see, dog's going to have a hard time reacting to the tempo of 6/6 against nothing. 11 damage for Omega Zero currently. Yeah. The strength really comes in the fact that dog's already utilized his one mulch. That's what makes this so strong. He's thinking about going with a Frothing line though instead. No, he's worth thinking about for sure, but this has to be the stronger play. And that's the risk associated with mulch. Sometimes mulch gives them a minion you want to mulch, but you can't mulch it because you've used your mulch. The mulch dilemmas. Ancient of War. Heal 10 and deal 5 damage. Pretty sweet card. That is the top tier cream of the crop versus some pirates. However, Omega can clear it here. He can clear it without trading his 6/6 even. That doesn't develop the frothing though. So he has two options. One is, you know, maintain health on 6/6. So 6/6 can be threat that carries game. Option 2, develop frothing and try and carry the game with the frothing. Option 2 plays heavily into swipe because it involves, you know, heroic strike, trade with the frothing in play, and then probably the 2 pirates in your hand. And if they swipe the frothing, you are toast. I know we've seen one swipe from Dog, but I don't think we've seen the second. So it's a stronger play, but definitely a riskier play. The other line is the Reaper Heroic Strike South Sea Deckhand. If there were ever a time to draw a swipe, it's right now. That's 3 chances at it. Dog wins the game if he hits swipe here. He's thinking about Gadget. Gadget with Innervate does get 2 cards at least, so it's at least 2 cards with Gadget, Innervate, Roots. So I like it, I think it's good. A little less potential because of... Could hit second Wrath off Nourish and Wrath for 1, then also hit Swipe and Innervate. But second Innervate for Gadget, that's another upside of Gadget. Looks good. Still needs the Swipe, few opportunities to find it. Wrath would be fantastic as well. Wild Growth can hit Swipe. Only 1 swipe left. Running out of time. He's gonna prioritize the hero power. Try and fight for board control instead. Kills the 1/1 instead of the 2/1. Huh. Why didn't he kill the 2/1? Okay, it removes more damage in the immediate because of the frothing trades. I see what you did there. Right? 1/1 is 2 damage when it trades. 2/1 is 2 damage when it trades or goes face. So Dog saved 1 life by killing the 1/1. That's a cute little play there. Dog thinking on his feet, even on the rope. Pretty cool. Frothing 1/1 interaction. So he's just saving as much life as possible, trying not to die on that turn. The classic battle. Elephant versus Frothing Berserker. Will the elephant hold? Not even close. Not even close. Pirate Warrior takes the win versus Druid. You can't really be too upset about that because you got Rogue still left in your lineup. So, Druid though, proven to be kind of a liability. None of the players from the North American lineup that have brought Jade Druid have found too much success with it as of yet. It's a deck that kind of varies. In the beginning of the expansion, everyone was all about Jade Druid. It was just appearing up in tournaments everywhere. You can look back at like the first tournament that was really big in the expansion with like Seat Story Cup and some of the little invitationals prior to that, where Jade Druid was consistently making appearances in top 4 of tournaments. And then it fell off and everyone stopped playing it all of a sudden, and everyone was like, it dies too much to the aggro decks, it's not very good, la-di-da. It wasn't played anymore for a solid duration of time. And lately, it's starting to pick back up again. You see a lot of people having some open tournament success with Jade Druid. You can look at the Trinity Series Hearthstone League that happened the other day with a 9-deck format going on, so a little bit different format, but Jade Druid doing a lot of work there, becoming, I think it was the highest win rate deck behind Paladin. But Paladin was kind of an outlier because Tice swept an entire game, or entire series with Paladin, picking up a 6-0 with Paladin. So, I mean, Paladin, you know, you kind of throw those stats out the window. So, besides the crazy outlier of the 6-0 from Tice, Jade Druid was the highest win rate deck coming out of week 1 of that tournament. So, I imagine that kind of contributes to its popularity here, as Dog, Chalky, and Frozen all played in the Trinity Series tournament, and we're reviewing data from that and preparing lineups for that, so maybe that was factored into their decision to all bring Jade Druid all of a sudden. But the Tempo Mage, let's take a deeper look at this Tempo Mage deck. Oh no, they're already getting into it. Where are they? Flashed away now. I'm going to start trying to pull it up in case they don't start. But the Tempo Mage deck, pretty interesting. A lot of early game in it. A lot of early game. More early game than typical. And yeah, I say typical as in the old Tempo Mage. So, if we look here, Tempo Mage, 10 cards. Cost 1 or less. A lot of low end. Same amount of draws standard Tempo Mage from the old expansions. But in the old expansions, you only played 6 cards that cost 1 or less, and 2 Mana Orbs. You always played 2 Mana Orbs. So I guess it was 8 before, and now it's 10 in the build from Omega Zero. And I think that's due to try and help make the Pirate Warrior matchup better. Just more early game action, the double mirror image to stop weapon swings. To make some of these aggressive piratey matchups better, you have to include more early game to just stop pirates from running you over. Makes sense. The 1-drops also, I guess, aren't too terrible against Rogue. They translate into damage with Flamewaker, and that's the most important thing against Rogue. We've seen Jade Druid thus far this tournament go 50-50 against the Mage. Reynad got defeated by the Tempo Mage with the same build of Jade Druid as Dog, except for he had 1 Druid of the Claw instead of Dog's 1 Gadgets and Auctioneer. Other 29 cards the same. And then match 2, I believe the Jade Druid was actually able to take it over the Tempo Mage from, oh jeez, totally forgot. Whoever was playing for NA in round 2 played after Noodle. Oh, it was the Canadian star. It was Sidonia. Of course. I figured it, you know, Sidonia probably hasn't played yet because he's not playing still, so I figured he was going to pentakill again. Oh, wow. Savannah Highmane. Now, if you could think of any card in the game that's good against Druid, you'd probably think of Savannah Highmane. So yeah, that is definitely going to swing things maybe in favor of the Mage here. Literally the best card, and this curve is just kicking it for Omega Zero. He's got Flamewaker and a Water Elemental. And I guess remove stuff on 5. Maybe get a Paveling Book going on. It doesn't really matter because the next turn you play Savannah Highmane. Although Dog's Jade counter is starting to ramp up pretty quick. He's got Fandral Nourish maybe later on down the line. At worst, you know, Fandral Feral Rage. If he can pick up an Innervate next turn, get this Fandral, Innervate Nourish, then pick up a Wrath. Something crazy like that. That's the swing you need to just pull so far ahead that Savannah Highmane doesn't matter. But you gotta imagine there might be no man standing left on this board after these missiles get a firing. And a Forbidden Flame, which also translates into damage here. fireworks are getting launched. He's already rolling his eyes. He hasn't even seen the Savannah High main yet. We're gonna be in for a treat. Innervate? Ah. Yeah, aside from Fandral, Innervate, Nourish, Wrath. Oh man. How do you win? You can't really play around Savannah High main. Like, if you knew it was there, maybe you could take some sort of play that sets up for it at the cost of sacrificing Fandral, but you don't even know it's there. Like, you could make it awkward for him to play it because he has to like take weird trades into Fandral, but he's Mage. It's a Hunter card. So there's no way Dog can possibly set up ideally to deal with Savannah High main. Or a powerful 6-drop, because there's no powerful 6-drop in the deck. You expect your opponent to be utilizing this turn for removal. So that would have been like the ideal turn to play, you know, just random Jade guy. Because it's hard to remove, big clump of stats, not essential to your game plan. You gotta imagine Savannah High main's the play. I guess you could Forbidden Flame, the taunt. You gotta push 6 minimum, maybe some Flame Waker procs go to face for you. But if not now, when are you playing Savannah? Dog didn't react as much as I was hoping for. Freezes the 3/3 to make the trades a bit more awkward for Dog, make it harder for him to deal with the board, but saves the Flame Waker and the book trades. Wants to keep the Flame Waker healthy, play around swipe, all that sort of good stuff. Tempo Mage roped Savannah High main on curve against Druid. Maybe a little bit of a... Like, he did have a pretty tough, somewhat of a decision there between whether or not to play it, but maybe a little bit of BM tactics there. Kind of roping out playing the best 6-drop in the game against Druid on curve with board. Although, maybe it's not good enough. No convenient board clears. You can utilize Savannah High main just to gobble up that Fandral after taking out the 3/3 with removal. And you can do that while drawing 2 cards and playing a 2/3 here. So I like the Mana Worm Arcane Intellect. You know, see if maybe you get some better options, but if not, just Forbidden Flame the 3/3. Take a nice clean trade on the 3/5. Okay. But this way he squeezes in the ping. Alright, that's even better. I like this better. Good eye. So now what he's done is he's removed the 4/1 instead of a 1/1 at the cost of not cycling Arcane Intellect. But who cares about cycling Arcane Intellect? This is a tempo-based matchup. You want as much tempo as possible. That play applies maximum tempo, maximum pressure. You can just draw next turn. You may not even need to draw. You could top deck the perfect play. So it's the strongest line for the immediate. And that's kind of what you want to do when you're ahead against Druid. Because that'll keep you ahead. Eight damage is not even close to finishing Dog. And Dog still has Ancient of War. This Savannah High main might not be enough. Dog's Jade count's already at 5/5. Next turn he can play a 5/10 and a 6/6. Oh, wow. Disrespecting the Azure Drake. No swipes have been seen. Omega realizing the Jade count's becoming too high. Had to go all face. comeback for the Jade Druid deck. That's impressive. If Jade Druid's able to beat Tempo Mage with Savannah Highmane, maybe Tempo Mage isn't a good deck. I guess, because like, Savannah Highmane's so good versus Druid. But I guess even Hunter can't win with Savannah Highmane against Druid. But you don't want to be on Hunter level, man. You want to be at least 2 tiers above Hunter. What is he thinking about? I guess he's thinking about whether or not he wants to deny the draw of Boundless or not. Or deny spell power or kill the 2-2, I mean. And he's gonna decide to deny the spell power instead of killing the 2-2. 9-10 damage for Omega Zero. He could still burn Dog out over the top. $22 damage on the board for Dog. You can freeze the Ancient Aware with the Water Elemental. Oh my. Frostbolt Ping maximizes spell power and utilizes the hero power, allowing you to get 13 damage next turn and 5 damage this turn. But you don't really need to optimize that much. Both ways you lose to Feral Rage anyway, so you could just save Frostbolt because it's a better card to use later on. And then get out that way, but yeah, I mean, I think this is fine. This is the highest amount of damage possible over the next 2 turns for him. So he's just looking to maximize damage. Plays around like weird Raven Idol into Claw, that sort of stuff. I don't think there's Raven Idols in the build for Dog though. Dog needs to find Feral Rage, and he needs it now. There's a lot of cycle to try and get there. If he draws it, it should seal the deal. That's not it. He gets another try. And just when you think it's over, just when you think the Druid's stabilized, he's got the taunts, he's got the board. Then you remember Mage has burn. Oh man. That's painful. One mana 7/7. That's not good enough. Sets up lethal. But Omega Zero set it up the turn before. Mage has got a lot of damage in it. Tempo Mage he's rocking even includes Forgotten Torch for additional damage. It's got 2 Frostbolts, 2 Fireballs, 2 Firelance Portals, or Ragnabros, and a Forgotten Torch. So the deck's packing heat. Narrowly able to deal enough damage to beat the Druid. It was close. Very close. Now, the only deck remaining for Omega is the Rogue deck. Pull that up now. Omega Zero needs to win with the Questing Adventurer, double Conceal, 1 Swashbuckler, double Questing Adventurer, Leroy Jenkins, Miracle Rogue. Pretty standard build of Rogue. And Dog queues up the mirror first. Prior to this, in rounds 1 and 2, Dog was able to win this matchup against Omega Zero. But part of the reason why he was able to win this matchup against Omega Zero was because Dog was playing Questing Adventurer Rogue, and Omega Zero was playing Standard Miracle. So he was playing like the kind of Mr. Yagut style of Miracle with no conceals and a Violet Teacher, like the ladder style of Miracle Rogue. is what Omega Zero was playing. And all of the North American team was playing card for card the same exact double conceal questing rogue, and it just destroyed the mirror. North America had like 100% win rate in the rogue mirror, rounds 1 and 2. However, round 3, that's what's happening right now. All of the Chinese team has switched their rogue decks from the standard one, the ladder variation, into the double conceal, double questing one that North America is playing. So, you know, they saw it working for North America, they saw they were losing the mirror, and they decided, not anymore. Let's make some adjustments. Their rogue deck's working. Let's copy that one. We'll take the good parts of their lineup and add it to the good parts of ours. Our lineup will be freaking good. Dog going first, but with no Buccaneer. If you're going first and you have Buccaneer, I'd say you have an advantage in the matchup. If you're going first and you do not have a Buccaneer, I'd say you're at a disadvantage. He still has the ability to draw it. Doesn't get there. Has a sap. Sap's pretty good in questing mirrors. Ooh. You can't really complain about 1 mana damage. Very flexible. And damage in the rogue mirror is key. If Omega develops the Buccaneer here, it dies for free. So I don't like the Buccaneer development. If you utilize the coin, you can't coin Tomb Pillager. You could go like the coin dagger, kill both of his guys for free with your dagger, and then play Buccaneer and Swash in the same turn. That's like the highest 2-turn tempo play, because you don't trade any of your minions with his minions. You kill his minions essentially for free with just the hero power, and then develop 2 cards against his nothing, because he just daggers on turn 2. But the coin seems pretty good with Tomb Pillager. And you do not want to trade Buccaneer for patches in his weapon, so that leaves the only other option being Swashbuckler. You could go face. The risk of going face, I guess, is like prep fan coin Edwin or something crazy. But a lot of times they're not going to prep fan to kill your 2 1/1s. They're just going to dagger up and then trade one. It's pretty good against backstabbing it, I guess. Ooh. See, this gets really awkward now, because now this Buccaneer is stranded, right? If Omega wants to play coin Tomb Pillager, which is one of the best reasons to save the coin, you no longer have the ability to play Buccaneer. So I kind of like coin Dagger on turn 1. Just because if you save the coin for Tomb Pillager, like this Buccaneer is still sitting there. That's so weird, man. That turn 1 is crazy. This Edwin is crazy. Can this Edwin set up lethal is the big question. Because you want to be able to play around Sap, and to play around Sap, the Conceal needs to do enough damage to kill him. So you could potentially wait another turn to get to that point. Because you add a lot of damage if you wait a turn. You add an additional 2, because you get a squeeze in the Sinister, right? Right now, Dog goes prep, or he goes backstab, prep, sap, Edwin, conceal. So it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's not even getting the backstab involved. Okay, he's not concealing it. I see. Dog's looking to, I guess, get it sapped and then play it again. Interesting. So now he has the ability to pump it in a future turn, utilizing backstab and then conceal it then. And if there's no sap this turn, he gets to strike face and then reconceal, or and then conceal it, and then Omega can't beat it. So if there's no sap, he wins the game. And if there is a sap, he still has the ability to set it up later. And this makes sense, because there's no way for him to set up a position where he would just be able to lethal with the conceal. So tries to set up the 2-turn utilization of it, and gonna get rewarded here. Now he can backstab Sap, get a 6/6 out there. Not too bad. The Sap's been used. 6/6s are a pain to kill. And now suddenly if Dog draws a minion after this, since the Edwin's most likely going to stick, barring a second sap, he can play any minion in his deck besides Gadget alongside the Edwin, and then play Conceal, and then the damage of Conceal is equal to the Edwin, so 6/6, plus the damage of that minion. So if he goes face with it the first turn, then plays, let's say, Azure Drake and conceals it, that's 6 plus 10 damage plus the 2 dagger swings, so that's another 2. It's 18. I would set him at a top deck of 4 damage for lethal. So there's a pretty decent string of draws here if you make the 6/6 that can result in winning. There's also the fear of that being a really crummy sap target. That's always a bummer too, right? So the way it would have panned out is the 6/6 sticks, the board's clear, he draws Questing Adventure, he plays Questing Adventure, Conceal, and whatever extra card he has in his hand, and he's 4 damage off lethal at the end of the sequence, and on a top deck to try and win. Now, the way it plays out is, he's got a Questing and an Edwin, and they're both real big, because he saved the sap here. So it worked out in his favor. The thing that didn't work out for Dog, though, is poking that Buccaneer with the backstab already in hand. Now this backstab's super awkward. The value of playing it this turn adds 2/2 to the Edwin, so backstab deals 2 face damage. So if you just coin Edwin Conceal, you're playing a 6/6. If you backstab, it's an 8/8. We're playing 1, 2, 3, 4 cards this turn and 2 cards next turn. So Questing is an 8/8. Edwin is an 8/8 with the backstab. That's 16 damage. 2 dagger swings is another 2 damage. So you would have 18 damage if you went face. So this makes it, since Dog traded, he's 1 damage off lethal with Sap or Cold Blood. That's the risk of trading. But you are more likely to win the game over 2 turns by trading. So he doesn't expect Omega to be able to set up lethal. Which is a pretty fair assessment. He would have been upset if there was a Conceal here, though. It didn't play around with the Conceal, but Leroy, the only draw for lethal for Dog. Unable to find it. It's okay, 1 sap's been used. He's got 2 8/8s. Your opponent can't sap both of them with only 1 sap, so great position for him. And he got to save 3 life by taking the trade, which makes him less likely to die on this turn. So correct assessment by Dog not taking the risk last turn to set up lethal instead of going for board control. It's always difficult to figure out when you're supposed to go all in and when you're supposed to kind of still fight for board while just making big dudes. Omega's gonna need like prep Fan into Leroy and naturally draw Cold Blood or Eviscerate. Well, he's thinking about trading to play around the second sap, right? I mean, he's thinking about going face to play around the second sap. Trading plays around, you know, dying to a lot of things, but if you go face in that situation, you play around sap. There's 1 sap, and there's got to be at least 10 different ways you die if you don't trade, so I think trading is way better in that situation. Just way better. Because already 1 sap's been used by Omega. So already you can kind of make the comparison. There's 1 Leroy, 1 sap. Leroy kills you if you don't trade. Sap you can still maybe win from if he has. Not to mention the other 12 ways you die. So I'm glad Dog ended up going with the trade at the end there. Able to find it. There's the sap! You gotta sap the questing. That guy gets bigger. Dog still has a lot of outs. Double Cold Blood still left for Dog, I believe. Double Cold Blood. Double Eviscerate Leroy. There it is. And Dog escapes with the Rogue. Dog might be the player to do it. Might be the player to finally take down Omega Zero. Omega is currently up 2-0 against Team NA, but 3-3 against Dog. Tied up. Omega still needs to win with the Rogue. Dog has his work cut out for him, though. He's not out of the woods yet, because he still has the Druid, doesn't he? That Tempo Mage versus Druid game, so influential here. If there's one matchup you look at and you'd say Druid is really, really unfavored in, you don't want to queue this if your life depends on it, and Dog's life depends on it. It is Druid versus Rogue, especially questing variant. There's 2 saps in the Rogue too, and 2 Ancient of Wars in the Druid. So here's the Druid build by Dog. 1 Mulch, so it's really scary when questing and Edwins start coming out, and 2 Ancient of Wars. A little bit of an overview of the curve and stuff. Up against standard questing Rogue from Omega Zero. It's doable. It is definitely doable. You can put out a lot of pressure really quick. You can hit some innervates. You can hit some, like all of your Jade cards in a row. If you can get one of those starts where you go like turn 1 Jade Idol into turn 2 Wild Growth into turn 3 Jade Blossom Jade Idol into, you know, double Innervate Fangral Nourish, like a Druid can do crazy stuff. Druid can, you can put your faith in Druid, and it's Dog piloting Druid, and if you've been a fan of Dog for a while, his favorite class back in the day was Druid. He made his name playing Druid. He was back in the days of combo Druid, when Druid was like a skill-based deck instead of just playing Jade cards over and over again. Dog was a top-tier player at the Druid. Also, the Ramp variant. Dog loved Ramp Druid. Many times this guy's made #1 legend with Druid variants. Jade Druid versus Rogue. Keeping Aya. I love it. He's got a good hand. This could go the distance. Aya is so strong, because you do not want to sap Aya, but you do, right? As the Rogue player, you see Aya come down, and you're like, oof, that is going to ramp up the Jades really quick. I better sap it. But it's got a Battle Cry and a Death Rattle. And then you don't have sap for Ancient of War. So Aya causes all sorts of problems. It is the biggest problem maker. Savage Combatant, not a good card, not a bad card. A super middle class card. Coin Wild Growth. Okay. Coin Wild Growth lets him be more flexible with his hero power next turn. He can hero power Living Roots if he wants, stuff like that. It does remove the ability to... it doesn't really do too much. He just loses the coin, right? If he hero powers next turn, kind of discards the coin, but he's rewarded. Able to get now the Jade Blossom because he coined Wild Growth. That's some good fortune for Dog. That's what he needs to win this unfavorable matchup. Taking risks, getting rewarded. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the camp of Omega Zero, the Savage Combatant's coming out. Dog doesn't have a swipe yet, but definitely would like one to interact with this. Savage Combatant, that's an aggressive card. That guy packs a punch. Nothing currently. If Dog plays Azure Drake, he has, you know, some % chance to hit the Wrath, be able to clean it up. You could play Aya this turn, utilizing the Innervate. Get a really strong minion that's kind of sticky to try and contest. The Jade count's still pretty low though. It's only at a 2-2 spawning off Aya. So a 2-2 and a 3-3. But that's a big enough size minion to help contest along with the Living Roots against the Savage Combatant. The scariest part about the Azure Drake is it just dies to like a lot of things that Rogue can do. You know, you look at just Backstab, Trade Bolt, the 1/1s will kill it. So there's so many, every Rogue removal spell can deal with Azure Drake. And if they can deal with it and snowball the board behind it, you're going to find yourself losing too much life too quickly. So I like Dog's decision here to develop the Aya, try and stop this board from snowballing out of control, utilize the little Jade tokens to activate the Living Roots, killing the 5-4. So yeah, I think that's the best play on the turn from Dog. Omega Zero picks up the coin, which makes his turn a lot smoother. He can play Azure Drake now if he wants. Although, does he want to? It's tempting to kind of just redagger. Redaggering allows him to have 3 attack this turn. It's kind of awkward with the curve though, huh? You could try and utilize just Fan to clean up this turn, then lead into Drake, and then try and get a powerful Gadgets in turn using the coin later on. Because Fan does clear the board. Maybe it's time to like let the aggression take a back seat, deal with the situation at hand, wait for a big swing turn. Seems reasonable. And that's what Omega appears to be doing anyway. Cleaning up time. And still putting out a decent amount of pressure, you know. 5-4 is no joke. Up to a 4-4 on the Jade count. I like holding on to the Drake and just using the 4-4 Jade. You don't benefit from the spell power this turn. You get to squeeze in an extra hero power. Maybe 1 life becomes the difference at the end. The disadvantage is, of course, like, you're spending less of your mana, right? So even though you're gaining an additional mana for the next turn, if you have to play Azure Drake next turn, you've lost a mana. And you're not really doing anything with the mana next turn. It's kind of like a more for the future sort of play. Wow. Holding on to the Living Roots. That seems a little ambitious, but he really wants the board control. He's seen a Fan utilized. He wants these 1/1s on board to help contest things. I mean, he's at 16. It's not that low, but that's... it's kind of low. It's not that low, but against Rogue, hey, you start feeling iffy. You do need the tempo, though. It's important. It's crazy enough that it just might work. Ancient of War can come down. When you're ahead on tempo, usually Ancient of War is less risky, but it's always really scary. If they can sap it, they will recover the board completely. So that's one way to be ahead on board and then have it completely disappear. Whereas you can look at, if you think of in raw stats terms, the Jade Spirit is very similar in stats, as it creates a 5/5. Dog gonna YOLO out the Ancient of War, though. We see him lean back in his chair. He's just praying that there's no sap from Omega. Because potentially you could say Dog's far enough ahead that he can just risk, or not have to take the risk of the Ancient of War, where you just, you know, play cards that aren't weak to sap sort of thing. But he's got it. He's got balls. And there's no sap to punish. you immediately start trading with that Ancient War, for sure. Face pressure's good and all, but yeah. You don't want to be weak to sap. They don't have sap now, that means they probably got gadgets and Auctioneer, which means they'll probably find sap. And now the sap target's not even that good. 18 damage on the board for Dog. Some sort of Edwin Conceal is still viable to allow Omega to potentially win. Even just Edwin at this point could be enough stats. He's going to need to do better than this, though. He needs to maybe backstab the 2-3, hit prep fan, and then another coin or something. He needs a miracle. He needs a prep. If he backstabs one of the 1/1s, it's a lot safer. Because if you whiff on the backstab, you can still just play the Cleave without having to worry about dying to swipe hero power. So that's something to consider. If you backstab the 2-3, you can hit the fan and clear more. He's taking the risky play. So that was kind of the debate there. Because if you kill a 1/1, you're a lot less likely to die. Feral Rage hero power doesn't kill you anymore. Living Roots is 3 with the hero power is 4, 8, 9, 10, 15, 20, 22 damage for Dog. A lot of top decks for lethal though. Living Roots opens up even more chances. A lot of cards can kill him. That one doesn't do it. Oh man. Okay. This isn't that bad though. You should be able to still somehow clear the board and set up lethal. That's mission A. So, wrathing for damage instead of draw, I think at this point. I think you should just concede the lethal option and just set it up for the next turn. So you wrath for 4, Living Roots for 3, trade in the minions, take a value trade on Gadget, set up lethal with your current board. Yep. It's the only play there. 16 damage now represented for Dog. So Omega needs to remove, at minimum, the 5-1. He has a questing development play. If he goes questing, he can clear the entire board with a questing develop turn. So you go questing and then backstab the Drake. Fan of Knives, eviscerate the 5-4, and dagger down the Drake, and then conceal. Or potentially just let it simmer and try and get conceal the next turn, but with Leroy still in the deck, the questing concealed might just be enough. Looks like he sees it. Whoa. He's gonna let the Drake ride. I don't particularly like this as much. You could have had a 5-5, or you could have had a 6-6 stealthed against nothing with 2 Cold Bloods in hand that would buff it to lethal range. So if he went with backstab, clear the Drake, conceal, he needed sap to win the game with 2 saps in his deck. I don't like that play at all. I can't imagine the benefit of leaving the Drake alive. I think that's just like you get more fuel for your gadget, I guess. Yeah, that is good enough to win the game. Leroy and double sap both win the game in that position. Wow. I guess he really wanted the cycle for the gadget. Felt he needed to find maybe saps. Missed the lethal setup. That's gonna cost him. He could still hit prep sap or something, maybe stay alive this turn. So yeah, if he would have done that, the questing without the backstab and without the conceal was a 4-4. So if you include the backstab into that situation, you backstab the Drake at the beginning. Now the questing is a 5-5. You play conceal. The questing is a 6-6. Not enough mana. Oh, maybe there's not enough mana to conceal, but either way, if you remove the Drake, you have a 6-6 against nothing. So even if you don't have, or a 5-5 against nothing, so even if you don't have the mana to conceal, I think it's definitely a lot stronger. So no conceal, it would have been a 5-5 on the board against nothing from Dog's side. We could see he didn't have his one copy of Mulch, but I guess he would need his one copy of Mulch in that situation to come back. So, I mean, if your opponent doesn't have Mulch, you win the game. Whereas this line of play made it so all Dog had to do was trade with the Azure Drake on board and play any taunt, and then he wins. So, I definitely think it was a lot stronger to develop the full board clear questing there. But Dog's gonna take it. Congrats to Dog, man. I was really afraid of the pentakill coming out of Omega Zero. His lineup was so strong against all of the North American players because they all had such similar lineups. Every North American player brought card for card the same Rogue and card for card the same Pirate Warrior. And although these decks are very powerful and they've identified that they're super strong, it's created a liability for them as some of the Chinese players, namely the first Chinese player, Omega Zero, created a lineup that was just good against Pirate Warrior and Rogue because he noticed so many of the North American players favor those decks. So being too similar can be very painful when you got this last player standing format. So now China needs to figure out who are they going to send up to take down Dog. You can go through some of the deck lists here, try and predict until they start doing the rotation music. We got a Pirate Warrior from Hope, the full board control variant with a Naga Corsair over the Mortal Strike. Should perform better in the mirror, should perform better against any sort of board control related matchup. We have Freeze Mage from Hope. This was previously banned. He brought it round 2 as well. They didn't get to see him play with it, but Freeze Mage is a deck. Not a lot of information on the competitive side things about, what Freeze Mage does. Some discussion going on with Team North America. We don't have any audio feed for it, but both teams trying to figure out. That's some pen and paper going down, writing down stuff. Hope, like every player in the tournament, Hope also has Aggro Shaman. You guys probably already know the deck list for that one. And he has the same exact questing rogue that we've seen from every player so far. And he has Handlock. Quick look here, Reno Lock, not Handlock, sorry. Running Jiraxis, no combo. And then there's his face. So, ups and downs against Dog's lineup. Do they want to bring a Reno Lock guy against the Jade Druid lineup? The Pirates is definitely pretty solid. Hope's variation of Pirates has a pretty good upside against it. I like how the Chinese players in this format, even if when they bring all Pirate Warrior, so like a lot of players, both teams kind of all brought Pirate Warrior, right? But on the Chinese side of things, they all have slightly different Pirate Warriors. Whereas on the North American side, everybody has the exact same Pirate Warrior deck, card for card. And I think it's a liability to include the exact same cards in your deck list.
碰到谁就希望打败谁喽。
好，恭喜莫言获得了广州站的冠军。欢迎大家来到我们的炉石传说黄金大公开赛上海站。
我这次来是专程因为奠定之星那个卡贝来的。
这次
是我第一次来到炉石的线下的比赛。我是来自新疆乌鲁木齐，现场气氛我觉得挺好的，大家都很热情，
大家都是一起喜欢玩游戏的人，聚在一起感觉很开心。
其实每站黄金赛都是就是像一个炉石的聚会一样，我觉得这种感觉特别好。
我爱炉石，我爱炉石，我爱炉石，打得不错。
我爱玩炉石，
我爱炉石。
Welcome back, everybody. A dog bringing it back for Team North America. He was kind of sleeping on us round 1 and 2 of the tournament. But today, this is when it really counts. The tiebreaker round. The winner of this round will be crowned better than the other region. So either NA over EU, or not EU, NA over CN, or CN over NA. Arguably the best player on the Chinese lineup, or at least the most consistent results player in the last couple of months, Omega Zero, taken down for the Chinese team. However, the strongest player over the last couple of months for the North American team is also taken down, with Cydonia being eliminated. So the powerhouses from either team already out of the fray. Who will China send up to try and stop Dog? Dog's got Jade Druid, which is a little weird. Maybe China not really expecting that. But then he's got the standard predictable Pirate Warrior Rogue, Pirate Aggro Shaman, and decks that they had to have anticipated. So maybe they have another player with a similar lineup to Omega Zero that's kind of prepared to deal with those sort of lineups. A lot of players on the Chinese lineup, though, have Reno Mage and Reno Lock in the lineup. Two decks that can really struggle against the Jade Druid. So maybe the Jade Druid pick from Team North America could prove to be quite favorable. So any lineup from China that has two Reno decks shouldn't be considered here, I don't believe. So LVGE has Reno Lock and Reno Mage, so I wouldn't suggest, if I was coaching the Chinese team, to run him up against Dog. Because you don't want to make Jade Druid better than it is. You want to have a guy that's got suitable decks to just kind of box that out easily. So you want a guy with like Rogue, Shaman, maybe Dragon Priest, and Pirate Warrior. And then, like, I guess Reno Lock maybe at the end of that. So I think Lovely Chook has to be the pick. So there's Dog. Of course, he stays up to try and slay more players, and nailed it. Look at me. Perfect prediction. Lovely Chook coming out for the Chinese side. I really like this pick by them because the weakest deck as far as like just standard tier list and the value of the archetype in Dog's lineup is Jade Druid. It's not a tier 1 deck, it's a tier 2 deck. So how do you exploit that best? What lineup capitalizes on being the strongest against that deck in particular? And Lovely Chooks does it best. He only has one deck really weak to it, which is Reno Lock. We look at some stats here. What's the Reno Lock versus Jade Druid? Reno Warlock, Jade Druid. It's at 44%, so it's 6% unfavored against the Jade Druid, which isn't that bad. So that's your worst matchup against Jade Druid for him. So it's almost a 50-50. You could potentially, if you have tech in there, be a little bit better in it. Dog has double Ancient War, so he's teched for... Oh, they're not starting. Dog has double Ancient War, so he's teched for aggro with his Jade Druid, which can hurt that matchup a little bit. Not a lot of people run double Ancient War currently in Jade Druid builds. Lovely Chooks Reno Lock here has Spellbreaker, which can help. Sylvanas, obviously insane against Ancient War. If they play Ancient War on 7 and you drop Sylvanas into it, oftentimes you win the game, just off of that alone. So that is a huge card for that matchup in particular. Jiraxis is pretty good versus Jade Druid as well. They don't run any burst, so if you get Jiraxis down just super early, that's one way you can win as well. Other than that, you know, we've seen Jade Druid, although it's got double Ancient War, it seems to still be struggling against Pirates. It's not doing hot against Pirates. And he's got the same Priest deck, except minus the Ooze, and plus a Holy Nova as Omega Zero. So this should be super effective against Rogue still, as we've seen from the Priest deck in the past. And the Priest deck that Omega Zero is playing, same one as this basically, one against Druid. So you gotta imagine that's pretty favorable too. Now, Lovely Chook, as far as I've seen from his queuing pattern, he actually has a detectable pattern. Omega Zero, I couldn't pick up on a pattern from how he queues his decks. But Lovely Chook, whatever deck he feels like is the worst for his strategy, he queues first, every time. Or at least most of the time. I haven't been like recording it, it's just something I've been kind of noticing. And we see Reno Lock get queued for him. And that's the only deck that doesn't pin in Dog's Jade Druid. So the idea behind this is you assume if they don't queue Jade Druid first, and you're able to get a win with Reno Lock against one of the other decks, then you just have your other 3 decks that 3-0 Jade Druid at the end of it. And it puts you in a favorable position in the series. Now, that means if Dog uses the Conquest strategy of playing just any random deck and rolling the dice, you then become potentially favored. Like, it gives you a bit of an edge if they randomize. I don't know. But not really. Conquest pick order is just random, man. If Team NA picked up on, you know, queuing patterns and see that that's kind of what Lovely Chook does every time, then you could just queue Jade Druid first, get a free win, call it a day. Other than that, is there any sort of, what does Dog have that's going to be particularly good against this lineup? Obviously, he's got the Jade Druid and the Rogue, which both work wonders against the Reno Lock. That could be a pin that gets kind of well established if he can just get all of his games up against Reno Lock, not let it escape the Conquest. So Dog has the Jade Druid, should beat Reno Lock. Shaman should be slightly favored against Reno Lock. We're starting. That's the start music. Let's just get into it. Enough talk, Stone. Reno Mage, Rogue, and Pirate Warrior all are slightly favored against Reno Lock. So, the big story of the matchup, storyline of the battle, the Dog versus the Lovely Chook, which I think means weak chicken. So it's Dog versus weak chicken. Something like that. Might be a turn of phrase or something. I don't know, I think I remember D2 telling me that meant weak chicken. So Dog versus chicken. epic animal battle of the ages. It'll come down to how easily can Lovely Chook get out his Warlock, and how easily can Dog get out his Druid. And wow, the Druid hits the right matchup there. I think they've noticed that Lovely Chook does this. I think Lovely Chook's Conquest Q order might be hurting him a little bit here. It's very beneficial to randomize so you can't get like punished by these sort of things. Because it's been a pattern that Lovely Chook's been accumulating over the rounds here. That's what makes a 3-round tournament so interesting. You can kind of notice tendencies of players and try and punish them for it. Which is awesome. Otherwise, you play against a guy one time and you don't know what he's going to do. You got no real information against him, and that's it. But a 3-round tournament over, 8 days here is what it's been, or whatever is, I think, the full length because of the breaks included. Then you play against these guys a lot. You got time to research what they do. You watch the streams and all this sort of stuff, and you really start getting into the position where you can mind games these guys and kind of play with them. And I think Dog got the better of the mind games coming into this, as this is the matchup he needed to queue at some point in the series to put himself in an advantage. Although, even though it's a matchup you really want to queue, not a bad hand here from Lovely Chook. Able to have that Mountain Giant's going to be super strong, and even right now, just the Imp Gang boss is pretty annoying for Dog. He could potentially forgo playing Fandral, Feral Rage, and clear it. Hold Fandral for some guaranteed value later on. The other option, of course, is just to slam Fandral into it. Playing Fandral makes Hellfire and some other like random AoE cards for Dog or for Lovely Chook a lot better. Whereas it disincentivizes Mountain Giant, but I don't think you care about Mountain Giant because he has the mulch already locked and loaded. So I like trying to set up a board state where playing something big is good for Lovely Chook. So that's why Dog here goes with the mulch instead of developing the Fandral. He doesn't want Lovely Chook to remove things. He wants Lovely Chook to develop one big dude. Unfortunately, Lovely Chook's got 2 big dudes. So this could prove quite awkward, as there is only 1 mulch in the build for Dog. Leads with Mountain Giant. If you lead with Twilight Drake there, and the mulch does come down, you can then tap and play Mountain Giant. No, you just play Mountain Giant for 3, and then coin something out, or play another card if you wanted. I guess Lovely Chook just felt he needed the higher threat minion on the board. It's going to cost him a little bit here, that risk, though. So the Mountain Giant lines up a lot better against Dog's 6-drops, too. So if Dog were to play Jade Behemoth on turn 6, which is a very likely thing to happen, and the Twilight Drake is on the field, then the Twilight Drake doesn't really accomplish anything. It can't trade with the 3/6, so I think Lovely Chook just really wanted that to not be a good play for Dog, to kind of force him to have the mulch. But didn't work out well for him. Having Kazakis, though, is super nice. If there's one way to really swing this matchup, it's a good old Kazakis 10-mana potion. Could maybe save the coin for that. Get the 10-mana potion fast enough where the deal 6 to all still kills all the Jade tokens. Deal 6 to all, make an 8/8 or revive 3 is pretty disgusting. Some RNG involved, of course, in getting the right one. Some trades. Play around AoE a little bit. Mind control tech may or may not be in the build. The deck lists are public, so Dog should know whether or not he has to play around mind control tech or not. Let's see. There's no mind control tech in Lovely Chook's deck, but he's playing around, you know, still Hellfire and Demon Wrath and all of that good stuff with these trades, which are very reasonable things to play around at this point in time. He's playing around Coin Abyssal Enforcer as well. That would be a really strong play for Lovely Chook if Dog doesn't take those trades there. So yeah, I like Dog taking the time, roping out, thinking about the board state. The face damage isn't that influential. His deck's going to win with huge 10-10 and 12-12 golems and all that good stuff. So 2 or 3 damage here or there isn't the most relevant thing. The most relevant thing is not letting Lovely Chook turn the pressure on you by sweeping the board. It's just how the matchup goes. So what are the options here? You can clear the whole board right now. The downside of that is you develop nothing. You can look to just wait for Dog to develop more into this board and then clear later. I find appealing. He's gonna go full tempo with single target removal on this turn. Try and set up for an Argus next turn, it looks like. Not bad. You can't coin a Kazakus 10 mana spell anymore. So I guess he's not worried about trying to get the Kazakus spell out as fast as possible. Which is fine. I think the Kazakus spells early are so strong in this matchup because eventually the Jades get out of the deal 6 to all range. You can still polymorph them, but it's not as clean. But obviously, you know, saving the coin for Kazakus already is an RNG shoot because you never know exactly what potion you're going to get, so setting up for it's a bit difficult. So I can definitely understand the play of just try and take the max tempo on the board. That's the by-the-book way you're supposed to play against Jade Druid is try and get as far ahead as you can, as fast as you can, and kill him. And Lovely Chook's a very by-the-book player. If I had to, like, pin him on a style. Well, there might not be a page in the book for this board state, though. This is awkward. I like the symmetry with the 2 elephants and the 1 Jade guy in the middle, though. It's like a badass Jade Dr. Boom. Anyway. The AoE kills your own minions anyway, so he's going with Shadow Flame instead of utilizing 2 spells there. Clears as much as he can, develops as much as he can. Not bad. If you think about which play develops the most on the board for you, and that's the play he took. He utilized an expensive resource though. Shadow Flame is crazy in this matchup. Shadow Flame lets you do things with Sylvanas, like Sylvanas Shadow Flame and kill a bunch of Jade stuff and take the biggest guy, and then threaten lethal with the biggest guy. All that sort of stuff starts getting opened up, so Shadow Flame being gone gives Dog one less thing to worry about. Argus can be utilized to trade up here, not too bad, and search for the Kazakus option. He's gonna go with the 10. He's got a summon 8/8 on the right there. He's got deal 6 to all in the middle. Jade count's starting to get pretty high. Who knows if deal 6 to all is gonna be good enough. I think it's probably better just to go with summon 8/8. Just to guarantee you have the summon thing. Because that's more important than clearing. The most important thing is you're able to play a lot of stuff. So either Revive 3 or 8/8 is the #1 priority on that one. I think 10 is fine here. A lot of times in the matchup, 5s are really good. The reason being is because you could play something alongside the 5. However, in this instance in particular, he doesn't really have anything he can play alongside the 5. The summon 8/8, Revive 3. Max value. He hasn't played Doomsayer yet either, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Azure Drake coming down. Dog a little bit worried about potentially, you know, Siphon Soul on his Ancient War, stuff like that, or Sylvanas getting thrown into it. So he's going to play around those sort of instances with this kind of development play instead of, you know, Ancient War hero power. So if we continue with the max tempo line of play, which has been kind of what Lovely Chook's been doing every turn, it should be an Abyssal Enforcer turn, I imagine. I think you only have to trade the Azure Drake? Starts walking into weird situations with Swipe, though. 4 damage is pretty juicy. Yeah, he's gonna play it safe, though, but yeah. Abyssal Enforcer. Max tempo. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Fandral Nourish cheats out a little bit of mana, which is nice and cute. This lowers the Gadget Sand value a lot, but it's a pretty nice Jade count that he's getting to, and he gets to clear the board completely. The cleaner dog can keep the board, the harder it is for Lovely Chook to transition into Jiraxis at any point. So it's a pretty good thing to just keep clearing the board every single turn, not let Lovely Chook accumulate minions. 1, then he doesn't have pressure, and 2, then he can't accumulate, or then he can't transfer into Jiraxis because he has to worry about dying. $11 power. The gamble. Dog does need 2 burn spells to end this. So, Lovely Chook just saw Feral Rage used. It's fairly unlikely he dies in this position, but definitely possible. 16 damage for Dog. Can't hero power alongside the Azure Drake Swipe. Leaves Living Roots as the top deck for lethal. We may have seen both already, though. I'm not sure. The game's starting to blend together. But he's playing the Azure Drake, so he probably still has it in there. Not able to find it, though. He knows there's no combo in the deck for Lovely Chook. He's seen Shadow Flame already. I don't think he needs to trade into this. Preserving his board, though, it's important to try and deny Jiraxis. It's just a lot of value. I think where Dog's head is at with this one is that as long as he can control the board and play Jade stuff, he's not gonna die. Set up lethal with the attack while clearing as much as possible. So Lovely Chook needs to, obviously step 1, try and figure out a way to not die this turn. Limit the risk. Playing around 4 damage might be too expensive for his hand currently. He could use just Earthen Ring and Soulfire the Drake and go face. This is a super low value Sylvanas. I think he could have even just went with Emperor Thaurissan there instead of Sylvanas. I guess this buys him more time to try and find Reno, but the downside of this is Sylvanas is trading for a 6-1 in a matchup where it usually takes like a 15-15. Right? Like if you hold on to Sylvanas later on in the game, you can kill it yourself with Power Overwhelming and just take one of Dog's just huge minions. Or you can play it into a board where he's got like yeah, a 12-12 and a 14 or a 13-13. And then threaten to take one of those and make them trade into each other or something like that. But here it only takes a 6-1. There's the Living Roots Dog needed for lethal the last turn, but the way it's progressed thus far, he's in a great position to take it. And this is absolutely huge. all of the other decks in Lovely Chuk's lineup do not fare well against Jade Druid. At this point, Lovely Chuk needs to find, like, Twisting Nether. And then maybe he can run Dog out of resources if the Dog doesn't top deck another Jade card. Jiraxis. Okay. The defense is up. It's kind of scary though. Committing another giant Jade into the potential Twisting Nether. Shadow Flame's gone, so it's just Twisting Nether, really. If Lovely Chuk plays Twisting Nether and you commit your final Jade, and you don't top deck an additional one, that's going to give him enough time to most likely play Jiraxis. Almost 20% of the time he draws Twisting Nether. That's scary. Although Dog still has, after this idol, I believe, I think he has 3 more idols left, because I don't think he played Jade Idol earlier on. The only time he's played it was alongside Fandral. So that left 4 idols in his deck, and this is the first idol he's drawn since then. He's gonna hold it back though, play around that Twisting Nether. 20 damage on the board for Dog. It's not Twisting Nether. Dark Peddler into Mortal Coil, Hellfire, and hit something. Okay, the double Soulfire maybe. Can clear both of them. Ah, maybe enough Voidwalkers could get the job done. Power Overwhelming gets close to killing the Ancient War, but not close enough. Double Power Overwhelming would have done it. Another taunt, but that taunt only blocks the hero power with only 1 health there. 2 taunts are not good enough. And Jade Druid going to take it over the Reno Lock. The deck that every other deck in Lovely Chuk's lineup does well against. And it's made it through. Great start for Dog for the series. You gotta imagine he's favorite on lineups at this position. Remaining in the arsenal for Dog still is the Reno Mage deck. He switched from the original Reno Mage that he played in rounds 1 and 2 to a more standard variation. Previously he had the Inkmaster Solia Pyroblast Burn Reno Mage. Now he's rocking a more traditional, value-oriented Reno Mage. Alongside that, he's got the Rogue and the Pirate Warrior that everyone is playing that have proven to be quite powerful decks, even when countered. After 3 tries, they took down Omega Zero. So it looks like Lovely Chuk are going to be leading with the Rogue now. Looking to try and get a win on the table. It's still pretty crazy to me that all 10 players in the tournament have card for card the same Rogue deck. And the Aggro Shaman from Dog. Shaman wasn't banned. Did I miss something? I guess Lovely Chuk maybe went with the Pirate Warrior ban. Shaman, huh? That makes sense. Reno Lock's better against Shaman than it is against Pirate Warrior, I believe. So what's Reno? Reno Lock against Shaman is 49% for Reno Lock. And then Reno Lock against Pirate Warrior is 45% for Reno Lock. So you can see it compared right here. There's Reno Warlock, there's Aggro Shaman, and then right next to it is Pirate Warrior. The ban checks out. If yeah, he banned the Warrior. Makes sense. So that's why Lovely Chook left Shaman up. Learn something new every day. So the Shaman up against the Rogue. Pretty good matchup for Dog. Not as good as people like make it out to be. People seem like a lot of people would be like, yeah, Shaman just absolutely destroys Rogue. Rogue has no chance, but when there's a will, there's a way. Rogue does have some opportunities in this matchup. A lot of them revolve around Edwin Van Cleef and its ability to just steal games out of nowhere. Dog's running double South Sea deckhand, 1 Maelstrom Portal, so that helps out in this matchup as well as any of the control matchups. Maelstrom Portal is really good against aggressive decks, but quite poor against control-oriented decks, as it doesn't go face very hard. Well, Dog has no coin anymore, so the 4/4 contests Totem Golem, his best turn 2 play, extremely well. I think that's the logic of just getting this Edwin out here, the baby Cleef. Ooh. Nice top deck. Gets to pull patches, utilize the Lightning Bolt to remove the Edwin Van Cleef, and still be able to clear the 1/1. Nice little cleanup there. And Dog is securely ahead on board now. Lovely Chook needs a backstab. Pump up this questing adventure. There you go. Sometimes you just get what you're looking for. Even though it's the best card he could have drawn there, he's still not in that good of a spot. The Tunnel Trog gets buffed up so that it can just trade into it. Although the Rogue's at 28 life. Not a bad place to be on turn 4 as a Rogue. Especially when you draw Tomb Pillager. What a curve. This might fall into that, side of the graph where Aggro Shaman isn't able to get there. Miracle Rogue, about 40% win rate against Aggro Shaman according to the Vicious Syndicate data, with a sample size of 7,128 games. Not terrific for the Rogue, but they get there occasionally. Gadget Coin Prep. It's shaping up to be a nice little transition into some cycle. Ooh. Jade Lightning, sweet. Answers so many of the Rogue minions so efficiently. Jade Lightning, oftentimes the natural predator of a Zerdrake. Dog, thinking about, is the Spirit Claw worth utilizing on a 1/1? How does Lovely Chook complement this 1/1? What does it do? What does it threaten? Well, it threatens the Trog on board, right? With the 2/3. But you could have killed the 2/3 this turn. Yeah, I think full clearing is the best. And the reason why I think full clearing is the best here is because Oh wow, that's a sick draw. If there's one way for Rogue to come back, it's to not take very much damage in the early game and transition into Gadget Coin Conceal. And hold on to the prep here. You don't want to YOLO prep into missing a spell. You want the opportunity to see your top deck card and then be able to utilize prep to begin your combos for the next turn in case you get Eviscerate, and pump up a Questing Adventurer or Edwin Van Cleef if need be. So, Lovely Chooks in a pretty good position. But at the same time, he did have to sacrifice clearing anything that turn to set up for the Gadget Conceal, so he's going to be taking at minimum 8 damage from the board. And the board's not going anywhere, he's still's got to deal with this. Dog chooses to hold on to Jade Lightning to be able to answer the Gadget on the next turn, or any other cards that become problems. Lovely Chook does run a double conceal build, so in my opinion his highest win rate line here is to just cycle as much as possible, hit the second conceal, and just kill Dog that way. Dog could potentially have 2 burn spells in hand, but even if he does, his max damage is going to be 10? Oh no, the Tunnel Trug complicates things, right? Because of the overload effect on it. Although as in Dog's shoes, I would read that he probably doesn't have Lava Burst, because there's a strong chance he just launched Lava Burst face to buff the Trog that turn. Oh wow, this is defensive. This is real defensive. Spell Power Fan doesn't even kill anything besides the totem, but it sets up to help kill things, I guess. He's gonna trade everything away. He gets the second conceal. It's gonna work out. Yeah, he could have eviscerated, made it so he could have eviscerated and sapped, got rid of 2 minions, got rid of the Tunnel Trog and a Totem Golem, and well, it worked out anyway. Look at that. Lava Burst, Jade Lightning. It's so close, yet so far. Never punished. Should have removed the Tunnel Trog instead of the Totem Golem. That guy is way scarier when you're trying to play around Lava Burst. Right, because Dog needed to kill him that turn. The only ways he's killing him that turn is some utilization of Lava Burst. And so the Tunnel Trog, at minimum, has 4 attack that turn. So it's much safer for Lovely Chook to remove the Tunnel Trog instead of removing the Totem Golem. And he could have found more draws to try and find that conceal if he had cycled in a different order using the prep and whatnot. But it worked out for him in the end. He was able to get there. Rogue sometimes gets it done. And we see the Chinese pride, the 666 signs, cheering on their teammate as he begins the comeback against Dog. Shaman not getting a win. That's interesting too. Lovely Chook getting rewarded for not deciding to ban Shaman. Able to deny Shaman a win. And it makes sense with the way he has his decks built. He has his decks built to ban the Pirate Warrior with tech choices such as no Acidic Swamp Ooze in the Dragon Priest, whereas the players banning Shaman, leaving Pirate Warrior up, all have Acidic Swamp Ooze in their Dragon Priest. Just little teeny tiny tech choices like that seem to be consistent in the way the Chinese players are picking their bans and set up for their bans. So they have very similar archetypes, but teched 3 or 4 cards differently, and then because of that, they all have different bans. It's pretty cool. So here comes the Dragon Priest, designed to beat Rogue, up against the Rogue. We'll see if their tech choices are strong enough to continue working. It's worked in the past, but is it consistent? Is it good enough to work again? Lovely Chook has the tech of the Mass Dispel in the build. Mass Dispel can counter Questing Adventure and it can counter Conceal. Unique card for sure. Not a lot of people running the Mass Dispel. It's really cool to see such a crazy card come out as a tech choice in a tournament. Card you'd really never think anyone would play. People joke about Mass Dispel, man. And that's in this guy's competitive deck. Answer that Conceal and try and make Dragon Priest counter Rogue. I love it, man. It's so cool. Ooh. Questing coming out as a 4/4 for Dog. Threatening to grow even larger. Can't be answered by Death yet or by Shadowward Pain. Could be answered by the Mass Dispel though. Not a lot you can do about that. If Dog decides to keep his minion as a 4/4, he'll play around Death. But if he decides to play around Death, he's going to start playing into things such as Holy Nova and Blackwing Corruptor. So you gotta pick your poison a little bit here, and I think you'd rather have your opponent utilize Death than you would have them be able to gain tempo by Blackwing Corruptoring your minion. So I like Dog's decision here to embrace the Death and actually develop this turn. So now if Blackwing Corruptor happens, you still got a 3/1 and a 4/4. That's pretty good. Whereas if you just kind of trade, then they coin Blackwing Corruptor, you got a 4/1 and a 1/1, they Blackwing Corruptor the 4/1, and you're really behind. And the 3/1 plus the dagger kills the 5/4, so Edwin gets to connect for sure. Now you got two 4/4s on the field because you're developing an Azure Drake. Yeah, so much tempo, so much pressure. The anti-rogue Dragon Priest. Looking a little shaky at this time. He's gonna need Gadget though. Dog's a little out of steam at the moment. Another Drake or another Gadget be able to keep the fuel running, but not at this time. Oof. None of these cards are Eviscerate. He was really hoping to try and find some way to interact with these minions. I'm gonna go with Cold Blood. I wasn't sure which one to take there myself. That was a tough decision. 15 damage for Dog. I like the Leroy trade, as crazy as that sounds. It's the only way to play around Dragonfire Potion. You gotta be worried about your opponent potentially having an Eviscerate, I guess. I don't know, it's so close, right? So if you go face for 9 this turn and redagger, next turn you can hopefully have a 4/4 remaining and then go face for 11. And 9 plus 11 is 20. So that's argument number 1. The issues alongside that is the fact that Priest can heal for 2. They have a hero power. That messes up that clock, so then you require on top decking to try and find a lethal. as well as the amount of sheer taunts there are in the Dragon Priest, and the percent chance that one of your minions can get removed. So there's a lot of holes in the lethal setup. It would have worked out with the current hand that Lovely Chuk has, but it doesn't always work out. So I think it's much safer to go with the Leroy trade play. But again, the Leroy trade play has its own, you know, basket of worms that you open up there with the, you could just draw Burn after this instead of Gadgets and Auctioneer. You just draw Dead, and then you lose that way, and it opens up this whelp for this Cold Blood. Lovely Chuk knew the Leroy was happening. Sick Cold Blood pick. Yeah, I guess Cold Blood was the pick there. It was really hard to figure out the correct one, but Prep Eviscerate Dagger is going to maintain board control for Dog, so he's still trucking. Not even slowed down in the slightest. Unless he wants to go and try and set up lethal now instead of clearing the minion. I like clearing the minion, maintaining your 4/4s. 4/4s value trade into about every minion Priest has, which is really gravy. However, you're not setting up lethal that way, and Dog smells blood. He wants to set up lethal. He saw how much Lovely Chuk struggled with the last 4/4s. And he wants to capitalize on that. Backstab Holy Nova, and the taunt. Uh-oh. A little bit punished for not removing the minion. Dog, though, he increased his Gadgets and Auctioneer equity. That guy's a lot better with this hand, with a Prep in it and an Abyss in it still. Uh-oh. Shadow Word Death lines up quite nicely to deal with that threat. And at this point, as Lovely Chuk, you kind of put a read that there is coins and preps in Dog's hand, because they've been sitting there forever. You've even seen him utilize Leroy to clear, so you know it's not additional damage, because otherwise if it was additional damage, he wouldn't have been using Leroy to clear, he would have been using Leroy to kill you. So you can pretty safely assume it's preps and coins. Maybe a backstab kind of in there hidden somewhere, but most likely, you know, either double coin or double prep or coin prep. Some of that stuff. It's got to be about halfway through his deck still and no Gadgets and Auctioneer. Super painful. Still has a few turns to try and find it. The question is, does he want to sap Azure Drake or not? There hasn't been any Discover Dragons played yet, so the most damaging dragon in the deck, I guess, at this point is the Azure Drake at 4, or Dragonet Operative at 5, so with Dog gonna hold back on the sap. It's also just better Gadgets and Auctioneer value to hold the sap. 12 damage set up on the board now for Lovely Chuk. Dog whiffs yet again on trying to find the gadget. Saps the 3/6. The worst part, though, when Dog finally does find the gadget, he's gonna have to set up like a big questing adventure or something like that, and Lovely Chuk has the Master spell to deal with that. He's got all the answers. Not a bad chunk of change here. Guess he's not playing the Guardian this turn. Just gonna heal himself and Argus up face. What saves him? Is there any sort of... There's maybe a Swashbuckler setup that can get some stuff done here? Some like Gadget, Swashbuckler, Prep Greater Healing Potion. The Rogue, yet again, goes down to the anti-Rogue Priest build from China. Hey guys, it's worked 3 times now. It's worked 3 times now against Rogue. Anti-rogue priest. I never thought I'd see the day. The unicorn priest has been found, guys. Tournament ready. He was lurking in China. That's where unicorns are from. Learn something new every day. Series tied up now, 2-2, right? So how does Dog try and finish off this series? He still has the ability to get a lot of free wins against Lovely Juke's Reno Lock. The Rogue from Dog isn't really trapped because it has a terrific matchup against the Reno Lock that's remaining from Lovely Juke. So Lovely Juke is left with Reno Lock, and as well... Oh, here it is. He's going with the Reno Lock this game, even. So, pull that up. Here's the full deck list, if you're curious, of the Reno Lock. And no combo, Jiraxis, Spellbreaker as one of the tech cards, as well as double taunt here, Defender of Argus, Shambler, and Sunfury. So just spam taunts in the build. Up against the Reno Mage from Dog. Dog with Reno Mage and Rogue remaining. Lovely Chook with Reno Lock and his own Rogue remaining, I believe. So anyway, let's see. What is the Reno Lock? They're both playing very standard variations. So since it's like super standard, very limited tech cards, we can kind of look at the stats to get an idea of what's happening in the matchup. So the stats say Reno Mage versus Reno Warlock is 54% in favor of Reno Mage. You can see here, 54% in favor of Reno Mage. Decent sized sample size. But the weirdest thing about stats in Reno Mage, man, so many Reno Mage decks are so different that it's very hard to say that the stats are accurate with any given list. Like, Reno Mage itself could be divided into probably 6 different columns on that sheet, just because, you know, there's the burn lists that run like Pyroblast, Inkmaster Solia, there's some like moderate burst lists that run Ice Lance, there's pure value lists, there's Manic Soulcaster lists, there's Ragnaros in some lists, there's Alex in some lists, but not in other, there's Medivh lists. Like, I could go on. There's just, that the deck is unique. People bring Reno Mage often for very specific matchups and have it tailored for sort of specific ways. So, if we take a deeper look at Dog's list, what the purpose of his list and what he's kind of teching for is not Reno Lock. He doesn't have any of the kind of crazy good cards against Reno Lock, like Ice Lance that can help burst or anything like that. He's got, instead, the Ragnaros up there at the top instead of Archmage Antonidas, which is okay against Reno Lock. It's not the best choice, but I definitely say it's a very positive choice for the matchup. Archmage may be slightly better, but can't complain about Rag in this matchup. It'll do work. He's got Manic Soulcaster for going deep on the value plan. He's got Flame Lance, which is solid removal for the matchup. Can get rid of some nasty, annoying Twilight Drakes like the one in front of him right now. Overall, though, seems like just a well-rounded Reno Lock, not trying to target out any, or well-rounded Reno Mage, not trying to target out anything specific. But typically, the way that this matchup goes is the Reno Mage can outvalue the Reno Lock a lot of the time. If the Reno Mage isn't put under significant pressure and gets to do their game plan, they outvalue anything. They have, if they're not under pressure and they can save their cards for the correct situation, they will eventually get Bran plus Kazakis plus Manic Soulcaster, and that's disgusting. But we can already see Manic Soulcaster's on the table. The value in Dog's deck is slightly diminishing because of that. And if he uses Kazakis here, that means no Bran Kazakis, so then his the value in his deck gets slightly diminished even more. Looks like he's going to be holding on to Kazakis, saving it for later usage alongside Bran. However, you don't really need the Manic Soulcaster value in this matchup. Usually, you can kind of grind him out without that. The one way that Reno Lock can kind of beat your value is with the Jiraxis being able to safely transition to, which if you hold on to Fireball and then cycle into the Roaring Torch and have Frostbolt, it'll give you 15 burst, making transforming into Jiraxis quite difficult as a Reno Lock player. Occasionally, they can get it by a few different ways. One way, rushing it out extremely early. Another way is getting a 1-mana Kazaka spell that gives armor for the turn they play Jiraxis, so they can gain armor the turn they play it, and then also a 10-mana spell or 5-mana spell that also gains armor that they play after they're in Jiraxis mode. So it's like a Jiraxis gain 4 armor, then Hero Power, clear your board, and Kazaka's 5-mana spell gains 7 armor, and then you're safe as Jiraxis. So that's one of the ways Reno Lock can really take lead in this matchup, but the way that's working right now is just killing him. Dog doesn't have Polymorph, Dog doesn't have Flame Lance, and that's a Mountain Giant completely unanswered, and the Twilight Drake's still there, humming away. It's a lot of pressure. And the threats don't stop after this. Look at it, Lovely Chick's hand. He's got a Abyssal Enforcer could come down next. That's already a 6/6. You start putting on enough pressure, usually you don't kill the Reno Mage with pressure, because eventually, even if they answer it inefficiently, they answer everything. Reno Mage just has... You don't kill them, they keep coming back. They're... it's like a Hydra. You chop off, 3 heads and 12 more come back. It's ridiculous. The thing doesn't die. So, even though your best efforts to try and kill him, most of the time Reno Mage is going to survive somehow. Some wacky combination of cards are going to come together, and they're going to be alive still at the end of it. Oh, we got an admin issue here. Anyway, so they're probably still going to be alive at the end of it, but the one thing that's going to change is the amount of resources they use to stay alive. Now, if they use specific resources, or they use too many of one certain thing, like too much AoE they used, or too much single target removal, because they had to answer things with the not ideal card for the situation, then you can find yourself in a position where you can kind of exploit that facet of things. So like, if they used all their AoE, then you can spam wide on the board. If they had to use all their single target removal, then you can play one really big guy and kind of punish them for how they had to use things on not ideal targets. The Spellbreaker here deals 8 damage. That is one monster of a battle cry. Dealing the extra 8 damage here will make it a lot easier to threaten lethal. You gotta worry about Flame Strike a little bit though. If you can play Dirty Rat this turn, try and get a taunt in the way of Flame Strike, utilize Spellbreaker on the Giant to push the damage, find yourself in a nice little spot. He's picking it up. I think he sees the line. I like it. Worst case, maybe you have to Shadow Flame the Giant. Bran. It's not as threatening as Kazakis, but still a little scary. You could Soulfire it if you wanted to. Looks like he's gonna go for that option. Hoping not to discard his own Kazakis. Imp Gang Boss, fantastic. Who needs him anyway? But yeah, this plays around Flame Strike quite beautifully. Amount of pressure. Overwhelming dog at the moment. And I was saying that the Reno Mage typically doesn't die to this, and typically they come out of this and they just have to use a lot of resources. He might die to this. He doesn't have Reno yet. And this is a very strong push. Does have a few ways to stabilize, at least for the immediate, and set up Flame Strike for the next turn. You probably have to Fireball this Giant though. I don't know. Looks like he's gonna go for it. The Flame Strike setup with the Fireball ping. Oh, he's not even gonna trade for the Flame Strike setup. He's gonna take the max defense trade. Yeah, I mean you got it right. Otherwise he died of Hellfire. 1 damage off lethal with Hellfire. Kazak's 1 mana damage potion only does 3 damage, so it can't find lethal. 1 damage off lethal with Abyssal Enforcer, but I like Abyssal Enforcer this turn. And the reason being is because it gives you the max amount of damage out of hand going forward. So then the next turn you could Hellfire and then Kazakis find a 1 mana and then deal 6 damage next turn burst. As well as you play a 6/6, which is just really big, and Fireball's gone. You know none of the cards currently in Dog's hand are Polymorph, because he would have Polymorphed the Giant or the Drake happily earlier on. And you know none of them are Flame Lance, so that means he most likely does not have any single target removal in hand. Kazak is 5. Also not too bad. If you get damage, you can get Kazak is 5 for damage, and then utilize that alongside Hellfire next turn. And this way you're not killing your own board a little bit. Loot Hoarder. Not an ideal time to be cycling. Maybe it is an ideal time to cycle. Maybe it's a good ice block pass sort of turn. Feels really abysmal though, because that means this pressure is going to stick around, so even if you do draw the Reno, it's not going to help you much. Summon 2 minions plus 4 health on the Kazakis potion. Lovely Chooks. Looking to try and make this board last forever. I like it. That's interesting. I was maybe being a bit too aggressive. I think I like Lovely Chooks' line better. So the idea behind this is, you think the only way Dog's going to win this game or stabilize this push, he needs to Reno to do it. If he Renos, I'm going to use that free opportunity of him not clearing my board to make it so he can never clear my board. Because Blizzard's already been used. Flame Strike only does 4. Ramp the health of these minions up a little bit higher. Suddenly the AoE doesn't work against it. And Lovely Chook's board just sticks and gets repetitive damage for about the rest of the game. Solid. The Tapoo's Kazakis potion. And just look at that. Look at how difficult that board is to remove. Yeah, much better than taking the damage. Good identification of how to really seal out the matchup here. And there's nothing. Wow. I mean, the biggest part of this matchup that it really came down to, Dog was just unable to find an answer to, Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant. You can survive when you have an answer to one of the two, right? Like, if you can answer the Twilight Drake, then Mountain Giant comes down. You can take 8 a few times and then figure something out. But when Twilight Drake comes down, you can't answer it, then Mountain Giant comes down, you still can't answer it, and they're both sitting there clubbing you. That's when it's too much. And Dog teched for that. Dog had answers for that. He added Flame Lance to his Reno Mage deck, which is not standard, which is really good single target removal for those sort of situations exactly, and just wasn't able to get there. Sometimes Mountain Giant's a silly card, man. Definitely one of those cards that's sometimes it does absolutely nothing, and then sometimes it just auto wins matchups. So powerful. So 3-1 now in favor of Lovely Chook. The only deck remaining for our Chinese representative that he needs to get a win with is Rogue, I think. I believe it is the Questing Adventurer Rogue. Double questing, double conceal. No, you gotta win with Rogue against Shaman. What am I talking about? So the Shaman's banned. He got to win with a Rogue against the Shaman. He got to win with the Priest against the Rogue. He got no win with Pirate Warrior yet. And he just took a win with the Reno Lock. So it's Pirate Face Warrior. Uh-oh. Dog's got some work cut out for him. If there's a deck that's difficult to beat 3 times in a row, it's gotta be Pirate Face Warrior. This deck just has the ability to do crazy stuff all of a sudden. Looks like the players are on a break while they talk to their teams and strategize. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
我是一个比较乐观开朗的人吧，然后我平常喜欢看看电影、看看书。我最近看的一本书叫做《从你的全世界路过》。我比较幸运吧，可以成为一个炉石传说的职业选手，然后每天可以做自己喜欢的事情。新版本的炉石传说可能对战术的要求比较高吧，就不像原来就是都是一种五五开的对局，比较考验一个人的就是针对性嘛。赛前的准备应该在卡组中占很大的比例吧。美服的战术我觉得比较偏慢吧，就是他们喜欢玩控制卡组，然后我对那个道格，然后雷纳德还比较了解，因为我们两个也交手过好多次嘛。这次中美对抗赛的目标是我一个人可以就是击杀3个对手吧。
Lovely Chuk I've actually played a year ago when or a year and a half ago when I was in China. I think he played in the NEL if I'm not mistaken. If not, I played him in like a show match. And he was good back then, I remember. And I think he's still good, so yeah.
我觉得美国队的道格可能在前2轮的发挥不太出色吧，就是他在上一届中美对抗赛的时候都靠他赢的嘛，然后我觉得第3轮很有可能会爆发，我觉得我们还是要小心为好。
My name is Dog. I'm a professional Hearthstone player for Team Liquid currently. So my favorite card is probably Yogg Saron, even after they nerfed it. It's a pretty fun card. It's very random and exciting when you play it. My favorite deck currently is probably Khan Aviana Druid. It's just like, I really like combo decks, and that one is the best. So I started playing Hearthstone in the beta like 3 years ago, and I've played ever since pretty consistently. I started streaming like 2 years ago, so I've been pretty consistent with it. So I haven't won anything, to be honest. Well, I won NA versus CN last year, right? But that was more of a team event. I've gotten second a lot of times. For instance, at DreamHack Summer, I got second against Tiddler. I got second in Insomnia tournament, which is another big major tournament. I've won a couple online cups, but those don't really count, really. So I'm looking for like a really big, tournament win. Maybe BlizzCon or something. Who knows? So for this tournament, I just want to play well, do my best. That's all you can really hope for, right? If I happen to beat, 3 or 4 people or 5 people all at once, it'll happen.
Looking to try and get that big tournament win. Maybe he'll be able to do it today. But he's got his work cut out for him. Lovely Chuk is currently up 3 games to 1 against Dog. And the remaining deck for Lovely Chuk is none other And then the #1 reason why people pick up their keyboard and throw it against the wall, and it is Pirate Warrior. A very frustrating deck to play against because it feels like sometimes you just can't beat it no matter what you do. Occasionally they start out with Small Time Buccaneer, coin Small Time Buccaneer, it pulls the patches, they play Fiery War Axe into Bloodsail Cultist, upgrading that into double upgrade into Leroy Jenkins and just smash you. But Dog's gotta find a way to do it. He's gotta find a way to do it, and he's got a lot of decks he needs to find a way to do it with. Still needs to pull 3 wins to close out this best of 7. He's gonna start off with the best matchup first, the Reno Mage deck. If we look at some statistics, Reno Mage is one of the only decks with an exceptionally positive win rate against Pirate Warrior. Pulling actually 56% win rate against Pirate Warrior, according to the Vicious Syndicate data, with a sample size 2,422 games. 56%'s pretty good as far as Hearthstone matchups are concerned. Anything above 55 starts to get quite positive, especially since a lot of players will be expecting Pirate Warrior, and usually you'll then add some techs in there, which makes it a little bit better, because this is the stats with ladder decks, the stats with untech'd variants of the builds. So now you start add some tech, that 56 suddenly turns into 60, starts getting a little more comfortable. Let's see what techs Dog has cooked up. Anything in there? He's got a really well-rounded Reno Mage deck, I remember when I was looking at it last. He has Flame Lance, additional removal for maybe frothing. It's not a card that's good or bad in the matchup, it's fairly neutral. It could be like a Kabbalist Tome, which would be significantly worse than Flame Dance. So if that's what he's replaced the Kabbalist Tome, so it's definitely better than that in the matchup. He has some additional draw with Loot Hoarder, trying to increase your odds of finding Reno or Kazakis. There's no Ice Barrier or Earthen Ring Farseer, so there's no extra heal in that slot. He does have Acidic Swamp Ooze for the weapon, so that's going to be impactful. Max Soulcaster's not bad in the matchup, but not great. Other than that, the top end is fairly light. There's no Archmage Antonitis. There is a Rag, though, so just a lot of cards that you could just play from turn to turn, right? Because that's one of the most important things. You just have stuff to do. Another important thing is hoping your opponent doesn't draw very well. And Lovely Chuke's not off to a great start. Patches in the opening hand. And now I guess he's having to play Cultist for 0 value here. I like going with the Cultist though, accepting the 0 value. Plays around Forgotten Torch, plays around Frostbolt, instead of going with the Captain there. And being like optimistic that the Cultist is going to get value later on. So I think it's the super important little decision there to lead with the Cultist instead of the Captain. Not get greedy with the Battle Cry. And although his start was slow, it's starting to pick up. It's starting to pick up. Dog has an interesting decision if he wants to try and develop into this or use single target removal now. Looks like he's gonna just use the AoE and try and set up to go Water Elemental plus the Forbidden Flame next turn. Get the full clear that way. Or he's just gonna full clear immediately. He's not messing around, he's not taking any damage. Of course, this makes more sense than doing that, what I said. This is the same thing what I said, except better. I don't know, for some reason I thought he couldn't play it this turn and kill it. He sapped this caster, he has no idea what he's talking about. There's a Hunter hero power. And there's a choice. Alright, so how much damage has Lovely Chuke got accumulated here? Assuming the Reaper gets to swing twice, he does have 20 damage, which is no joke. Although, this Water Elemental's got a thing or two to say about that. And with this upgrade being picked up here, you may want to actually take care of that. Feels like a problem that's not going anywhere unless you crush it with a Reaper. So I like Lovely Chuke's decision to, you know, hold the phone a little bit here and clean that up. Upgrade is now 12 damage. 12, 18, 22 damage for Lovely Chuke. A few hero powers or a little bit of additional draw behind that. He's got a 3-turn lethal potentially happening. Or a 3-turn ice block pop, I should say. Holds back the upgrade, doesn't want to play into the acidic swamp ooze from Dog. He's gonna play the Dirty Rat this turn. A lot of times Dirty Rat doesn't pull a minion in this situation. Could pull Leroy though, so good patience, good restraint. Second Reaper draw. Hoo-wee. I definitely think you just upgrade Heroic Strike and start getting to work. He's got to plan ways to try and pop at the lowest life total possible. Okay. He's worried about Acidic Swapu stopping his burst. Interesting. So that's what he's trying to navigate his way around here, is trying to make Acidic Swampoos not stop his burst. If you upgrade Swing, then you would have to play Reaper next turn to beat Acidic Swampoos. If you play Reaper, you can't Leroy, so then you can't pop the block next turn. But this way, even if Dog has Acidic Swampoos, you can pop the block. But Dog has Dirty Rat, which stops this way. So this way doesn't work around Dirty Rat, the other way doesn't work around Acidic Swampoos. He's got Dirty Rat and Acidic Swampoos. And that's going to shut this down. A 6-2 Reaper going to get destroyed by the ooze. Kazakis could find armor gain. Refreshment Vendor has some nice immediate healing. I kind of like the Kazakis because if Lovely Chook were to pop Dog right now, he would need 2 spells that deal 4 damage. Meaning Dog would get popped at 4 life, and then he could play the Refreshment Vendor, healing himself back up to 8. But I guess this way makes it so there's no possible way you can get popped. But yeah, the only way Lovely Chook pops him... I guess the Hunter Hero power isn't factored in. Maybe the Hunter Hero powers make it so that you want to play Refreshment Vendor instead. Okay, makes sense. Sometimes you forget the Warrior's got Hunter Hero power. You'd think in this day and age, with everyone playing Pirates, it would be just automatic that it's always the Hunter Hero power. But sometimes I forget. Sometimes I think Warriors still armors. I gotta get with the times, you know? Ragnaros is gonna clock Lovely Chook extremely quickly. So quickly, in fact, that even if he pops the block, he's gonna die the next turn. And Dog continues the comeback here. Taking out the Pirate Warrior with the Reno Mage. He's got the easiest matchup off the table. So, I mean, that's not a big win, but any win's a good win. Win's still a win. So his best matchup against the Pirate Warrior is out of the way now. So, building the momentum, though. Next up, remaining for Dog. What is that? He's got to win the Pirate Warrior... Oh, Pirate Warrior's banned. He's got to win Shaman versus Pirate Warrior. And Druid versus Pirate Warrior. Okay. Shaman and Druid. He's leading off with the Shaman into it, so taking the next best favored matchup. If we look at some statistics, Aggro Shaman against Pirate Warrior is a 61% matchup for Aggro Shaman. 61. Wow, that's way higher than I thought it was. Look at that. 61. And that's a big sample size, dude. That's 5,495 games. That's even more favored than Reno Mage was. Wow. Aggro Shaman gives Pirates the business. Let's see the tech choices, though. We pull up the Aggro Shaman list for Dog here. Nah, this is where things can get kind of concerning. Only one Maelstrom Portal here. That's a card you're going to want against Aggro Pirate Warrior. Helps definitely in controlling the board. So, yeah, one card, I guess. It's kind of influential. He doesn't have Finley either. He's going with a double Azure Drake variant instead of the one Azure Drake Finley variant. Finley's a better card in a lot of the aggro matchups because it allows you to get hero power that can actually interact with the board. Being able to ping things against Pirate Warrior is absolutely insane. One of the biggest reasons why Mage is so good against Pirate Warrior is just the hero power. The Mage hero power is nuts versus Pirates. So the Azure Drake, not so much. A lot of the time it's a bit too slow for the matchup, whereas Finley's a good 1-3 body early and can help out. So his tech choices hurt the matchup a little bit, so you gotta imagine it's a little less than 60% in Dog's favor, but two cards different. Maybe doesn't hurt it that much. I'd have to say he's still probably favorite. Let's see. The opening for Lovely Chook looking really solid. The opening for Dog, not so much. His posture kind of tells you everything there. He's looking at this hand slumped over, hand on the forehead. Not excited about it. Oh. If there was a card I could think of that would be the worst card in your deck possibly to draw at that moment, it would be Lava Burst. I think that's worse than Aya because you already have a Lava Burst. But it's close. This is not looking good. He's got a Lightning Bolt to answer the captain. But yeah. Drawing patches in an aggro mirror makes it extremely difficult to win. Because in an aggro mirror, it comes down to fighting for board control, right? It comes down a lot of the time to who can kind of scrape out more board control and come ahead card out of the early game. And be the last guy with minions still on the field punching face while they clear your minions with the burn spells. And if you pull patches from your deck via playing a pirate, you get a free 1/1 onto the board. Whereas if you draw it, you no longer get that free 1/1 onto the board. You lose kind of like a card cycle to find your good cards more consistently. It's just got too many downsides. It hurts so much that it makes it very difficult to come back from drawing in your opening hand. Might be able to do it. No Maelstrom Portal here, though. That would have been a nice turn to just be able to get that clean Maelstrom sweep, but unable to. He's going to need one of those to catch back up. The Maelstrom Portal is going to be key. Full board clear Maelstrom Portal can do magic. He's going to need a lot of taunt totems, too. Lovely Chook has 1 damage off lethal over 2 turns. Oh no, with the minions on board, as long as he pushes 1 damage face, if there's no taunt, he should be able to get the lethal next turn. So if he Reaper's Face this turn and sends 1 damage face, that's 6. And then next turn he can upgrade and play Mortal Strike for the final 10. He may have disconnected. Dog really needs this disconnect to happen. If we think about Dog's percent chance to win this game, it is not very high. So if a disconnect happens, that could actually save him and give him a chance here. There's double Feral Spirits in the build that could kind of stop the Reaper, but he's got a 25% chance to roll Taunt Totem, and there's got to be 20 cards left in his deck, so 10% chance to draw Feral Spirits. And he needs to have one of those two things happen or he's just dead. So, at minimum, Dog has 30% chance to be alive. And after that, it snowballs into probably not enough time to actually kill his opponent before he just dies. I would give Dog probably 10% chance to win from that position, but generally speaking in tournaments, the rules are, if there's no lethal presented on board, then it's a rematch. So we'll wait on the admin ruling, but a lot of times in these situations, a rematch is caused. Which is super favorable for Dog. He really needed a rematch here. Unfortunately, Hearthstone doesn't have any way to like restart from a saved board state or anything like that. Game's too complicated, too many moving parts to keep track of to restart from a saved position. Games like StarCraft 2, Dota, and League of Legends are much easier to restart from a saved position state. You know, they have just less moving parts, nowhere near as many things to keep track of. So we may be seeing a rematch. I don't know, I'm not brushed up on the rules of the tournament in particular. They may like throw it to analysts and then analysts kind of decide. I don't know. Whatever's written down in the rules, I believe, is what they should honor. And they gotta have some rule book somewhere. I don't know, it is China esports though. A lot of times there's not a lot of clear rules. I've been in a few tournaments before where the format switched mid-tournament.
World of Warcraft survival guide.
Alright, looks like we are going to a commercial break while we discuss this with the admins and figure things out. We'll be right back. Enjoy some World of Warcraft.
Features coming in patch 7.15. The first thing you might notice about 7.15 is that we've made a lot of changes to classes. The goal is to improve overall class balance, while also making each spec more fun to play and allowing for more diverse talent choices. We've also rebalanced how secondary stats such as crit and mastery on items contribute to your character in order to make them more competitive with each other and open up more options for item upgrades. Check out our patch notes for more details. 7.15 also expands the time walking feature. Mists of Pandaria dungeons will now be included in the time walking event rotation. Anyone level 91 or higher can participate in Mists of Pandaria time walking, and there are several new Pandaria-themed rewards available from Mistweaver Shah on the Timeless Isle. The Brawlers Guild has reopened its doors. As veteran players know, the Brawlers Guild is a series of single-player challenges, and in patch 7.15, it's better than ever. Not only are there dozens of new bosses to fight, but there's also new rewards to earn, and a few extra surprises thrown into the mix. Of course, if you want to participate, you'll need an invitation, which can be found in emissary bags, by completing dungeons, or by fighting the elite Frycool on the Shield's Rest island of Stormheim. We're also introducing a new type of event called Micro Holidays. These are short-term, just-for-fun celebrations, which will typically only be active for 1 to 3 days. Once patch 7.15 is live, you'll be able to find these micro holidays on your in-game calendar. Shortly after patch 7.15 releases, we'll also be opening the Nighthold raid. Tensions in Suramar City have reached their peak, and it's time to finally take the fight to Grand Magistrix Elisande and her demonic allies. You'll fight your way through a total of 10 bosses, including some familiar faces like Croesus and Tichondrius, and culminating in an epic final encounter with Gul'dan himself. These are just a few of the things to look forward to in patch 7.15, but there's a lot more, including new legendary items, an updated Blade's Edge arena, and new ways to catch up your artifact knowledge on new or alternate characters. You can read more on our website at worldofwarcraft.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.
Oh wow, did they take the W? I don't know about that one. I guess they determined he was... I mean, to be fair, Lovely Chu probably wins that game. He probably wins that game, but generally speaking, the rules are there's no lethal on board, re-game. So I guess that's not what the rules are in China, at least not for this event. Or maybe they're just taking a break for the day because the servers can't reconnect or something. I don't know. I have no current information on what's going on over there with the tournament. So I guess I'll sit by, see if I can't contact my contact person and figure out what's going on. So no idea what's going on yet. Let's wait, try and figure it out before we jump to conclusions, I guess. So, yeah. Lovely Chuk and Omega Zero here on the interview. Saying stuff in Chinese that we can't understand. Can't even hear or begin to understand. Unless you can speak Chinese and read lips. But, these guys played good. Omega Zero was able to take out 2 players from the North American team. Off to a great start. Got eventually taken out by Dog. Lovely Chuk came in to try and finish Dog. Alright, so the official ruling, I got it from the admins here. The official ruling is going to be a regame. So, North America gets another chance. Dog is not dead yet. The official ruling is going to be a regame. Dog is still in the running. Still has a chance to win. That's pretty lucky. That is a fortunate time to get disconnected from the game. So Dog is still in it. Dog is saved. The internet is down at the venue. The computers up there, you know, that they're playing on can no longer connect. So for the rest of today, they're going to try and figure out what's going on with all of their systems, try and figure out what's going on with the servers and whatnot. But, yeah, that's going to be it for the action today, since they don't have any net there. They can't do anything about that until they get it resolved, and we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. It's going to start 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to see what's going to happen tomorrow, how the rest of the games are going to play it out. Currently, it is China. 2 players defeated from NA. NA, only 1 player defeated from China. So China in a lead with the amount of players left, and in a lead in the current series, 3-2. They're going to continue the series from that point tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, catch the rest of this action, and see, is North America a better region than China, or is China a better region than North America? Thanks everybody for watching. Take care.